Chapter 1 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. Just a word before we start. The travels upon which these talks are based form a part of two journeys I have made around the South American continent. In each case I started at Panama and went leisurely southward down the Pacific coast, with long tours inland from the principal ports to see the countries and peoples. Much of the time was spent in the tops of the Andes, and it was from the high plateau of Bolivia that I came down the arid slope of the Andes and began my trip across the great desert of Chile to its chief seaport, Antofagasta. From there I turned northward to the rainless city of Iquique, and passed back and forth over the immense nitrate fields which so enrich the farms of the world. Moving southward again, I visited the various cities along the coast of Valparaiso, whence I went inland to the central valley of Chile and traversed it from one end to the other. At Concepcion I took ship for the Strait of Magellan, passing through the dangerous and intricate windings of Smith's Channel, skirting northern Tierra del Fuego, and making my way 200 miles eastward to the Falkland Islands, whence I steamed north to Buenos Aires to begin my travels in the Argentine Republic. In the other journey I spent more time in the interior of the two countries, revisiting the deserts and the farming regions of Chile, devoting a part of my time to the capital, Santiago, and then going across the Andes by rail to Buenos Aires. My travels in Argentina were made by boat, by rail, and by automobile. I have been in nearly every part of that country, including the foothills of the Andes, the deserts of Patagonia, the long river valleys, the vast Pampas, and the fertile cornlands of Entre Rios. The sole object of these trips was to get the information comprised in these talks, and my reader has been ever before me. I have looked upon him as my friend, and have written my notes as though we were chatting together out on the porch in the summer, or perhaps about the fire in the winter, without any other object than to reproduce the pictures as they passed before my eyes. For this reason the notes are presented as they came hot from my pen, with only the slight revision here and there needed to make them accord with changing conditions. If they can give as much pleasure in the reading as I have had in the writing, I shall feel that my work has been well worth the time and labor it has entailed. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chile's Andean Gateway. I have just taken a mighty slide from the roof of the world to the level of the sea. I have come from the tops of the Andes in Bolivia to the shores of the Pacific Ocean in Chile, and am now riding in Antofagasta, the chief port of one of the richest though most barren parts of the earth. Antofagasta lies halfway down the South American desert. It is 2,400 miles from Panama and 2 days and more from the great port of Valparaiso. Though it belongs to Chile, it forms the chief gateway to Bolivia and the mighty treasure vaults of the Andes. It is also the gateway to the nitrate fields and to the many other wonders of this arid region. Through it passes most of the borax used by mankind, and out of it come vast quantities of copper and tin. Within 162 miles of the Antofagasta is Chuquicamata, where the Chile Copper Company owns enormous copper deposits which have produced as much as 7 million pounds a month. Farther north are the Uyuni tin mines, and still farther inland the tin of Potosi and Oruro. A river of minerals flows through this port, and the stream will increase in volume with the development of the great deposits of the interior. Antofagasta is also the starting point of the new Trans-Andean Road, which is to cross the continent by way of Uyuni to Pisa and the Argentine system. The port, which is growing like thistles on the mountain farms of Virginia, looks more like a town of the great American desert than anything I have seen in South America. The houses are mostly of wood, roofed with galvanized iron. The streets are wide and many of them are unpaved. The characteristic sights of the Andes have disappeared. There are no blanketed Indians and no llamas, wagons, carts, and cabs have taken their places. The town is cosmopolitan. Moving through its streets, one hears every language spoken and is jostled by British and Germans, Austrians and French, but most of the people are Chileans. Though the harbor of Antofagasta is poor, it is filled with shipping. The wharves are heaped high with goods. There are stacks of Oregon pine, piles of bags of American flour, and cords of steel rails and structural steel made by our steel mills. The place is the busiest of all the ports between Valparaiso and Panama, and sends northward through the Panama Canal valuable cargoes of the nitrate, borax, copper, tin, and other minerals from the regions at its back. My route from La Paz in Bolivia to Oruro was the same I took years ago, when I rode for 3 days over the plateau on the top of a mail wagon. We pelted the mules' ears with stones and kept them on the gallop from daylight to dark. It was so cold we almost froze at the rude inns of the highlands. My journey this time was made in comfort by rail, and the trip from the tops of the Andes to Antofagasta took only 2 days. Our train had Bolivian millionaires, English, Australian, and American commercial travelers, miners of a half dozen different nationalities, and a number of tourists. We stopped for 6 hours at Oruro, and there got sleeping compartments. There were dining cars, and we traveled in comparative ease. This time I found travel much cheaper. Our sleeping berths cost us $3 a night, and the first-class passenger rate was about $24, with a charge for baggage of about 2 cents per pound. The price for meals on the diner was $1.50 in gold, with an extra charge for mineral water, about twice that of the United States. The high plateau of Bolivia is a semi-desert country, about 500 miles long and of varying width. Its only vegetation is half-starved grass and dry bushes, but it feeds thousands of sheep, alpacas, and llamas, and we had animal life in sight almost all the way down to Oruro. Now and then we passed an Indian village, and always there were the scattered huts of the Aymaras spotting the plain, round in shape, many with roofs made of mud bricks symmetrically laid. At one of the stations where we stopped to pick up our dining car, we saw a great drove of llamas. They had brought fuel to the railroad for shipment to La Paz, and were about to start back with a load of merchandise to a town in the hills. The fuel was what I might call Bolivian cordwood. It consisted of the limbs of stunted evergreens, each as big around as your finger. They had been grubbed from the mountains and packed up in bundles about 3 feet square and 2 feet long. Farther down the road we saw great piles of peat moss, another fuel that grows in the Andes. It is of a woody, resinous nature, and when lighted gives out a great heat. It grows on top of the ground in round patches ranging in size from the diameter of a wash basin to that of a tub. Along the railroad we could see the piles of English or Australian coal used by the engines. This was in the shape of briquettes stacked in regular order. They were corded up, as it were, and around the edges of the pile I noticed that a white band had been painted. I asked the reason, and was told that it was to prevent the Indians from stealing the coal. Our ride across the Bolivian plateau was through a country as smooth as a floor. The plateau is covered with stones. It is supposed to have been at one time a vast inland sea, and seashells are often found upon it. Professor Agassiz said that the water level was 300 or 400 feet higher than the level of the present plateau. If so, it has all disappeared, as today the only large bodies of water found there are in the lakes Titicaca and Olagas. The latter is the home of many wild fowl, and the region about it is filled with birds of various kinds, including wild ducks and flamingos. Oruro, 653 miles from Antofagasta, is a thriving town, 12,000 feet above the sea in the heart of the Bolivian desert. It has about 30,000 people, and it carries on a great trade with the tin mining regions of the interior. Its population rises and falls as the price of tin goes up or down. The town has a government palace, a theater, a public library, and a mineral museum. It has many business houses and some very good stores. The streets are paved with cobbles, and a rickety carriage jolted me from one end of the town to the other at a cost of $5. Leaving Oruro, I took the railroad down to the sea. The trip is over one of the most remarkable routes of the Andes. The greater part of the way is bleak and uninteresting, but there are several smoking volcanoes and also salt lakes with green islands apparently floating upon them. After crossing the Chilean boundary, we came to the Big Borax Lakes. These are owned by the Borax Trust and supply the greater part of that mineral for the whole world. There are in fact only 3 or 4 places on earth where borax is found in large quantities. There are some deposits on the plateau of Tibet in Asia and others in Death Valley, California. As I looked at the Chilean lakes, they seemed to be covered with snow. This snow is the borax that rises to the surface and forms a blanket or crust on the water so firm that men can walk on it. It looks so like ice that one feels like stopping the train for a skate. In places the crust had been broken and the floating cakes were being taken out by the workmen to be prepared for the market in the refineries near by. Some of the borax was as clean as the whitest of spun silk. Some was as dirty as the snow on a Pittsburgh sidewalk. We were over an hour traveling along the edge of Lake Ascatan, which is 24 miles long and the greatest reservoir of borax known. Shortly after leaving Ascatan, we came to the highest pass on the railroad. We were 13,000 feet above the sea and found it bitterly cold at the crossing. The mountains on each side were dusted with snow, while beyond them were several great peaks covered with glaciers. On the way we passed the 2 mighty volcanoes of San Pedro and San Paulo, or as we should call them, St. Peter and St. Paul. From St. Peter, which is now active, there rises a constant column of smoke. Its sides are covered with lava that looks as fresh as though it had just come from the crater. This lava is broken into millions of fragments. It extends for several miles along the slope of the mountains in plain view of the railroad. St. Peter is one of the most symmetrical of the world's mighty volcanoes. It is as beautifully shaped as Fujiyama in Japan, Mount Cook in New Zealand, or Mount Moyan in Luzon. The peak rises directly from the plain. The plain is level, with only a few pebbles or boulders here and there. It is perfectly smooth except for these enormous windows of lava. The rock looks as though it had been broken into pieces by the hammers of giants and piled up by some intelligent force. It is a wonderful sight. The Andes are said to be the youngest of the mountain masses shoved up out of the sea, and they are in many respects the most wonderful of highlands. From Panama to Patagonia, they form a great geological garden such as can be seen in no other part of the world. The combination of desert and rocks and sky gives scenic effects beyond description. Parts of the Andes reveal how the earth was made and the terrible throes involved in its creation. In some places they are more desert-like than the wilds of Arabia or the Sahara, and one seems to be upon the very bedrock of the world. Again, it is as though Mother Earth, in her original nakedness, were laid out before you upon the dissecting table. The walls of broken lava of which I have spoken are perhaps 300 feet high. The stones are dark red and are piled in regular, colossal heaps, forming a mass 100 times the volume of our excavations at Panama. Here the volcanoes have vomited sand. There they have thrown out deposits of rock the size of a walnut, and farther on they have cast up mighty semi-metallic boulders. The scenery around St. Peter and St. Paul is magnificent. Right between them is a low crater as symmetrically shaped as though cut from the deep red stone by a sculptor, while hard by are the crystal springs that supply Antofagasta with water. The water comes from reservoirs on the roof of the continent, higher than the top of Pikes Peak. The lake is known as the Sololi Spring, and has a flow of 6,000 tons of water per day. The pipes carrying it down to the coast are over 190 miles long. Leaving Bolivia, the whole way down to the sea is through a desert. The only green spots are the railroad stations watered by this pipeline from Sololi Spring. The mining town of Huanchaca is the center for the Pulcaya silver mines, now owned by a French-Chilean company. These mines, which are said to have given the world nearly 5,000 tons of silver within the last 25 years, are still yielding enormously. The company uses electricity, getting its force from the Yura River, which develops 3,000 horsepower. The mines have 12 miles of tunnels and employ several thousand workmen. We stopped at Olagüe, where a branch line runs off to the Collahuasi copper mines, reputed among the richest in South America. This branch line reaches a height of 15,809 feet, while that of Potosi, north of Uyuni, is at one point 15,814 feet above the sea. These roads are higher than any of the other railroads of South America, except the Moracocha branch of the central of Peru. That line has an altitude of 15,865 feet, exceeding the Potosi line by 50 feet. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Nitrate Desert. I am in a land that yields more dollars than the valleys of the Nile, the Euphrates, or the Ganges. Nevertheless, it is as barren as the Sahara. It has not a plant, a tree, a blade of grass, or any green thing. It is a land upon which rains never fall, and where one often has to go 100 miles for a drink of pure water. It is a land of rocks, stones, and sand, and salty particles that reflect the rays of the tropical sun, inflaming the eyes. It contains the great nitrate belt that runs through the desert and along this west coast from below Antofagasta to the Peruvian boundary. For several generations these fields have made Chile richer than any other South American country, and during the World War the demand for nitrate so increased that the exports amounted to about $45 to each person in the Chilean Republic. These rich deposits not only pay from 60 to 80% of all government expenses, but yield fortunes to those who exploit them. Antofagasta, where I am now, is one of the chief nitrate ports. From it, a syndicate, known as the Nitrate Agencies Limited, exports in the neighborhood of £1 billion every year. Its ships are constantly loading at the nitrate ports and sailing for the United States, Europe, or far-off Japan. The syndicate has considerable British capital, but it is under American management and its methods are entirely American. The largest owners are W.R. Grace and Company of New York and London, a firm that has nitrate deposits and factories scattered throughout the desert from Antofagasta to Peru. There are, however, some 70 companies engaged in this business. Nitrate of soda is one of the richest of fertilizers and has doubled the crops of many an American farm. The United States, which takes about one-half of the total production, is now buying more than 200 million pounds a month. Among the other large consumers are Germany, Great Britain, France, Holland, and Belgium, also Japan and the Hawaiian Islands. When taken out of the ground and purified, the product looks just like white salt. It is made up of small crystals or grains, and it is in this shape that it goes to the markets. It is put up in 200-pound bags, which have to be lightered from shore to ships. The beds of salitre, as the Chileans call it, begin at some distance below Antofagasta and run northward to beyond the port of Iquique, a distance of nearly 500 miles. They stop just beyond the international boundary, but the deposits of Peru are of such low grade as not to be worth the working. The richest fields lie in the deserts. They are at an altitude of several thousand feet above the level of the sea on the western slope of a range of hills and from 20 to 100 miles back from the coast. The nitrate belt is seldom more than 10 miles in width. The mineral is not evenly distributed. Much of it is in pockets, although one field covers an area of more than 100 square miles. Others are confined to a few hundred acres, and the purity of the deposits varies as much as their size. As a rule, the nitrate is close to the surface, cropping out here and there, and seldom extending for more than 20 feet below the level of the desert. There are many different theories as to the origin of these deposits. One is that this part of Chile was once the floor of an inland sea, and that the nitrates were formed by the decaying of seaweed. Another hypothesis is that the ammonia which arose from the vast beds of guano in the islands off the west coast was carried by the winds to the mainland, where it condensed and united with the other chemicals in the earth to form these beds. A third supposition is that electrical discharges in the Andes combined with the air so as to make nitric acid, which acted on the soil and formed nitrate of soda. None of these theories is satisfactory, and yet the scientists have little better to offer. Dr. Walter S. Tower of Chicago University says the salts were produced in a great lagoon, once the home of a world of bird life. The lagoon was shallow, and the birds waded through it and fed on its shores. Their droppings formed guano, which, as evaporation went on, combined with certain elements in the water and soil to make nitrate of soda. At any rate, the nitrates are here, preserved by the dryness of the desert, which has no moisture to leach them out. Where the mining is done, the land looks as though it has been plowed by giants. The earth lies in mammoth clods of all shapes and sizes, beyond which are nothing but bleak stretches of sand. There is no sign of vegetation or life of any kind. The rock is in some places white, and in others yellow, gray, lemon-colored, or green. The nitrate lies in strata, sometimes well under the surface. The method of getting it out is to bore a hole a foot in diameter through the layers of sand and rock and blow it out with blasting powder. The powder is made out of nitrate obtained on the spot. The only other chemicals required are charcoal and sulfur. The explosion breaks up the earth for a radius of 40 feet around the charges, which are laid in rows so that the mining can be done in trenches. The rock is dug up with picks and crowbars. It is broken into lumps of such size that they can be loaded upon cars and taken to the mills and further reduced by machinery. Nitrate of soda is seldom found pure in nature, and the best of the deposits contain only from 40 to 60%. If the ore has more than 20%, nitrate is called caliche, and if less than that, it is costra. The costra lies on top, and the caliche is usually found underneath. Before the material can be used, it must be refined and all the earth and rock removed. The laws require that the salts exported must be at least 95% pure. Since I first visited this region, there are many more oficinas, as the nitrate factories are called, and the output has been quadrupled. The average oficina is a collection of great buildings with tall smokestacks rising above them. It has thousands of dollars worth of costly machinery, vast tanks for boiling the nitrate rock, and crushers like those of a smelter that break it into pieces. It has settling vats in which the liquor containing the pure nitrate of soda is left until it has dropped its burden of valuable salts, and also machines for bagging the salts and loading them on cars that go down to the seacoast by rail. Some of the largest plants cost millions of pesos and employ hundreds of men. Some have an output of 500,000 pounds per day, and there is one which markets in a good year as much as 200 million pounds. The work of the big nitrate factory is scientifically done. The fineness of crushing and the time of boiling are carefully regulated. The boiling tanks are usually in a building high above the ground. Each is big enough to form a bathtub for an elephant. It is equipped with coils of steam pipe that keep the temperature of the fluid at the desired point. The caliche, or nitrate ore, is carried up an inclined railway and dumped into the tank. Then the water, containing a certain portion of nitrate of soda in solution, is allowed to flow from tank to tank, so as to act to the best advantage on the salts within. 3 or 4 hours of boiling is necessary to make the liquid of the required density, and when it is run off it looks like a pale molasses or thick lemon syrup. The liquid now goes into the crystallizing tanks, where it lies for 10 or 15 days. During this time the soda all drops to the bottom, and the tank is half full of what looks like pure white sugar or salt. The mother liquor, which floats on top, is drawn off and returned to the boiling tank to be used over and over again, and the salt is shoveled out upon drying floors, where it remains until the moisture has all disappeared. It is now ready for use, and is bagged and shipped down to the coast. A valuable byproduct of the nitrate factories is iodine, the export of which is regulated so as to ensure fair prices, as the supply is said to exceed the demand. The casks in which the iodine is shipped are covered with green hides, which shrink and thus prevent leakage. The experts, particularly the Americans, have introduced improved systems that promise to revolutionize the work of the officinas. Before the perfection of the hydroelectric extraction of nitrogen from the air, the Chilean desert was practically without competition, for it furnished 99% of the world's nitrates. Now, up-to-date methods, introduced by leading American firms and being rapidly adopted by the other officinas, seem likely to put the nitrates of Chile beyond competition from the product taken out of the air. Specially designed machinery reduces labor at mine, leaching plant, and shipping point. Furthermore, the final recovery under the new processes is over 90%. In my talks with the nitrate experts of Chile, I have learned much about the extent of the fields and their future. The Antofagasta manager of the Nitrate Agencies Limited estimates that there is enough in sight to supply the world for 80 years more at the present rate of consumption, and there are others who say the nitrate fields will last for more than 2 centuries. There are 3 provinces with deposits estimated at over 500 billion pounds. Other estimates are lower, some claiming that there are now left only about 200 billion pounds. These estimates do not take into account the new fields which are sure to be found, nor the possibilities of working over the dumps about the officinas, which still contain a large percentage of nitrates. Said one of the big officina managers to me, "Our profits are a question of small savings. The difference of a cent in the cost of the reduction of 100 pounds would mean a profit of at least $1,200 a month. We must watch everything, especially the matter of labor. Our workmen have to come from the outside, and their wages are high for this part of the world. The present average is about $2 a day, although boys are paid less than $1. There are altogether about 40,000 men employed in the reduction of nitrate, and some of the larger works have from 800 to 1,000 each. We have to provide houses for the men, and also heat, light, and water, although the cost of these is deducted from their wages. The water for the nitrate works comes in pipes for a long distance over the desert, and all kinds of food have to be imported. Every company has its own store and pays its wages in blanks instead of in money. Each blank is the size of a poker chip. It has its value marked on it, and it can be used at the company stores. It represents so much money, and the workmen can cash it at any time. The stores are run at a profit, and the prices are high. Flour brings more than $4 a 100 pounds, eggs 10 cents apiece, all cuts of meat 50 cents a pound, and beans about $6 a bushel. Coal oil costs about 20 cents a gallon, and coal over 1 cent a pound. The coal is used for cooking only. Most of it comes from southern Chile, although some is shipped in from England and Australia. The larger officinas have schools for their men, and hospitals and physicians are available. The nitrate business is the backbone of Iquique, the foundation stone of Antofagasta, and the mainstay of Taltal, Mejillones, Pisagua, Chañaral, and Tocopilla, which are towns of smaller size. Iquique depends entirely on it, and next to Valparaiso and Antofagasta is the most thriving seaport of the country. It lies on the edge of the sea under bare, ragged hills. For 100 miles back, and around there is nothing but desert. The country has not one blade of grass except that fed by the fresh water brought to Iquique in a pipeline 75 miles long. Nevertheless, there are over 70,000 inhabitants. The city has wide streets and an electric car line. It has its newspapers, a theater, moving picture shows, and an English club. It has good stores and markets, and although nothing but nitrate of soda is produced and every article used must come from abroad, the people live about as well as those of any other South American city. Today, most of the nitrate works are owned by stock companies, and nearly all are paying big dividends. Some have doubled and trebled in value since they were organized. When I visited the Agua Santa years ago, its capital was only $3 million. When that stock was paid in, it was at the rate of 10 pesos per share. Since then, it has sold for 34 times that amount. Some of the biggest oficinas have paid for themselves in 3 years, and not a few have given stock dividends of 100 and even 200%. All of the nitrate fields originally belonged to the government and have been sold at auction to the highest bidders, the government taking its share of the revenue through the duty charged upon every bag exported. The receipts have been so large that they have led to extravagant expenditures on the part of the officials. And there are wise men in Chile who claim that such an easy come, easy go income is bad for the country. They say Chile would be far better off if the people had to pay taxes as in other countries, instead of having these nitrate beds provide from 2/3 to 4/5 of the public expenses. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Chile of Today. Valparaiso is one of the chief ports of the world. It is the New York of the west coast of South America, and does more business on the Pacific than any other port except San Francisco. The Panama Canal has greatly stimulated its trade with both the United States and Europe, and the Chileans have been quick to recognize their opportunity in improving this, their country's principal gateway. Everybody knows of Valparaiso, but few realize just where it is. It is about as far south of the Panama Canal as Boston is distant from Salt Lake City, and it lies in the central part of the coast of this long republic of Chile. The city is about 1,300 miles north of the Strait of Magellan. It is the port nearest the capital of the republic, and also the main commercial entrance to the great Central Valley, which forms the chief agricultural region of the country. The town, which has more people than Denver, is rapidly growing. It has gained enormously since the earthquake in 1906, and notwithstanding many similar disasters in the past, the people go on building as though sure there will be no earthquakes in the future. Valparaiso has suffered many calamities. Founded only 51 years after Columbus discovered America, it had countless adventures with pirates before the earthquake of 1730 demolished the settlement and its fortifications. It was soon rebuilt, but another earthquake occurred in 1822. 2 decades after that, a fire burned up $1 million worth of property, and a little later another fire cost the town $5 million. Then it was bombarded by the Spaniards, who destroyed property to the value of $10 millions, and on top of the whole came the earthquake of 1906, which is said to have cost $120 million. Besides the property losses, there were about 3,000 persons killed, and at least 100,000 were made homeless. The entire city along the edge of the sea was laid low, and yet that part is now covered with the best business blocks. Wide avenues have been made, and the city is larger and handsomer than ever. A great part of Valparaiso has been reclaimed from the sea by filling in with earth and rock from the highlands. This was done before the earthquake, and since then the new building has been upon similar foundations. Many of the new streets are so high that one has to go down steps to get into older buildings still standing. Extensive improvements of the harbor, such as breakwaters and quays, have been in progress continuously in recent years, but many large ships still anchor at a distance from the shore, and their goods and passengers are landed from small boats. The bay about which Valparaiso is built is shaped like a half moon, and makes a beautiful setting for the town, which rises almost straight up from the shore, on an amphitheater of hills so steep that the houses are built upon terraces and the people go from level to level on cog railroads. There is one of these every few blocks, and I could pick them out with my eyes as we came in on the steamer. At night, the view from a ship is especially beautiful. The houses on the hills are ablaze with lights, and in addition there are electric lights on the streets, making the whole look like a maze of great fireflies. The moment we came into port today, our ship was boarded by fleteros, or boatmen, clamoring to take us and our trunks to the shore. I had already been posted as to the prices and arranged with one at a cost of $9 in our money to take me through the custom house and to the hotel. A moment later my trunks had been lowered over the side, and I was in a boat moving through the busy harbor. We had to watch out for the launches, which were flying this way and that by the score. We passed huge barges of goods being towed to and fro, and darted between many great sailing craft, some of which were loaded with lumber from California and Puget Sound. We went near one Chilean man of war, then slipped under the shadow of a dry dock containing a steamer, and finally came to the wharf just opposite the Intendencia, or Governor's Palace. It took but a short time to go through the customs, and a little later we were driving through the city over streets paved with asphalt and lined with modern stores. The things that interested me most at first sight were the streetcars. These are of 2 stories with a second tier of seats on the roof. There is an iron stairway at the back leading to the roof, and one can ride through the town as though on an elevated railway. These seats are the best for a view of the city. Besides, the fare is less for a ride on top than in the closed car below. I paid only 1 cent of our money, and the fare inside was but 2 cents. Notwithstanding these low rates, I understand that the line pays big dividends and is said to clear about $1 million a year. The conductors are an interesting feature of this car line. They are women. A very few of them are pretty young girls, but the great majority will never see 30 or 40 again. The woman conductors were employed on the cars at the time of the war with Peru, when all the men were sent north to fight. The women took their places and have held them to this day. I am told that they are very good and more honest than the men. Still, the company keeps a check upon its conductors by making them give each passenger a ticket, which is collected by an inspector. The companies also have detectives whom the girls nickname Judases, to see that all pay their fare and that no fares are stolen. The conductresses wear black sailor hats and dark dresses. They have white aprons, in the pockets of which they carry their money and tickets, and strapped around their waists are little boxes for the checks they give the passengers. Another good feature of the car lines is the use of conspicuous numbers to indicate their routes. This is in accordance with a custom prevailing in some European countries, which should be more generally adopted in the United States. When I ended my ride, I was near one of the cog railroads leading to the upper part of the city. As I entered the station, I had another surprise. It was a woman who opened the turnstile and gave me my ticket, and she did her job quite as well as a man. She took my money and then shut me inside a cage like that of an elevator. She rang a bell, and a moment later I was high above the roofs of the buildings along the shore, with a magnificent view of the ocean below me. I could see the harbor with its shipping and hundreds of small boats at anchor, while away off at one side, around the end of the bay, was the town of Viña del Mar, the summer resort of the Chileans. In January, February, and March, the Chileans go to the coast to cool off. Viña del Mar is the Newport and Atlantic City of the West Coast. It has hundreds of luxurious villas like those near Paris, and all the accompaniments of a city of pleasure, such as clubs, golf, lawn tennis, and football. There is a mile track where the Chileans bet on their favorite horses, and where races are run every day throughout the season. Indeed, the whole town looks like one of the great spas of Europe. Most of the houses are of French architecture, and many of them would cost, if built in our country, from $50,000 to $100,000 each. Not a few have beautiful gardens with hedges of roses, great beds of geraniums, palms, and other tropical plants. Walking down from the hills of Valparaiso to my hotel, I observed many other things that reminded me of Southern Europe. The street cries were like those of Naples or Madrid. Peddlers with baskets of vegetables, fruit, or fish on their heads were calling their wares. The bread wagon was a horse with a great basket on each side of his back, and I saw a woman on a corner who was selling milk fresh from the cow. The cow had a calf standing beside it because she would not give down her milk unless her baby was present. The calf wore a cloth muzzle and looked lean and lonesome. I bought a glass of milk for a nickel. A little farther on I stopped at a bookstore. The clerk spoke English and German, and the books were in half a dozen different languages. Valparaiso is a cosmopolitan city. Most of its business is done by foreigners, and there are foreign churches, foreign clubs, and foreign charitable institutions. There is a branch of the YMCA and one of the Salvation Army, and a British hospital. The town is cooler than Santiago. It grows quite as fast. The harbor plans, when completed, will give a space for safe anchorage equal to about 200 acres. This will provide for the entry of almost 2,000 vessels with a total of 7,000,000 tons. A breakwater of 1,000 feet and a quay wall about twice as long are planned. Also coal wharves, new customs house and warehouse buildings, and modern equipment for loading and unloading goods. For a month I have been traveling through the northern part of Chile. I have visited port after port, and yet here at Valparaiso I am only a little more than halfway down the coast. Chile is the longest country on earth in proportion to its width. Beginning at Cape Horn, it stretches its way northward like a snake along the western slopes of the Andes for a distance of 2,700 miles. It is 3 times as long as Egypt, which runs for 900 miles through the desert. Let us suppose that the Chilean snake is a rattler, and that the islands off the southernmost coast are the rattles. Then the button would be the rocks of Cape Horn, and the fangs of the rattlesnake would be the river Sama, where Chile ends at the Peruvian boundary. This Chilean snake is so long that if you should lay it on the United States from east to west with the button at Boston, its tongue might lick the great Mormon tabernacle in Salt Lake City. Or if you should start it crawling eastward, beginning at Cleveland, it might go on to New York, and bending southward, reach Panama before its rattles had left the city on the Great Lakes. The area of Chile is also worth notice. The country is on the average from 100 to 150 miles wide, and it has, all told, nearly 300,000 square miles. That means that Chile is nearly twice as big as California, about 5 times as large as Georgia, and more than 7 times the size of Ohio, Kentucky, or Virginia. It would make 4 Minnesotas or 6 Pennsylvanias and have room to spare. And if Texas and Maryland were sliced into bits and put together, they would just about fill it. It is more than 3 times the size of that tight little island of England, Scotland, and Wales. This long drawn-out country, running southward from the equator, has great diversity of climates and resources. In the northern part rain does not fall from one end of the year to the other. At Santiago, in the great Central Valley, only a short distance east of Valparaiso, there is rain on 31 days out of 365, while at Valdivia, in the southern part of that valley, it rains on half the days of the year. A little farther south, the rainfall is even more abundant. There are localities where the people facetiously say that it rains 13 months a year. This being the case, the northern part of the land is a desert. The central part is a rich farming country with orchards and vineyards and great haciendas, many of which are watered by irrigation, and the southern part has lands that grow hay, wheat, and oats on broad fields fed by the generous rainfall. The latter region has also enormous areas of forest. It will surprise you to know that 1/4 of all Chile is wooded, and that the Chileans have been cutting down the trees and burning them in order to make farms, as we foolishly did in the past. The forest area of Chile is as large as Ohio and Indiana combined. The lands of the Strait of Magellan and the archipelago of Tierra del Fuego are more interesting than we might expect. They form the tail of this snake-like republic, and as one looks at it on the map, he imagines it to be somewhat like the country that Captain Scott found about the South Pole. On the contrary, the climate is about as mild as that of Sitka, Alaska, which has been compared to that of Cincinnati or Washington City. The sheep there feed out of doors all the year round, and hundreds of millions of pounds of wool are exported from the Strait each year. During my first visit to Chile, the sheep industry was at its beginning. It has since grown beyond all that was then prophesied, and there are now single companies owning more than 1,000,000 sheep. Southernmost Chile, made up of the submerged ranges of the Andes, some of which are covered with glaciers, has a light fall of snow in the winter, but it seldom lies long, and the sheep grub through it for the grass beneath. All this is in striking contrast with northern Chile, from which I have just come. That part of the republic would have an almost tropical heat wave were it not that its climate is tempered by the cold Humboldt current to such an extent that white men can live anywhere near the coast. There are thriving towns at the ports that lie at the end of each little valley watered by the snows of the Andes, and there are cities at the points where nitrate and minerals are shipped to the United States and Europe. Northern Chile is mainly a desert, but compares favorably with the most fertile parts of the earth in the value of its resources. I have already spoken of the nitrates. The country is also rich in copper, and the North Chile ports are outlets for the enormous treasures of the Bolivian Andes. New copper and iron mines are being discovered, and huge deposits of both these minerals are already known. The Guggenheim copper properties near Antofagasta are famous throughout the world, and the iron deposits belonging to the Bethlehem Steel Company down the coast near Coquimbo are the most valuable in the country. There is one bit of land belonging to Chile as well known perhaps as the Republic itself, and rich in its association with English literature, if not in its mineral wealth or crops. At dinner a few nights ago I ate delicious lobster caught on Robinson Crusoe's Island, which lies off the coast of Chile, about 400 miles west of Valparaiso and 2,600 miles south of the Panama Canal. It forms one of the group known on the maps as the Juan Fernandez Islands, and is the place where Alexander Selkirk, the real Robinson Crusoe, was cast away. It belongs to Chile, and the government steamers go there several times each year. During my stay in Valparaiso, I have talked with men who know the island well and are acquainted with its present condition as well as its world-famous story. They describe it as a paradise. It has plenty of rain and is covered with a luxuriant vegetation. It is affected by the Antarctic current, which keeps it perpetually cool, and the northern half on which the rains fall is covered with green. The island is only 12 miles long by 7 miles wide. It consists of a great mass of rocks rising out of the ocean to a height of more than 4,000 feet. It is made up of hills and mountains with many ravines and short valleys. Most of the shores are inaccessible, but at Cumberland Bay there is an excellent landing place. Behind this is a settlement of cottages and huts made of cane wattled with straw. The houses have gardens about them, and at one time there was an attempt to start a stock raising industry. One settler is said to have had as many as 30,000 cattle and an equal number of sheep. In time, however, his business fell off and the cattle ran wild. The island now has wild sheep and wild goats, which thrive without human care. Excellent grass covers every open spot on the northern side of the island. There are wild oats and wild vegetables on some of the hills. There are wild fruits which have reproduced themselves from the trees planted by Alexander Selkirk, and from the same source there are wild grapes as delicious as those Crusoe dried for raisins. The round trip to Crusoe's Island from Valparaiso can be made in 3 or 4 days, and should include a look at the cave in which Alexander Selkirk lived, and the place where for 4 long years he scanned the sea for ships. Alexander Selkirk, the hero of Defoe's story and the true Robinson Crusoe, was cast away more than 200 years ago. There is a monument to him consisting of a marble tablet set in the rocks on one of the higher parts of the island, which is known as Robinson Crusoe's Lookout. Here Selkirk is supposed to have kept watchfires burning to attract the attention of any ship that might pass. The inscription reads as follows: "In memory of Alexander Selkirk, mariner, a native of Largo in the county of Fife, Scotland, who lived on this island in complete solitude 4 years and 4 months. He was landed from the Cinque Ports galley, 96 tons, 18 guns, A.D. 1704, and was taken off in the Duke privateer, 12th of February, 1709. He died lieutenant of H.M.S. Weymouth, A.D. 1723, aged 47 years. This tablet is erected near Selkirk's Lookout by Commodore Powell and the officers of H.M.S. Topaz, A.D. 1868. After his rescue, Selkirk went to London and there met Defoe, who had many talks with him, from which the latter got the idea and background of his story, Robinson Crusoe, published 10 years later, ran through 4 editions in as many months. It is still a bestseller, ranking with the Bible and John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress as one of the greatest sellers of book history. Robinson Crusoe has been translated into nearly every known language. It has been printed in Spanish, German, Russian, Italian, Greek, and Arabic. It is one of the boys' books of Japan, and the Chinese edition has had an enormous sale. Selkirk was found by a ship that had seen the fire on the lookout. According to the narrative of the captain who took him to England, he was clad in goatskins and was running about as though crazy. When he reached London, his talk was the wonder of the coffee houses. His adventures were the topic of all London. Sir Richard Steele told of them in one of his papers, and Selkirk published a little pamphlet of 12 pages describing his wanderings. The Robinson Crusoe cave where Selkirk lived lies in a ridge of volcanic rock. It is about 30 feet deep, and its roof is from 10 to 15 feet from the floor. The entrance is almost hidden in ferns. The cave, which shows signs of having been lived in, is like the description of that in Robinson Crusoe. There are holes and pockets scooped out of the walls, and here and there is a rusty nail driven in between the stones. The cavern is said to have been the resort of the buccaneers, who once ravaged the west coast of South America. There are other grottos upon the island, as well as cave dungeons, which were occupied when it was used as a prison camp for criminals. Some of the cells were far underground, and the prisoners could not stand upright in them. History records that the convicts once mutinied and murdered their guards. They captured the boats in the harbor, and 300 of them made their way to the coast of Chile. The Chilean government has made Juan Fernandez again a convict settlement, and it now has what is considered a model prison. The island is also becoming noted as a fishing ground, fine cod being abundant in the surrounding waters, as well as lobsters and other shellfish. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yankee enterprise on the west coast. And a vision appeared to Paul in the night. There stood a man of Macedonia and prayed him, saying, "Come over into Macedonia and help us." Such was the situation in Chile when the World War cut off its imports from Germany and greatly reduced those from other countries in Europe. As a modern Macedonia, it turned to Uncle Sam as St. Paul to supply its urgent needs. The result was a tremendous increase in the commerce between the two countries, with the United States not only leading in exports to Chile, but also the largest buyer of the products of the West Coast Republic. In the reaction after the war, there was a great slump in trade, besides a renewal of keen selling by the Europeans. But Chile still offers a rich market for our goods, and one that increases in value with every year. The foreign commerce of South America bulks large in the markets of the world. That of Chile alone is worth $500 million a year and more, and well deserves the attention of our manufacturers, banks, and shipping lines. I once had an interview with Mrs. Hetty Green, the richest woman of the world, in which she told me that her mind refused to comprehend more than $1 million at one time. It is the same with me. Let us subdivide the total and look at the separate items. Here are a few selections from the wants of this country, which shows what the trade is and what are some openings for Uncle Sam. Take our cotton and woolen mills. We have shipped in times past only a fractional part of the total amount of the textiles bought by Chile, but we must remember that this trade is highly specialized. The Chileans have their own styles and tastes and are prepared to insist on taking only what suits them best, besides demanding the lowest prices and the long time credits to which they have been accustomed in their dealings with Europe. They use all sorts of staple goods in cottons, woolens, and silks, but at the same time there are many specialties peculiar to the country. All the cotton lace is supplied by Europe, and Japan is the leader in selling handkerchiefs. The trade for automobiles is rapidly opening up. Many of the older machines are of English, German, or French make, but they are being replaced by the cheaper American cars, which are to be seen in every large town on the continent. There are now more of our automobiles sold throughout South America than from all the European countries together. In all the big cities there is a fair and growing demand for motor trucks. Our trade with Chile in manufactures of steel is an important item. The country uses thousands of tons of corrugated and galvanized iron a year, of which the United States before the war supplied but a small part. Many of our great combinations of capital have been planning to develop South American trade, and some of them are already taking advantage of the opportunities. The United States Steel Corporation has had its agents in every country of the West Coast, and for years its ships went to these ports by the Strait of Magellan. They now go by the Panama Canal, and their return freights are such goods as have hitherto been carried by European steamers. For a time this company supplied more than half of all the steel Chile used. New buildings are largely of steel construction, and these and the railroads projected should be built with the products of our mills. A volume could be written on the openings for railroad material, not only in Chile, but in almost every South American country. Chile is taking about 1,000 tons of passenger and freight cars per annum, and she annually buys perhaps 2,000 tons of locomotives and thousands of tons of rails, railroad spikes, fish plates, and car wheels. The sales of steel have been steadily growing and must increase many-fold, for Chile has planned enormous railway extensions, and her supplies should come from our country. The Bethlehem Steel Company has done a great deal to build up American trade with the west coast of South America. In the first years of the World War, the company put into service the fleet of steamers it had built to carry iron ore from its mines near Coquimbo, Chile, to its steel mills in the United States. These vessels can take cargoes of our goods on the return voyage whenever there is enough demand for ship tonnage to pay the company to do a general carrying business with its southbound steamers. Electrical development is looming large and demands all sorts of machinery. For some time the country has bought on an average 400,000 pounds of electric bulbs a year, of which but a small portion have come from the United States. Many of the big mining companies use electricity to operate their plants. The Guggenheim Copper Works at Chuquicamata include in their electrical equipment a steam plant on the coast and a transmission line 80 miles long from there to the mines. Electricity is much used in the nitrate factories, and there are great opportunities in supplies for the streetcar lines. These have been largely owned by Germans, and most of the cars are of German construction, the only native thing about them being the women conductors. The development of Chile's water power resources will increase the use of electricity and stimulate the demand for all kinds of electrical goods. This is a land of big things, and Americans are gradually getting hold of some of the most valuable properties, such as the Iron Mountain between Antofagasta and Valparaiso, acquired by the Bethlehem Steel Company. The ore, which lies only 5 miles from the coast, is so situated that it can be loaded by gravity. This property is said to contain more than 100 million tons of high-grade ore, which assays from 60 to 70% of pure iron. The mines are rich enough to supply the Bethlehem Steel Works for more than half a century. I have previously spoken of Chile's wealth in copper. The Braden copper mines, which are about 200 miles southeast of Valparaiso, were opened up by Americans, including William Braden, E. W. Nash, and others, and were sold later to the Guggenheims. Within a few years, some $14 million were spent upon them, and they are now potentially the largest in the world. They can produce about 2 million pounds of copper a month. The Chile Exploration Company is the Guggenheim subsidiary which is developing the Chuquicamata copper mines. These lie far north of the Braden property, about 150 miles from Antofagasta by rail, at the altitude of 9,500 feet. The ore body being developed is over 8,000 feet long, 1,000 feet wide, and no one knows how deep. Diamond drills have been put down to a depth of 1,100 feet, and enough ore has been found to keep the plant running for 2 generations. The plant at these mines is one of the finest in the world. It has great crushing machines, acid-proof tanks, and electrolytic equipment capable of treating more than 300,000 pounds of copper a day. The machinery has steam turbines and generators of 10,000 kilowatts. 12 miles of standard gauge railroad has been built, and some of the mining is done with steam shovels from Panama, by which the ore can be taken out at extremely low cost. This copper goes north through the Panama Canal, and the ships are available for every kind of return freight. The Bethlehem Steel Company mines and the Guggenheim copper mines require large forces of workmen, and their management is of course American. At Chuquicamata and Braden, American methods and conveniences have been introduced, and the American families connected with each property make steady demands for goods from the United States. The little city at Chuquicamata has a theater, a hospital, 2 public schools, a public library, and music halls for the workmen. There is a Protestant and a Catholic church, and everything is being done with a view to a long future, for in taking out that enormous body of ore, more earth will be moved than at Panama. This work, which should last for generations, means a permanent American establishment in Chile. Indeed, we seem to be coming into our own again in South America. Our people started the sister continent on its way to industrial development. The first steamship line along the west coast was founded by a Massachusetts Yankee, William Wheelwright, and it was he who began railroad building on the southern continent. He established the first gas plant and organized the first fire company. The feasible plan for a transcontinental railway from ocean to ocean was his also, and he organized the Pacific Steam Navigation Company, which later went into the hands of English capitalists who have now the largest fleet on the West Coast. An imperative demand for all our South American trade is American ships, backed by the government, so that they cannot fail to pay a profit. Chile and Peru are likely to subsidize their lines of steamers and send them to our Atlantic ports by way of the canal. Our government should do the same for American vessels engaged in South American trade. This trade was virtually monopolized by the English and the Germans before the war, and our steamship companies could not compete with them. They gave such rebates to South American exporters that our vessels could not get the freights, and besides, our laws for the protection of seamen make our ship operating costs higher than on European vessels. W.R. Grace and Company started a fleet of ships running between Chile and New York, as well as a line plying brisk trade along the West Coast. This firm has branches in New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, and New Orleans, as well as in London, Manchester, and Birmingham. It has mapped the countries of the west coast of South America into selling districts, as our wholesale houses divide their domestic territories, and has covered almost every part of Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Chile with its branches, agencies, and salesmen. Grace and Company have long led in selling American machinery and in handling kerosene and illuminating oils, and also for many years have done a general business in imports and exports, selling everything from needles to steam dredges and from push carts to locomotives. The company soon grew famous for taking big contracts, and its capital and business run high into the millions. Our trade with Chile, as with other South American countries, has suffered greatly from the mistakes of our own people. The poor packing of American goods, for example, has been a cause of complaint for years. The Chilean importer naturally resents receiving and paying full price for articles which arrive in damaged condition due to boxes giving way under rough handling from ship to shore, or wooden barrels being used where metal drums were needed. Many of our salesmen and exporters have been too indifferent to the language and customs of the country, and too impatient to learn the peculiarities of the conditions to be met if the trade of the South American is to be won and retained. Many American manufacturers, eager to sell south of the equator in times of surplus production at home, offended their South American customers by failing to provide for them when demand was strong in the States. However, each year a larger proportion of American business is making an intelligent effort to build up trade with the Southern republics, and there can be no doubt of substantial progress being made. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The nerve center of the nation. Santiago is the social, political, and business heart of Chile. It is the pulse of the nation, and the people move as it beats fast or slow. It contains all of the statesmen and most of the wealth of the republic. It is the center of all great movements. In fact, it might be called Chile itself. Its population is about 500,000, or about 1/8 of all the people of the country. It has grown in beauty and modern improvements. It has widened its streets and paved them with asphalt. The Alameda is a grand boulevard with a garden through the center and driveways on each side. The Casino Park, the gift of the millionaire family that owns the great coal mines, is on one side of the city, and a forest park on the other, skirting both banks of the Mopoco River. Santa Lucia, the Table Mountain rising straight up out of the city, is a creation more wonderful than the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. I wish I could show you Santa Lucia. No city in the world has a public park to compare with it. If you could drop down into the very center of Baltimore, Boston, or Philadelphia, a mighty rock with precipitous walls 300 feet high, with a base of 100 acres or more, you might have an idea of the park as it was at its beginning. To make Santa Lucia what it is now, you would have to cover the walls with vines, plants, and trees until the whole became one mass of green. You would have eucalyptus and palms, oak trees and pines, and semi-tropical plants and flowers of every description. The rock is so rough that natural grottos are formed in its sides with many fountains and waterfalls. Its paths are shaded by gigantic fern trees and shrubs of many varieties, even the names of which are unknown in North America. The visitor gets at every step upward a different view of the city. At the top, a little park at the height of a 30-story office building overhangs the city. In the center of this park is a level space floored with tiles, where the city band plays in the evenings, and there on a curtain stretched across the rock is an open-air moving picture show, where the people sit out under the clear sky of the Andes with the doings of other parts of the world passing before them. The view from Santa Lucia shows the magnificent location of Santiago. The town lies in a flat basin or valley surrounded by ragged blue mountains. It is 1,700 feet above the Pacific Ocean and in plain sight of the Andes. Around one side flows the Mopoco River, farther down is the Mapo, and beyond are the rich farms, orchards, and vineyards of the great Central Valley. Immediately below and on all sides is the city itself, a vast expanse of gray roofs cut here and there by wide streets crossing one another at right angles. In the center is the Plaza de Armas, on which stand the cathedral, the city hall, and other great buildings. A little beyond, taking up a whole square, is the Chilean capital, one of the finest buildings in South America. Look down with me as I take in this view. Right under us begins the Alameda, the Pennsylvania Avenue or Commonwealth Avenue of Santiago. It is lined with magnificent structures. Scattered over the whole city, we can see the spires of churches rising above the roofs. We also see trees apparently growing out of the houses. These trees are in the patios. Many of the houses are of Spanish style, being built around gardens filled with roses and palms and other tropical trees. Let us go down from Santa Lucia and ride through the city. There are plenty of street cars in which we can have a seat on the roof, or we can get an automobile quite as cheaply as in any town in North America. We choose the motor car and fly this way and that through the town. How big the houses are, and how low! The older ones cover acres, and few of them have more than 2 stories. They are made of brick plastered with stucco and painted in the brightest colors. In the best parts of the city the architecture is Greek. The doors are upheld by pillars, and I venture there are more Corinthian and Doric columns in Santiago than in Athens. Other residences are like Italian palaces, and not a few have cost $100,000 each, or even more. Nearly every great house has some legend connected with it. There is one splendid palace on the Alameda, the plans for which were drawn in Paris and sent out here to the builders. In some way they got the plans mixed and put the back of the house to the street, and so it remains to this day. Now we are in the business part of Santiago. There are many fine buildings, magnificent stores with the latest goods from abroad. The town is noted for elaborate window displays and its many arcades. The business blocks are large, and the fact that they are not skyscrapers makes it possible to cut these covered passageways through them, roofing them with glass. Often a block of several acres will be intersected by a number of arcades. Each is a favorite promenade, for the semi-transparent roof shuts out the heat of the sun and at the same time gives plenty of light. The stores in the arcades bring good rents. Early in this century there was no attempt at display. The prices were not marked on the goods, and nearly all dealing was a matter of bargain and sale. A revolution in merchandising was caused by the inauguration of a department store, a branch of a big Buenos Aires establishment. This store sold goods at fixed prices and had expert window dressers who varied the displays every night. The people were delighted and forsook the old stores to such an extent that many of them failed, and the others were obliged to adopt the new methods. The business establishments of today are of several stories, which make a more regular skyline than that of an American city. They are more like the shops of Germany and France than those of the United States. Indeed, in many respects, the town is a miniature Paris. The street scenes of Santiago are a combination of the old and the new. One still sees donkeys and mules carrying their panniers of vegetables and fruits from door to door. There are still horses close to the sidewalks, hobbled by ropes around their front legs, and the ox cart still creaks its way through the town. At the same time there are automobiles and cabs everywhere, and huge motor trucks carrying heavy merchandise and building materials. The characteristic costumes of the past are disappearing before the changing styles of the present. You see Chilean fashionables in Paris bonnets and modern gowns, as well as women and girls clad in black with mantos, or black shawls covering their heads, necks, and shoulders so that only their faces show. This costume used to be common with both rich and poor, but now the well-to-do confine its use almost altogether to church going. The laws of the church allow no woman to come to a religious service wearing a bonnet. The only acceptable costume is dead black with a manteau of black crepe drawn close around the face and fastened under the chin with a brooch, or it may be pinned at the back of the neck with a black pin. Some of the young women are now wearing black veils instead of these shawls, and not a few of them have their black dresses cut rather low in the neck. I have seen girls in manteaus wearing light-colored gowns and shoes of white kid, but this is not considered good taste. The manteau is sometimes used for shopping in the mornings, the better clothes being reserved for the promenade between 5 and 7 in the afternoon, the hours when everyone's chief business is going along the streets to see and be seen. It has the great advantage of being quickly thrown on, and also of hiding any slovenly dressing beneath. I must say, however, that the Chileans are usually well dressed. The men of the wealthy class look as though they had just stepped out of bandboxes. There are up-to-date women's furnishings stores and dressmaking establishments with the latest European models. The people generally are as well groomed as those of similar classes in the United States, and the business and professional men are more particular in their dress than we are. The soldiers wear fine uniforms, and the policemen have suits of white duck with white helmets. Santiago is not a cheap city. It is a town of the very rich and the very poor. Many of the citizens own large estates out in the country and live at the capital, where they have magnificent houses and entertain in grand style. The city has a municipal theater subsidized by the government, which gives a season of Italian opera lasting for 80 nights. The companies are brought from Italy. Nearly every person of prominence has his own box, which costs all of $400 or $500 in gold. At the opera, full dress is always worn, and the ladies are resplendent with diamonds. The men keep their heads uncovered during the singing, but as soon as the curtain goes down, every man puts on his hat. He may stand up in his seat and sweep the house with his opera glass, staring at such ladies as interest him. There is a great deal of visiting among friends in the boxes during the intermissions, and the opera is really more of a social than a musical occasion. Important features of the social life of Santiago are the races, which are usually held on Sunday. Santiago has one of the finest racetracks to be found anywhere. It is outside the city on a plain surrounded by mountains which rise like walls of snow against the horizon. Above these white walls is the sky of the bluest blue, and in our winter, when the best races take place, the weather is as mild as June in Virginia. The ladies come out in their summer dresses and walk through the parks and gardens near the grandstand. The racetrack is owned by the club Hípico de Santiago. This club has done much to improve the breeding of horses in Chile, and has made them one of the best breeds in the world. The Chilean horse is a cross between the Flamand and the Arabian stock brought here by the Spanish conquerors. Under different climatic conditions, it has grown into an entirely new type, with great staying qualities and extraordinary courage and spirit. Like the Arabian horse, it eats but little, and it has all the endurance of the Arab and the strength of the Flamand. A part of the racetrack receipts, and also those of the lottery, are given to charity. The charities are under an organization known as the Junta de Beneficencia, which is one of the richest institutions of Chile. It gets its income not only from private charity, but also from its own properties and the funds donated by the state. It has 97 boards of management, which direct 122 charitable institutions. Here in Santiago, it has a home for children that accommodates 1,000 inmates, and an eating house that supplies meals at regular hours to poor mothers and children to the number of 1,000 daily. It has orphan asylums, associations for providing cheap homes for working people, tuberculosis hospitals, and foundling asylums. Under the care of the Junta de Beneficencia is the Cemetery of Santiago, one of the most beautiful in existence. It was founded by General O'Higgins when he was President of the Republic, about the time that John Quincy Adams was in the White House. Before that, the Catholics had their own cemetery, and there was no place for the poor or for heretics. General O'Higgins believed that death makes all men of one size, and he established this great burial ground. The cemetery is an enormous enclosure filled with old cypress trees that extend for 75 to 100 feet above the paved sidewalks and courts. The coffins are stored away above the ground in tombs of marble, granite, or sandstone. One of the most beautiful memorials is the bronze figure of a woman standing on a pedestal with her arms outstretched toward heaven. This is to commemorate the 2,000 women who perished in the fire that destroyed the Jesuit church. One of the men who did the most to save the women was the American minister, a man named Wilson. He received a testimonial from the city for his courage and is still gratefully remembered here. Another striking monument in this cemetery is a bronze figure of the Christ. It stands exactly in the center of the city of the dead, with avenues radiating from the four sides of its rock pedestal. The rock represents Calvary. The figure is more than life size and is wonderfully impressive. It is the finest thing I have ever seen in any cemetery. Santiago is a city of many churches and schools. Full religious liberty is granted, and the Protestants have churches, missions, and schools in different parts of the republic, though Roman Catholicism is the state religion and the church receives a large government subsidy. It owns in Santiago alone property to the amount of $100 million in gold. It has some of the best business blocks, and the whole of one side of the plaza belongs to it. It has acres of stores, thousands of rented houses, and vast haciendas or farms. The Carmelite nuns are said to be the richest body of women in South America, if not in the world. They have property in Santiago and own many large estates scattered over the Central Valley. The Dominican friars also possess millions. Their church is the handsomest in Santiago, with an altar that is the most beautiful on this hemisphere. During my stay here, I have visited the National Library, the National Museum, and the Art Gallery, all of which are well worth seeing. The library has about 500,000 volumes, and a special feature is a collection of native newspapers that goes back to the earliest days of the country. Among these are copies of the first paper published in South America, and also of the Aurora, the first paper issued in Chile. The latter is dated February 13, 1812, and strange to say, its editors and printers were men from the United States. The Chile of Today has excellent newspapers. It has altogether about 700 papers and periodicals. There are 100 different periodicals issued in Santiago, the chief of which is the Mercurio. This has editions for both the capital and Valparaiso, and is published both morning and evening. The evening edition is printed on pink paper. There is a big Sunday issue including features similar to those of our metropolitan dailies. The paper has fine offices in Santiago, with a counting room that looks like the rotunda of a cathedral. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Republic is Governed. The Chilean Constitution is modeled upon that of the United States, but there are striking differences, in some of which Chile has the advantage. The President, for instance, is elected for a 5-year term instead of 4 years, and he cannot succeed himself. He may have another term, however, if some other president intervenes. This takes him out of politics so far as abuse of the civil service is concerned. A further point of difference is the conduct of the administration. The President of the United States is assisted by a cabinet of secretaries, appointed by himself and confirmed by the Senate. The President of Chile appoints his own cabinet, but he has also a Council of State of 11 members, 5 of whom are nominated by him and the other 6 chosen by Congress. This council has advisory functions, and its approval is required for many of the executive acts and appointments. In case our president dies, the vice president succeeds, and if he passes away, the Secretary of State becomes president for the remainder of the term. Chile has no vice president, but if the president dies, the Secretary of the Interior acts as chief executive until a new president can be legally elected. The President of the United States is far better paid than the President of Chile. Our chief executive has a salary of $75,000 a year and an allowance of $25,000 for traveling expenses. He has besides his house rent-free and many perquisites. The head of the Chilean government gets a salary of about $7,000 and in the neighborhood of $5,000 for expenses. His total official income is not over $12,000, but notwithstanding this, he lives in good style and has a train of servants and a handsome limousine. The Moneda, or Chilean White House, is much larger than our executive mansion. It covers almost 4 acres and is a three-story structure built around patios or courts filled with flowers and trees grouped about a fountain. The building is pretentious for a country the size of Chile, and as the story goes, it was made so through a mistake. It was erected in the old Spanish times, and the plans were drawn in Madrid and sent to Santiago. The Spanish architect had been told by the king to make two sets of drawings, one for a large building in Mexico City, then a part of the Spanish dominions, and the other for a smaller building in Chile. He followed these directions, but in the forwarding of the plans, Santiago got the Mexican drawings and Mexico received those intended for Santiago. The result was this enormous moneda, which is today the biggest presidential residence on this hemisphere. Chile is one of the best managed countries of all South America. The people are noted for their patriotism. They are for Chile first, last, and all the time, and although they will fight each other during the presidential campaigns, they are peaceful enough once the president is elected. This country is not one of revolutions. As Lord Bryce puts it, Chile is the only country in South America which can boast to have had no revolution within the memory of any living man. Since the beginning of the Republic in 1810, there have been 27 presidents, and the only revolutionary period was between 1823 and 1830, when there were 10 different executives. During the first years of the Republic, several of the presidents had terms of 10 years, and it was not until 1871 that the 5-year period without re-election was inaugurated. The president has the right of veto, but the Congress can, by a 2/3 vote, override his objection and make a vetoed bill a law. When a presidential measure fails, it is the custom of the cabinet to resign, and there have been times when Chile has had a new cabinet on an average of once a month. The Congress of Chile differs from ours in its elections, its times of meeting, and in several other respects. The members of both Senate and House are elected by the men of the country, but no one can vote unless he can read and write. There is a difference in the voting age according to whether a man is married or single. The bachelor has to wait until he is 25, but the married man can vote at the age of 21. Members of the House of Deputies must be at least 21 at the time of their election, and senators must be 36 or more. All candidates for Congress must have a specified income, and a member of the lower house cannot serve unless he has at least $500 a year. Every senator must have a minimum income of $2,000 a year, and members of both houses must serve without salaries. There is supposed to be no financial profit in the position, the place being one of honor alone. As to graft, I have no doubt that it exists to a greater or lesser degree. Indeed, I have yet to find a legislative body anywhere on earth where each and all of the members are saints. The educational qualification for suffrage and the requirement of a specified income make the government of Chile an oligarchy. The administration is confined to the richer classes, and the great families control the country. This is true of the Latin American republics generally. It has always been so in Mexico, and the supposition that the Mexicans can have free and fair elections under the present conditions is absurd to anyone who knows Latin America. The government of these countries has always been in the hands of the few, and only by education and gradual uplift can the masses be fitted to take part in their administration. The Chilean Congress meets in winter, the sessions running from June 1st to September 1st. Chile, as you know, is south of the equator, and therefore has its winter when we have our summer. In addition to the general meeting, the president can call an extra session whenever he chooses, and during the recess, a permanent committee of members of both houses presides over certain public business. The Capitol is in the heart of the city. It is a 2-story building of white stone, and the porticos, upheld by 6 Corinthian columns, form the entrance to the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. The Capitol is surrounded by a garden filled with semi-tropical trees. There are palms as big around as a hogshead, though not more than 30 feet high. There are beds of beautiful flowers. In one corner is a fountain, and in another a statue on the site of the Jesuit church, which was burned while the congregation was at worship, resulting in the death of more than 2,000 women. The doors of the church opened inward, and the panic-stricken people pressed against them, holding them shut and causing this enormous loss of life. The monument is a beautiful marble Madonna in the attitude of mourning, with 4 angels kneeling at her feet. I passed this memorial on my way to the Chamber of Deputies. This chamber is entered by a lofty hall in the shape of a half moon, and the galleries for visitors are reached by a marble staircase which leads to a second and a third floor. Both of the chambers have the desks of the members running in rows back from the seat of the speaker. The desks are of mahogany and are more like school desks than those which we formerly had in our House of Representatives at Washington. This building has also rooms for the President and secretaries, and there is a great hall where the President reads his message to both houses in joint session. The government of Chile has 3 branches: executive, consisting of the President and his cabinet; legislative, comprising the 2 houses of Congress; and judicial, embracing the courts. The country is divided into provinces, which correspond to our states, and departments that may be compared with our counties. The President appoints the governors of the provinces and the chief officers of the counties. They in turn appoint the officials under them, so that the President practically controls the civil service of the country. He also controls the courts, appointing the judges and their subordinates with the approval of the Council of the State. The courts are like ours in some respects and different in others. A Supreme Court at the capital supervises all the other courts of the Republic. There are 6 courts of appeal, 1 in each of the principal cities, and minor courts scattered over the country. There is no jury system, except in cases where the freedom of the press has been abused. All trials are before 1 or more judges, the government being represented by public prosecutors. The police are under the control of the Minister of the Interior and seem to be well managed. Police expenses are paid out of the national treasury. The Chileans are proud of their army. They are natural soldiers, and it is said that they would rather fight than eat. According to the laws, every able-bodied citizen is required to serve in the army, and recruits are called up in their 20th year and trained for 1 year. They afterwards serve off and on for 9 years in the reserve. The country is divided into zones or military districts, each of which forms a complete division of mobilization. The country has good military schools, and the army is said to be the most efficient in South America. The government of Chile controls most of the railways, from which source it suffers a net loss of millions of pesos every year. The roads are badly managed and poorly equipped, and their officials and employees are part of the political machine rather than efficient servants of the traveling public. As I have said, a large part of the government receipts comes from the export duties on nitrate and the sale of nitrate properties. Another source of government income is the import duties. The tariff covers nearly everything, with the notable exception of printing paper, which is admitted free on the ground that books and newspapers are a public benefit and should therefore receive state aid. All publications are distributed without postage, and white paper sells for less than it does in the United States, notwithstanding that it has to be carried 10,000 miles or more to the markets. One great difference between the government of Chile and ours lies in the matter of religion. We do not believe in any union of church and state. The Roman Catholic religion here maintained by the government, although according to the Constitution all religions are respected and protected. The Catholic Church of Chile gets a certain amount of money every year from the government treasury and is one of the richest churches of the world. The great majority of the population is Catholic, and the Chilean Catholics have always been noted for their power and wealth. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Among the Chilenos. Most of the people in the Chilean cities live in what we would call 2-family houses. The buildings are low on account of the earthquakes, and many of them have only 2 floors. The first-story apartments command higher rents, because it is easier to get out of them. There are no big apartment buildings. The highest houses have but 4 or 5 stories, and skyscrapers are yet to be built. The very poor live in little tenements of 1 story built in blocks. Each tenement has 2 rooms, one at the front and the other at the back. The only window is in the front. There are no heating or bathing arrangements, and all water has to be brought in from outside. An apartment of this kind rents for from $5 to $7 a month, but if it is in a good location and of a little better construction, it may bring $15 or $20. Many such buildings are owned by rich Chilenos, who get nearly all their income from real estate. The capitalists like these small houses because the rent is always paid in advance and the interest on the investment is high. The church is one of the chief owners of real estate in Santiago. Its holdings include all kinds of property, from tenements to palaces, and from individual stores to great business blocks. Though wages are rising in Chile, they are still far below those of the United States. Salaries of store clerks range from $30 to $90 of our money. Bookkeepers get approximately $60 a month, stenographers from $40 to $50, though if they are foreigners, they may receive as much as $100. In this case, they must be able to speak and write Spanish. There is no chance here for poor young Americans who have neither special experience nor skill. If they are mechanical or mining engineers, or experts in farming or fruit raising, there may be openings, but of brains and muscle with no other capital, the country has an ample supply of its own, available at wages which would not tempt the North American. At present, the native labor supply of Chile is largely increased by the employment of women. They are making their way into the government offices. In Santiago, they are the clerks in the post offices. They act as cashiers in mercantile establishments, and they sell goods in the large department stores. The shop clerks are paid $20 a month with a commission on their sales, which in some cases runs the salary up as high as $100 a month. The chief objection to such positions is that the young women who take them are likely to lose caste among their friends. Women have formerly been so secluded that the people have not yet become accustomed to their fighting the battle of life for themselves. When a girl goes to school, she is usually accompanied by a servant or by her father or mother, and someone is sent to bring her home. The positions of secretary and cashier rank higher than those of clerks, but the majority of the people look askance at the girl who works for a living. I doubt whether the young businesswoman is as safe in Chile as she is in our country. The fact that she works at all subjects her to the dangers of liberties on the part of the other sex. The white slave traffic exists to a greater extent than in the United States. The social evil is licensed in the cities where it is supposed to be under rigid inspection. The Spanish custom of preventing boys and girls from having anything to do with each other on a normal social level of purity and virtue drives the young men to the demi-monde and defeats the ends it hopes to gain. In order to understand the social conditions here, it must be remembered that the country is one of classes and class distinctions. Chile has always had its aristocracy, its middle class, and its common people. The aristocrats are the descendants of the Spaniards, and more especially of the patriots among them who freed Chile from the yoke of Spain. These men are the controlling influence in the country. They have the fat offices and own nearly all of the best property. Some have stock in the nitrate and other mines, and not a few are interested in the various industries. Many of them are rich farmers, and from among them come the heads of the universities and the chief doctors and lawyers. Most of the aristocrats are men of fine education. They are the progressive element of the republic. They are intensely patriotic and proud of Chile. They are not afraid to fight for their rights and will not submit to injustice, either as individuals or as a nation. The middle class are merchants and small landholders. Among them are many pure whites and many who have more or less Indian blood mixed with that which has come down from Spanish ancestry. The lower class does the work of the country, and its members are known as the inquilinos, or erroneously as rotos. The word roto is one of contempt, conveying the idea of a drunken, good-for-nothing loafer, or a bad, quarrelsome character. This is not the nature of the Chilean peasant. He is a good, hard-working, honest man as a rule, and anything but a loafer. He is a descendant of the peasant class of North Spain and the Araucanian Indians. He is intelligent, quick to learn anything that requires handiness and craft. He can do all kinds of work and makes an excellent mechanic, farmer, or orchardist. He is hardy and vigorous and noted for his endurance and patience. At the same time he is brave, very quick-tempered, and ready to fight upon the slightest provocation. He seems to care nothing for life and very little for pain. Indeed, the inquilino will do all sorts of foolish things rather than be despised by his friends. The other day several peons were drinking together with a crowd of their fellows, when one man charged another with being a coward. "You think so?" was the reply. "Well, I will prove that I am not. Would a coward do this?" Thereupon he pulled out his knife and plunged it again and again into his abdomen before the admiring eyes of the crowd. "I will show you that I am also not a coward," rejoined the accuser, and he began to stab himself. The two men would have killed themselves had not a young priest rushed in and torn the knives from their hands. These men were drunk, but even so, no drunken man but a Chileno would think of proving his courage in such a way. Drunkenness is the crying evil among the Chilean peasantry. The inquilinos drink to excess in both city and country. Their chief aim seems to be to get drunk, and the majority have a spree once every week. Monday is called the Roto's holiday, for he is often so drunk on Sunday that he has to take Monday to recover. As one employer says, their liquor would kill an ordinary man at 1,000 yards. The stuff is gulped down in large quantities, not because it is liked, but to get a quick effect. There are many saloons. In Valparaiso there has been one saloon for every 24 men. In every Chilean village there are drinking places, and all the small town and hacienda stores keep liquors for sale. Some timid movements toward temperance have been attempted, but little has been accomplished. As a result of these excesses, of their poor food, and the unsanitary conditions of their houses, the mortality among the inquilinos is great. They breed like Australian rabbits, and their babies die like flies. Only the strong children survive. Hence, perhaps, the peons as a class are as tough and strong as any people in the world. I have seen them carrying nitrate bags that weighed 300 pounds each and tossing them about like so many feathers. 4 of them will lift a piano and carry it along the roadway. And in the mines a peon will carry all day long bags of ore weighing 150 pounds up and down the notched sticks that serve as ladders. The homes of the laborers are little better than pigsties. Some of the haciendados, owning large estates, have erected model dwellings, but most of the tenant houses are still shanties of adobe brick, or huts made of reeds and sticks woven together and plastered with mud. They are thatched with straw. The doors are rude and the windows small. They have no floor but the ground. Furniture consists of little more than a table covered with oilcloth, a few rough chairs, and a bed. If there is a bedstead, it is merely a ledge of sticks built up from the earth and occasionally separated from the rest of the room by a curtain. They have large families, and a hut 15 or 20 feet square is often the home of 6 or 8 people. The inquilinos pay no rent for such houses, and have in addition small tracts of ground for cultivation, as well as pasture for a certain number of cattle. In return they must provide labor for the proprietor whenever required, and at wages often half the current rates of the neighborhood. The haciendado has the right to discharge the inquilino, and the inquilino in turn may leave when he pleases. But as a rule the masters try to hold their men, and the men are not likely to move if at all well treated. On some of the farms there is a general store run by the landlord for his servants, where the inquilino makes nearly all of his purchases. I am told that the inquilinos love their masters, and I know that the masters are fond of the men who work for them. The compulsory army service is having a civilizing influence on the lower classes. The inquilino learns what it is to walk on a board floor and sleep in a good bed. The military system was modeled on that of Germany, and education is combined with the training. German professors were brought over to teach in all the military academies, and the cadets who aid in handling the troops are usually well educated. The peasant is broadened by this service. He gets a taste for better food and does not like to go back to beans and toasted wheat. As a result, after leaving the army, many seek work in the cities. Being natural mechanics, they soon learn the various trades. Another influence that is civilizing and elevating the inquilino is the labor organization, which is slowly making its way into South American countries. The railway employees are organized, as are also the stevedores and the members of some of the trades. The labor element is beginning to take part in politics, and it has representatives in the Chilean Congress. The state railways and the police department are under the civil service, and these positions are in great demand among the common people because the wages are high. The policemen receive about $30 a month and one meal a day. They are under military training. Much of the mercantile business of Chile is done by foreigners. The full-blooded Spaniard looks down upon trade and is content to have the half-breed and the man from outside do his merchandising for him. Big business is mainly in foreign hands, and some of the great fortunes of the country are held by families with European names. Among these, the Fosters, the Walkers, and the Rogers are prominent. One of the leading patriots and heroes of Chile was named O'Higgins, another was Cochrane, and a third was Arturo Prat. The city of Valparaiso is largely European, and its chief business establishments are English or German. There is a considerable admixture of English, Irish, and American blood in some of the best families of Santiago, while the southern part of the country has been developed mostly by Germans. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Big Farms of the Central Valley. I am in one of the garden spots of the globe, the Central Valley of Chile. Anything will grow here if it can only have water. As one of the haciendados said to me, all that you have to do is spit on the ground, drop in a seed, and presto, there is a tree. There is no place quite so fertile as that, but trees do grow 3 times as fast as in North America. I have seen groves of eucalyptus trees 100 feet high that are only 10 or 15 years old. At Santa Ynez, the fields are walled with poplars as high as a church steeple. There are thousands of trees on that estate, as large as any in the eastern part of our country, and all of them have been planted within the last 25 years. It is the same with other vegetation. In the irrigated sections, peach trees bear at 1 and 2 years, and grains and grasses, including alfalfa, are wonderfully luxuriant. This is so notwithstanding the fact that some of the ground has been under cultivation for many generations. The lands about Santiago have been tilled for 300 years, and among them are numbered some of the finest farms of the world. The Central Valley is a wide strip of lowland ranging in width from 15 to 100 miles, and some 700 miles in length. Beginning above Santiago, it winds south through about 1/4 the length of Chile. To the east are the snowy walls of the Andes, with the mighty cone of a dead volcano rising here and there above the other peaks. On the west are the lower mountains and hills of the Coast Range, their tops almost a desert, their foothills richly green. The valley is settled throughout. There are large towns along the state railroad which runs through it from end to end, but most of the land is divided into great estates. In the north, these estates are all under irrigation, for only in the far south is the rainfall sufficient to dispense with artificial watering. Much of the country is slightly rolling, cut by creeks and little rivers fed by the Andean snows. Some of these streams carry down a great deal of silt, making fat the lands through which they flow. Others, such as the Biobio, are as clear as crystal from one year's end to the other. Riding southward through this country, one finds the scenery far different from that of the richest parts of the Union. There are crops in sight all the way, but the fields are divided by rows of tall poplars or eucalyptus, or by walls of mud and stone rather than by fences. Only along the railroad is there any barbed wire. The chief buildings are great rambling structures, the homes of the haciendados, and the mean, mud-walled, thatch-roof huts of the laborers. There are no barns standing out in the fields, and no elevators at the stations for storing the grain. There are plenty of cattle and horses, but very few stables or outbuildings. The weather is so mild that stock grazes out of doors the year round, all the way from Santiago to the Strait of Magellan. Therefore there are no haystacks or straw stacks. The grass and alfalfa cut are put up in bales and shipped to the cities, or to the Nitrate Desert, where they bring higher prices. The climate of the Central Valley is about the same as that of Lower California, save that there is less rain, and in the upper part nearly everything has to be irrigated. Something more than 2.5 million acres are already watered by artificial canals, and I am told that it is possible to put water on as many more. Oxen everywhere take the place of horses and mules. They are yoked to clumsy carts by wooden bars tied to their horns, and are driven with long goads with steel spikes in the ends. These lands are farmed on a grand scale. In many parts of the valley, 200 acres is little more than a garden patch, and irrigated holdings of 5,000 and even 10,000 acres are common. There are some large vineyards. The estate of La Erminta contains 2,000 acres, and of these 200 bear grapes. Its cellars have a capacity of 500,000 gallons of wine, of which the owners bottle and ship vast quantities every year. The Errázuriz vineyard at the foot of the Andes puts up 6,000 bottles of wine a day, in addition to that which it stores in casks. It sells more than 100,000 bottles of wine every month. There is another vineyard that sends out 4,000 gallons a year. One of the richest families of Chile is that of Augustin Edwards, one time minister to the court of St. James. He has one hacienda 25 miles north of Valparaiso that supplies a part of that city with milk. He has a fine dairy herd of 800 cows, and is noted as a breeder of horses not only for racing but for heavy draft. In his stables he has 75 Arabian mares, 80 Percherons, and 110 Shires. Another big dairy, which also supplies Valparaiso, is that of Don Tomas Eastman. On that place there are several thousand cattle, including 1,000 milk cows. The Donoso dairy has still more. The latter estate has the biggest silo in the world and one of the queerest. It is nothing more than a great ditch 350 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 12 feet in depth, filled with red clover, which has been trodden to pieces by the hoofs of horses and then placed between layers of straw. The Donoso farm runs its machinery and lights its dairy with an electric plant operated by waterfalls 2 miles away. During my last trip to Chile, I visited the estate of Macul, which belongs to the Cousinos, the family of a woman long said to be the richest widow of the world. This huge place cost more than $500,000 when it was bought by Don Cousiño. It is now valued at over $1 million and consists of 5,000 acres of irrigated land. The water rents amount to nearly as much as the salary of a United States senator. It has a large number of fine-blooded horses and 200 cattle bred from the best Durham stock. Its vineyards have hundreds of thousands of vines and produce millions of bottles of wine every year. Everything grows lavishly. Between the poplars lining the irrigation ditches, I saw wild blackberry bushes 30 feet high. Another great hacienda is that of Aguila, which contains 11,000 acres and belongs to Don Santiago de Toro. It is not far from Santiago. At the time of my visit, it had over 2,000 cattle and 200 horses, most of them used for breeding alone, and for the family and guests. All of the farm work was done by oxen. Of the cattle, 300 were dairy cows, which produce $6,000 worth of milk and $8,000 worth of butter a year. The home of the owner is a series of long, low, one-story buildings around patios and gardens. They have roofs of red tile and the floors are of brick. They have wide porches and windows looking out on the gardens. The houses are in a grove of trees at least 100 feet high, some of which are wonderful palms. When I visited the estate, there were about 20 guests besides the 30 children and grandchildren of the family of the owner. Each of these children has his own pony. Other haciendas have beautiful buildings of modern construction, with great parks, miles of shady drives, and all the other surroundings of the millionaire's home in the States. Many of them are using modern machinery, and some are experimenting with fertilizers and intensive cultivation. Everywhere I go I see American plows, and there are 3 or 4 importing houses in Chile whose salesmen travel over the country introducing American harvesters, reapers, and windmills. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Winter fruits for American tables. By way of the Panama Canal, Valparaiso is within 19 days of New York, and a South American California full of summer products is almost at our doors. The fruit of Chile begins to ripen late in our fall, and plums, peaches, and pears are ready for the market in the midst of our winter. The prospect of a great exportation of Chilean fruits to the United States is agitating the farmers. The government is investigating the subject, and schools for teaching fruit growing, packing, and exportation are being established. Chile has long been the chief fruit growing country of the lower half of our hemisphere. It already has hundreds of acres of orchards, and its vineyards are yielding about 50 million gallons of wine every year. In order to learn what this industry may offer to the United States, I have spent a day with Don Salvador Izquierdo, going over his fruit and nursery plantations situated near the town of Nos, about 12 miles from Santiago. Don Salvador is the fruit king of Chile, and I might also call him the Luther Burbank of our sister continent. He has an irrigated hacienda of about 1,400 acres, covered with gardens and orchards for raising flowers, plants, and trees of almost every variety. There are more than 13 million different individual plants on the estate, and he ships them by the tens of thousands to all parts of Chile and across the Andes to Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. He is not only a grower of nursery stock, but a scientific breeder of new varieties. He has introduced into Chile more than 4,800 kinds of fruits and plants, and has developed by cross-breeding hundreds of valuable trees and flowers. He has already produced 14 varieties of apples not affected by the insect known as the Schizopera lanifera, which is now destroying the apples of many parts of the world. The new varieties are grafted on the stalks of ordinary trees. The insect crawls up the stalk, but it stops where the grafts begin, and the trees and their fruit are found to be safe. Among the other experiments of Señor Izquierdo is an elongation of the roots of the eucalyptus trees, so that they can be grown on the dry lands at the top of the mountains. This is done by sprouting them in pots where the young trees are fed with nitrate of soda and treated in such a way that their roots are about 4 times the usual size. Upon being planted, they go far down into the soil and tap the underground layers of water, and are therefore able to resist the drought. It was in recognition of this discovery that the Royal Agricultural Society of London unanimously elected Don Salvador a member of that body. I cannot give you a better idea of the possibilities of fruit raising in Chile than by describing a trip with Don Salvador over his great fruit estate. We started at the station in Santiago, and within an hour reached the little town of Nos. Our way lay through the Central Valley, and we saw great farms and vineyards on both sides of the railway. At Nos we left the train and took the private car line for the hacienda, 5 miles away. The road is lined with poplars and passes great fields in which cattle are grazing. The estate lies on a plain at the foot of the mountains, sloping up toward them just enough to give the fall required for irrigation ditches. These are fed by a branch of the Mapoco River, a rushing stream so large and so swift that it not only irrigates the 1,000 acres of nurseries, but also furnishes electric current to run all the machinery. One of the canals turns a turbine that gives 120 horsepower. This plant lights the hacienda and other buildings, runs sawmills and threshers, and operates the machinery of a large fruit packing and canning establishment. As we rode in, we passed a threshing machine imported from America, and its noise carried me back to the farms at home. The grain was coming in from the fields in enormous ox carts, and was fed directly from the carts to the thresher. As the barley poured forth, it was caught in buckets made of skin holding a bushel or more, and men carried them to a heap on the ground. Near by stood the sawmill where the men were making lumber out of trees not over 20 years old. Around the large fields were rows of tall Lombardy poplars forming the fences of the estate. They made green walls of wonderful beauty. Frequently they were planted on each side of the irrigation ditches, making a double row of trees about an orchard or pasture. These tree-marked boundaries, which are customary throughout the Central Valley, add much to the beauty of the country. They change the face of the landscape and make it look like the farming regions of France. There must be tens of millions of these beautiful trees. The estate is divided into sections, some devoted to grain, some to vegetable and fruit growing, and others to plant nurseries. Riding on the railway, we passed rapidly from one immense tree-walled enclosure to another. It is impossible to describe all the different plantations, they were so numerous. Don Salvador said he had 90,000 different species of trees. He sells 500,000 eucalyptus trees every year and receives orders for as many as 40,000 trees at one time. He has one plantation of citrus trees in various stages of cultivation, with oranges, lemons, and grapefruit of every variety. He has long lines of poplars from South Carolina stock, and in a single nursery 20,000 acacias. In one section we found 250,000 peach trees ready for sale, and in another acres of apple trees ranging from mere sprouts to trees as high as our heads. There are 150,000 apple trees in this field, twice as tall and as thrifty as those of the same age in nurseries of the United States. Our next visit was to a plot containing 150,000 cypress trees. These had just been set out and were about as long as my finger. I picked up a bunch and counted them. There were 31 trees in my hands, each an evergreen that will soon be decorating some lawn of Argentina or Chile. These trees are raised under great tents of brush, or arbors with brush spread upon them. They made me think of the tobacco tents at home. Farther on I saw a plot of 300,000 plum trees, and farther still stretched broad fields of oranges, lemons, figs, and other semi-tropical fruits. In the fields I saw 90 acres of vegetables ready for gathering, a whole farm of red ripe tomatoes, long rows of green beans, and an enormous quantity of sweet corn. Among the fruits were peaches on 45,000 trees. They were of exquisite flavor and as big as my fist. Many varieties have been created by Don Salvador, and in some of them he has succeeded in reducing the stones to half the size of those in our peaches. The peach orchards average 100 pounds of fruit to a tree, which would amount to 4.5 million pounds of fruit. At 5 peaches to the pound, this would make 22.5 million peaches, and Don Salvador believes they could all be landed in New York in good condition if fast cold storage steamers were available to take them via the canal. He estimates that even after such a voyage his peaches would still be good for 4 or 5 days on the market. Chile might supply almost unlimited quantities of fruit for our winter consumption. There are many big plantations, and these people understand scientific fruit growing and can do business in the large. Don Salvador is perhaps the best among them, but there are many other orchardists who manage their farms almost as well and who would devote themselves to raising fruit for us, once the demand has been created. We also visited the floral section of the estate and saw flowers of almost every known variety of the tropical and temperate zones. The great hothouses had in them thousands of orchids, and in one section were 20,000 rose trees of more than 1,500 kinds. There were vast beds of lotuses and water lilies and groves of persimmons, which Don Salvador is introducing into Chile. He has 40 varieties of this fruit brought from Japan, Korea, and China, and he expects to make the Asiatic persimmon as popular here as it is in the United States. He is also experimenting in the creation of dwarf plants and trees. He showed me a peach tree no higher than my knee, with ripe fruit, and a fig tree of the same size also in bearing. He is growing the famous dwarf pines of Japan and has some about a foot high that will grow no taller. He is importing fruits and trees from all over the world at great cost. I saw 40 new vines just unpacked and in excellent condition, but some other plants received at the same time and costing $10,000 had all died on the way. I visited the packing houses where fruits and vegetables are put up by the ton. It has a capacity of 10,000 cans a day and ships by the carload. There are huge cement warehouses equipped with the most modern machinery for drying, preserving, and canning, and great buildings filled with tin plates made by the steel companies of the United States. The cans are made in the factory by electric machines operated by Chileno men, women, and children. Peaches are peeled by a machine that does the work of 150 women. As we sat in Santa Ynez, the big country house of the plantation, I asked Don Salvador to give me some idea of the possibilities of Chilean fruits for our own winter markets. He replied, "There is no doubt that one of our chief industries of the future is to be raising fruit for the North. We shall finally be able to land fruit in New York in 14 days from Valparaiso, and with the right kind of steamers we can send such varieties as will bring the highest prices at a time when there is no other fruit to compete with them. You get some winter fruits from Australia and Cape Colony, but they are 26 days or more from New York, and you have to pay a freight several times as much as the freight from here. The difference in distance would be thousands of miles in our favor. Our fruit season is from November to May. We could furnish green almonds from December to June and ripe chestnuts in March and April. Green almonds are a delicacy you do not know in the United States, but they bring enormous prices in France. We could supply you with peaches from December to April and ripe plums in January, February, and March. From March to August, we can give you alligator pears and papayas from March until June. There are ripe figs from December to April and apples in your early summer, long before your own apples are ripe. We have also many fruits you do not know, for which I am sure a market might be created, such as nisperos, frutillas, lacunas, and chirimolas, all of which ripen in your winter. We shall also have oranges, lemons, and grapefruit for your summer consumption, and watermelons and muskmelons for winter. The Chilean muskmelon is about as big as a pumpkin and as delicious as a Rocky Ford cantaloupe. We raise them in great quantities and could send shipments to New York in the heart of your winter. They would sell there for $1 apiece or more, for they are so big that one would be enough for a dinner party of a dozen persons. We have plantations in bearing to start the business, and we have so much soil adapted to growing these fruits that we could supply every American city. A single acre will yield from 10 to 20,000 pounds of fruit, and there are millions of acres yet to be planted. Under the leadership of such men as Don Salvador, the Chilean growers have formed a cooperative organization for packing and exporting fruit, similar to those of California and elsewhere in the United States. The government of Chile is lending its cooperation in developing markets in the United States, and considerable progress has been made. The practicability of shipping fruit from Chile has been demonstrated by the fact that California growers have found they could send their products to New York by steamer via the Panama Canal, a longer voyage than from Valparaiso to New York. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concepcion and the Lota Mines. Owing to the increasing demand for American goods, the port of Concepcion will one day be as well known to our businessmen as Valparaiso is now. Concepcion is the metropolis of southern Chile and the outlet of the best farming part of the country. It has railway connections north and south through the Central Valley and extensions to the line crossing the Andes and Argentina to Buenos Aires. It already takes a large part of our exports to Chile. American farm machinery and tools of all kinds are for sale in its stores and are distributed from here through southern Chile and the farms of the great Central Valley. Not far from it are the extensive coal mines of Lota, and within a short streetcar ride is Talcahuano, the chief naval station of the Republic. Concepcion, surpassed in size only by Valparaiso and Santiago, is growing rapidly. The town lies on the Biobío River, not far from the sea. A low range of hills separates it from the ocean. When it was first founded, it lay right on the beach. Then came an earthquake that swallowed the city as the whale swallowed Jonah. Concepcion disappeared into the maw of the Pacific. It was wiped out like Port Royal, Jamaica, and there is now only a bathing resort on that spot. In rebuilding, the people chose the present site, where the hills keep out the waves, and in spite of the earthquakes, the city still stands. I say in spite of the earthquakes, for there are so many that the land shakes as though it had the ague. The quakes are almost as common as those of Japan. We had one last night that swayed the walls of my hotel room and set the electric light swinging. The first shock awakened me. The experience made me think I was in a storm at sea. My bed rose and fell, and a bottle of ammonia on the edge of my washstand dropped to the floor with a crash, filling the room with its pungent odor. I looked at my watch. It was 10 minutes after 11. I rose and went out into the hall. The walls were still quivering, and as I entered the balcony looking down on the patio, a smokestack fell. The guests of the hotel came running out in their night clothes for fear that the heavy tiled roof of the building might cave in. Some of them stayed out of doors all night. I waited until the tremors ceased and then went back to bed. But I could not sleep for an hour or more for fear of the second shock which often follows the first. I finally dropped off and slept soundly until 4 o'clock, when the second quake came. It was quite severe, but not so bad as the first. The dispatches of today show that these two earthquakes have been felt all over Chile. They have thrown down one small town and created such consternation at the capital that many of its citizens spent the night in the streets. I do not like earthquakes. There are regions where they have some kind of a shock every day, but even there the natives are afraid of them, and it is only the ignorant, globe-trotting tenderfoot who says he does not fear them. The most severe earthquake I have ever experienced was in 1894 in the capital of Japan. At that time a great many houses were destroyed. The high chimney of the Parliament House crashed through the roof, and the American legation was almost split in twain. When the earthquake occurred, I was in the household apartment of the Mikado, having an interview with the High Court Chamberlain concerning the Empress, about whom I was to write an article. The structure was modern, similar to the public buildings of our own country. Had it been of Japanese architecture, it would probably have stood. We saw the walls moving and felt the floor rising and falling. The Japanese official said, "There is an earthquake, and I think we had better get out." The walls were filled with flying clerks. We rushed out and were barely clear of the building before half of it fell. Nearly all of the houses of Concepcion are of one story on account of the hurricanes. The town covers a great deal of ground. It lies on a flat plain at the edge of a hill 1,000 feet high, known as the Caracol. This is a public park and rises over the city almost like a fort. I climbed it today for the view. Walking through the wide streets lined with 1- and 2-story buildings, I crossed the Alameda and went up the winding slopes. The road was bordered with mighty pines, reminding me of the great Cryptomeria Avenue that leads up to Nikko, Japan. Mixed with the pines were mimosa trees in full bloom. The trees and many shrubs formed a wall of vegetation on one side of the road. When we came to the top, we were high above the city of Concepcion and the valley of the Biobio. We could see the houses of Talcahuano, the naval station, and the ocean beyond. We could pick out the river winding down to the sea and the bridge across it, the longest and largest in Chile. Concepcion lay just below me, a great expanse of terracotta roofed houses with a plaza of green in the center. The big cathedral, with an audience room covering half an acre, loomed up on one side of the plaza. The wide streets radiating from the plaza are paved with asphalt and are clean and well kept. Looking down upon the houses, I could see here and there a cluster of trees rising from the courts or patios around which they are built. Toward the north there was nothing but wooded hills. I might have imagined myself in the midst of a wilderness, but that the city lay at my back. Even from this distance the town showed signs of its sport-loving character. I could see the golf links, the polo grounds, and the race course, with its track more than a mile long. The bands play in the plaza every evening, and the people come out in their best clothes and walk about and look at each other. During my stay at Concepcion, I have been investigating the opportunities for American coal by way of the canal. The best coal mines of Chile are the Lota mines on Coronel Bay, not far from here. The coal veins are all around the bay and extend far out under the ocean. The seam is about 5 feet thick and the rock above it so compact that the water does not seep through. Indeed, the submarine tunnels are so clean that one could walk through them in immaculate evening clothes. The mines are equipped with modern machinery and lighted with electricity, and the coal is carried out on electric cars. It is a strange and picturesque adventure to ride on an electric coal train at a speed of 20 miles an hour through a mile-long tunnel under the Pacific Ocean, while above one's head float the great steamships into which are shoveled the black diamonds loaded on the cars by sooty, half-naked miners. The supply of coal furnished by the Lota mines does not begin to fill Chile's demands. The country uses more than twice as much coal as it produces, and imports a large part of its supply from Australia and England. The state railways use 400,000 tons per annum, and practically all of the smelting coal comes from Australia. I understand there are extensive deposits in the province of Arauco, south of Concepcion, and that there is coal near Punta Arenas at the Strait of Magellan. Petroleum and natural gas are known to exist 500 miles south of Valparaiso, in a region not far from the steelworks at Corral. The Panama Canal has meant that our coal from the Gulf and South Atlantic states has an increasing market here, and considerable coal forms the return freight in place of the nitrates and other minerals shipped to our country through the canal. It was the Lota mines that formed the foundation of the great Cusino fortune, still one of the largest of Chile. For several generations it had been known that coal existed not far from Concepcion, and it was at the time when Madison was president that William Wheelwright tried to utilize these deposits for his ships. It was not until 1855, however, that they proved to be of any value, when they were bought by Don Matthias Cusino. It is not a good steaming coal, but it does very well for smelting. Cusino established smelting works near the mines and began to develop the properties. In 1 year, his net receipts were almost $1.25 million. He established the town of Lota, which has 12,000 people, including most of the 6,000 men employed in the mines. It has good homes, a church, a hospital, free doctors, and a plaza for recreation. When Don Cusino died, his widow's income was over $1 million a year. She had not only the coal mines, but silver and copper mines, bonds, and stocks. She had a large hacienda near Santiago and a fine home in that city. She gave to the public the Casino Park, which is the chief pleasure ground of the Chilean capital, and her palace and park at Lota were also famous. Both places are wonders of landscape gardening, that at Lota being full of picturesque effects not only on land but on the sea. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of the Araucanians. The story of the Araucanian Indians is one of the thrilling romances of all South America. At Temuco, a lively young city of Lower Chile, 4,000 miles south of Panama, I saw many of them on the streets, and from there went out to visit their reservations. I watched them working in their fields, went into their houses, talked to the men and women, and so can give a picture of the last of this race as they are today. The stubborn resistance of the Araucanian Indians proved an impassable barrier to the ancient dominion of the Incas. Their lands marked the southernmost limit of the Incas' dominion. Later, for 3 generations, they waged a successful war against the Spanish invader, destroying his forts and besieging his cities. They killed Pedro Valdivia, the man who founded Santiago, and it was only inch by inch that his successors drove them toward the south. When they were finally overpowered by greater numbers, they refused to be the slaves and hirelings of the conquerors. They continued their fighting off and on, and even today they maintain their own identity. They have their own farms and lead their lives apart from the descendants of the white-skinned invaders who robbed them of the empire they once possessed. I say empire, for the Araucanians' domain comprised the best part of the Chile of today. They had farms and raised crops of corn and potatoes, and in the far north they had llamas and alpacas which they got from the Incas. The Araucanians of that day were much like our Indians of eastern North America. They did some farming, but most of them lived by hunting and fishing. They were warlike and always ready to fight for their rights. The armies they raised to fight against the Spaniards were large. Valdivia was frequently attacked by thousands of Indians, and at one time a force of 10,000 Araucanians besieged Santiago. That was some 50 years after the discovery of America. The Spaniards had surrounded the city with palisades, but the Indians tore them down and set fire to the houses. The colonists would have been swept from the face of the earth in this region had it not been for Inez Suarez, a beautiful girl who might be called the Joan of Arc of Chile. This girl was the mistress of the commander, Valdivia. In his absence she assumed the leadership of the troops. She put on a coat of mail, and at the head of the little Spanish army drove the savages back. During the siege she captured 6 of the Indian chiefs, and it is said that she cut off their heads with her own hands. During the wars with the Araucanians, the Spaniards had much the same experience that our forefathers had in colonial days. The Indians surrounded the settlements and killed every white man they could get away from his fellows. They bottled up the invaders in Santiago, where they were reduced to eating rats and the roots of wild plants. The white men had their periods of famine like those of our colonists at Jamestown, and during one of these, Valdivia, who was the Captain John Smith of Chile, wrote to Charles V of Spain that 50 grains of corn were a good day's ration, and that all the corn was eaten, both meal and bran. Valdivia carried his fighting far south of Temuco. It was here that he was once attacked by 40,000 warriors, and saved himself only by charging the enemy with a company of cavalry. The natives were frightened by the horses, and in the battle 1,000 were killed and 400 taken prisoners. In former campaigns the Indians had tortured the whites, and Valdivia, in order to terrify them, ordered that the noses and the right hands of the prisoners should be cut off. After that they were allowed to return to their tribes. Fighting of this kind went on for years, till at last Valdivia was captured and tortured to death. He was carried bound and naked through the woods to an Indian camp, and some writers say that the Araucanians poured molten gold down his throat. The braves had their great chiefs in the persons of Lautaro and Capelican, now honored by statues in the Chilean capital. Gradually they were subdued by the Spaniards, and their lands were taken from them, just as we have taken the lands from our Indians. They are now settled upon reservations or upon farms which they are not permitted to sell. The parcels are not held in common, but are divided up among the families, so many acres to each person. A baby gets the same allotment as an old man of 60. If any of the family dies, there is a new subdivision of the family tract, and if the whole family disappears, the lands revert to the government. Most of the holdings are patriarchal. The oldest male member of the family controls the property, and when he dies, another is selected to take his place. The people have a loose tribal relation and are ruled by their chiefs under the Chilean government. The race has been decimated by disease and drunkenness and grows less year by year. I have visited some of the Araucanian reservations. The land is rolling and looks not unlike parts of Ohio and Indiana. There is nothing to indicate that it is on another continent and more than 1,000 miles south of the equator. The soil is a rich loam, and I was surprised at the extent of the farms and crops. The farms are worked mainly by whites and half-breeds, who are hired by the Indians for a share of the harvest. On one Araucanian farm I saw a white man plowing, and upon another an intelligent Chileno was threshing wheat. That Indian farmer had about 200 acres in grain, which his sons were harvesting with the aid of white men. They used McCormick headers pushed along through the fields by oxen yoked to the machine by their horns. A white Chileno did the driving, and the Indians urged the oxen forward with their iron-tipped goads. The driver told me that he got a percentage of the crop for his work. On the edge of this wheat field were a number of Indian huts. Every family had half a dozen dogs, which rushed at me when I came near. At the same time, the women scolded and the men scowled as I took a photograph of some of the girls. The Araucanian houses are seldom more than 15 feet square. Their walls are of boards and their ridge roofs of thatch. There are no windows, and the light comes in through the rude door at the front. There are neither yards nor gardens about the houses, and no conveniences of any description. The only furniture is a bed of poles, or 2 or 3 beds in case the man has more than one wife, which is by no means uncommon. In one of the huts I found 2 fires going, and over each fire was a wife cooking for her own brood of children. The floor of the hut was Mother Earth littered with farming implements and clothing, saddles, and harness. From the rafters hung ears of corn, strings of onions, and long strips of dried meat. The place looked like a junk shop. The sleeping arrangement of this home consisted of 2 closet-like rooms partitioned off from the body of the hut by poles and skins. In each was a low platform covered with sheepskins. Each platform was the bed of one of the wives and her share of the children. I was interested in the cooking. The fires were in holes in the ground inside the hut, and the smoke was so thick that it could be felt. It had so blackened the roof and the walls that when I took hold of a rafter my hand was covered with soot. The cooking utensils were iron pots resting on stones over the coals. Each pot held a stew of mutton cut up in small pieces and seasoned. The women were roasting potatoes and green corn in the ashes, and the smell was delicious. A great deal of red pepper is used. The Araucanians have a way of killing a sheep and peppering and salting its lungs while it is dying. They hang it up by its forelegs and stuff the windpipe with salt and pepper. While the animal gasps under this treatment, they cut the jugular vein, and a stream of blood is turned into the windpipe in such a way that it washes the salt and pepper into the lungs. Then the lungs are taken out and eaten raw, having thus been seasoned to taste. At all meals the men are served first. The women act as waiters and eat what is left. The Araucanians look much like the North American Indians. They are about the best type of the red men of this continent. Their features are much stronger than those of the Aymaras or Quichuas, who live high up in the Andes. The young men are straight and well formed. The girls when young are plump and pretty. They age rapidly, however, and at 40 they have as many wrinkles as a withered apple. The women have square faces with high cheekbones and low foreheads. They have copper complexions and jet black hair, which is long, thick, and straight, and of which they are proud. They bind it up in two braids and wear it down their backs or tied around the crowns of their heads, so that the braids stand out like horns over their faces. They often decorate their plaits with silver beads and join the ends together by a string of silver balls. The Araucanians are fond of ornaments, and, as in many semi-savage countries, the jewelry of the woman is the savings bank of the family. The most common ornaments are of silver, made into earrings and breastpins. Some of the earrings are of solid silver plates as large as a playing card. Others are discs with ear hooks attached. Now and then the women have silver chains around their necks, and others have their breasts decorated with silver beads. They have rings on their fingers and beads of silver sewed to the red cloth on their ankles. They wear their jewelry on all occasions. In one threshing group I have seen the bags were held by an Indian girl who wore a silver breastpin as big as my two hands, and another near by had on a coronet of silver coins. These girls wore waists and short skirts, and had bright colored blankets over their shoulders fastened with silver buckles in front. The Indian men delight in brilliant hued ponchos. Most of the Araucanians drink to excess. On my way to one of their reservations I drove past an old brave so full of liquor that he swayed this way and that on his pony. His wife rode on the same pony, perched up behind him. She was dressed in a flaming blanket and a red skirt, but her head was bare and her long black locks floated out in the breeze. Her feet also were bare, and I could see that it was only by pressing her heels tight against the flanks of the horse that she was able to keep on, holding the while to the waist of her drunken husband. The liquor they drink is almost pure alcohol, and the women drink nearly as much as the men. There is some Christian work going on among the Araucanians. The Catholics have one mission, and the British and Canadian Protestants another. There are mission stations at Tumaco, Quepe, and Colchal, with churches, hospitals, and industrial schools. The missionaries have translated Genesis, the Acts, and a part of the Book of Revelation into the Araucanian language, and have reduced that language to writing. These Indians have no literature, but they have traditions which have come down from generation to generation. Many of them hold to the superstitions of their forefathers, believing in the Great Father and in good and evil spirits. They think every man has a good spirit and an evil spirit always with him, and that the two keep up a constant fight for his soul. The evil spirit is even thought to follow him to his grave. For this reason a dead man is seldom buried at once, and when he is interred the people make noises to frighten the evil spirit away. Their witch doctors are supposed to be able to ward off evil spirits and keep them from harming a man and his crops. The witch doctor is always called in when an Indian grows sick, and the doctor's skill is credited with the cure if he recovers. If not, the doctor claims that the patient has been bewitched, and may even point out the man or woman who has put the spell upon him. In the latter event the relatives of the deceased are likely to attack the person so accused. The Araucanian witch doctors are women selected when young by the older sorceresses and initiated with elaborate ceremonies. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. South Deutschland. The southern part of Brazil is sometimes called West Deutschland. It consists of several states populated by Germans, with towns and cities governed by German-speaking officials. It has German newspapers, German signs over the stores, German factories and breweries, and nearly all business is in German hands. Another great German settlement, the one in Lower Chile, might be called South Deutschland. It is far south of Valparaiso and within a short distance of the Strait of Magellan. These notes are written at Valdivia in this section. The Germans began to come here in 1850, and so many immigrated that some of the towns became more German than Spanish. The first settlers were from Hamburg. They numbered 70 men, 10 women, and 5 children. That colony was followed by others and by the close of our Civil War there were more than 1,400 Germans settled here. They were true pioneers, who chopped down the forests, built log cabins, and planted wheat fields and orchards in their clearings. They opened up a large part of the region and made many fine farms. Being thriftier than the ordinary Chilenos, many became rich. They have built great sawmills and shipped lumber to all parts of Chile. They raise wheat, potatoes, and apples, and not a few are engaged in merchandising. Owing to their enterprise, the region has become one of the richest and most prosperous parts of the Republic. Large towns have grown up, like Puerto Montt and Valdivia. The latter, which has a population of 25,000, is the metropolis of this part of Chile. Lying 500 miles south of Santiago, in the heart of the forest, it is surrounded by new farms and clearings. Its port is the principal one of South Chile, and machinery of all kinds, especially agricultural implements, are landed here in great quantities. Valdivia had a fire some years ago which swept away its houses of wood and tin, and in their places we find a new city set up along modern lines and up to date in every particular. Many of the buildings are of reinforced concrete and 2 and 3 stories high. The shops have plate glass windows coming down to the pavements, and the window displays are better than those of our towns of the same size at home. The streets are wide and the pavements twice as broad as those of Santiago. The whole town is white, and the concrete construction makes it look like a substantial municipality built of sandstone. The city is more German than Chilean. The shop signs are German, and there are cafes in which you get excellent beer made by the Germans. This beer, famous throughout the Republic, is shipped north and south along the coast. The principal hotel has a French name, but it is run by a German, and the Germans own the greater part of the town. One of the leading exceptions is the importing house established by W.R. Grace & Company, which has a pretentious 2-story building covering the whole of one side of the plaza. This store is filled with American machinery, from windmills, reapers, and threshers to hand sewing machines and notions. There are also American canned goods and textiles. When I arrived in Valdivia at night, I expected to find everything closed as tight as a drum, as is the custom in nearly every Spanish-American city along the west coast. In Lima, the capital of Peru, with a population of 150,000, by 7 o'clock the streets are deserted, the stores are closed, and the traveler walks between blank walls. In Santiago, which is double the size of Lima, the merchants go to bed with the chickens. But Valdivia is alive after dark, and on Saturdays the stores are open until late in the evening. The city is lighted by electricity, and crowds walk the streets and promenade back and forth in the plaza. Valdivia is on the Cale Cale River, which flows from the Andes down to the Pacific. The town is about 12 miles from the mouth of the river, where lies the port of Corral. All goods are landed at Corral and carried up to Valdivia in barges. I took a steam launch and rowed down to look at the port. The stream is about as wide as the Potomac at Washington. We first sailed by lumber yards, boat building works, sawmills, and other woodworking establishments. A little later we wound our way among low hills covered with woods, passing through a maze of fine scenery. The water is of an emerald hue and flows between dark green banks and low hills as precipitous as those of the Rhine between Mainz and Cologne. Had the hills been covered with vineyards, we might have imagined ourselves on the Rhine, there were so many Germans on board our boat. The port of Corral has only a few hundred people. Its buildings are small, the wharves are poor, and much of the unloading is done out in the harbor. We saw 2 steamers at anchor, and on our way to the port we passed barges carrying coal and machinery up the river. Only small vessels call here, and since the railroad has been completed, a large part of the freight is carried by rail. Southern Chile, with its abundant rainfall and rich farming lands, is just the opposite of the north. It is a land of forests rather than desert, and it is almost as well timbered as was the eastern part of the United States when our first settlers came. There is so much wood here that Chile, notwithstanding the arid lands of the north, is said to have in proportion to its area more forests than any other country of the world. I rode through green fields with stumps scattered through them, all the way from Concepcion to Temuco. Farther south men were cutting farms out of the woods, and here and there the wheat was growing among the burned timber, some of which was still standing. Here was a forest where the trees had been stripped of their bark close to the ground, and yonder one full of skeleton trees killed in that way. In the latter case the bark had dropped off and the trunks and branches were white as bleached bones. At nearly every railroad station are lumber yards piled with fence posts, ties, and building materials awaiting shipment to the north. The lumber is not good in comparison with ours. It is full of knots and cracks. The boards are narrow and nothing like the fine-grained wood which comes to Chile from California, Oregon, and Washington. Most of the trees here are Antarctic beech and pine. There are also hardwoods. The forests are thin and there is much underbrush, but it is impossible to clear the land as we do because it is so troublesome to get rid of the stumps. Some of the farmers are now importing stump pullers from the United States, while not a few are using dynamite. Ringing and burning the trees leaves a great deal of dead timber, and no good cultivation can be done until the dead trees are out by the roots. After the land is cleared, it is not at all like similar tracts in the United States. The fences are of barbed wire, but there are no large fields in clean cultivation, and no fine barns and houses as in our country. The buildings are generally log cabins of one story, roofed with straw or slabs. They are put up in a rude way, and but a few of them have gardens or flowers. There are some good homes owned by the Germans, but the native Chilenos live little better than savages. They seem to be camping out rather than settling down to build up a country. Much of the new acreage is devoted to wheat. This is the chief cereal of Chile, the country producing something like 9 million bushels per year. Some cattle are raised, but here in the south the animals are ragged and lean, and their meat is used chiefly for making charquet, or dried beef. In the Central Valley the animals are much better, and here and there you'll find Herefords and Durhams. The heavy work of the farms, both in North and South Chile, is done by oxen, the team being increased according to the labor. A half dozen yokes of oxen may be used in hauling out timber, and it takes a long team to drag the wheat carts over the mud roads to the stations. The oxen are yoked by the horns and push rather than pull. The yoke is fastened to the tongue of the cart, and by pushing against the yoke, the oxen force the cart onward. The animals in front of the first yoke, which pushes the tongue, have ropes reaching from their yokes to the cart. This method of working seems cruel, although the natives claim that it is not. When yoked up, the oxen cannot move their heads from side to side. They are driven with long goads, tipped with sharp spikes, which are often so mercilessly used that the blood flows. Farm cultivation is now done largely with American machinery. The wire for fencing is furnished by our steel mills, and there is scarcely a farm that is not using tools imported from the United States. At the same time, the old methods persist side by side with the new. Much of the grain is still threshed out by mares on threshing floors. In this process the ground is pounded hard and the sheaves of wheat are cut open and spread over it. Then a drove of mares is driven around and around to tread out the grain. The winnowing is done by throwing the straw into the air, and the bagging is by hand. Adjoining a farm where these methods are seen you may find an American thresher, and the wheat may be cut, threshed, and bagged in the fields. Chile has no elevator system. After threshing, all grain is taken at once to the railroad and shipped. It is put up in sacks of 200 pounds and loaded on flat cars. There are few warehouses, and at some of the stations the grain is piled in sacks in the open and covered with canvas. A word of advice to such Americans as are thinking of coming to Pacific South America to settle. It seems to me that the opportunities are poor and that we can all do much better at home. The government would like colonists, and on the frontiers free land may be had. Here in Chile the limit is 123 acres for each head of a family and 74 acres for each son who is of age. Contracts are often made with foreign colonists by which their steamship passages from Europe are advanced, and free railroad transportation is given to the place of settlement. In some cases the government gives each family a yoke of oxen, 150 boards for the building of a hut, and something like 50 pounds of nails for fastening the boards into place. This is on condition that the colonist establish himself at once on the land given him and work it steadily for at least 6 years. He must contract to pay back without interest the amount of passage money received, and not to sell anything he gets from the state, nor to mortgage the property or dispose of it until after the 6 years have passed. Such regulations seem attractive, but coming to a strange land where the language is not understood and the customs are at variance with those of our country is liable to prove disappointing. And so I say, don't. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Railroad Backbone of Chile. For 2 weeks I have been riding over the state railways as a guest of the government and have gone here and there at my will. The place where I am now riding is the southern terminus of the system. It is Puerto Montt, a thriving port on the very front of the settled portion of Chile, and as far south from Pisagua, where the railroad begins, as the distance from Boston to Dallas or from New York to Denver. Our exporters will find it profitable to consider the railway system of Chile. This will develop into a long line of railroad running from Peru to the Strait of Magellan, with feeders going west to the coast and east to the mountains. This line, which is known as the longitudinal system, will eventually connect Peru and Punta Arenas, the metropolis of the strait and the southernmost town in the world. The railway now extends almost to the Peruvian boundary, traversing the nitrate fields and connecting them with Valparaiso and Santiago. The first part of the road goes through the desert southward, almost to the latitude of Valparaiso, where the longitudinal system crosses the Trans-Andean Railway to Buenos Aires. Then begins the great fertile Central Valley, which I have just left behind. Below that the road enters the forest region, which extends to and beyond this part. The Central Valley section has been built a long time, and when I first visited Chile, pioneers were beginning to penetrate into the forest region. I then came on construction trains as far as Temuco, the home of the Araucanian Indians, and I am now a day's ride farther south, having gone through pioneer settlements all the way. Long before the middle of the century, the rails will probably have been extended to the Strait of Magellan, which is about as far south from here as from St. Louis to New Orleans. The longitudinal railway belongs to the government, which is furnishing the capital for the extensions. At the present time, Chile has over 5,000 miles of railroad in operation, of which about one-half is state-owned. The Republic began to take over the roads about a generation ago, and it has paid out several millions of dollars for them. The lines are managed by officials appointed by the President. There is a general manager assisted by 9 administrators, each of whom holds a position similar to that of general manager of a private railroad. The chief offices are at Santiago, and there is close connection with the government as to all appointments. Every man who gets more than $1,000 a year receives his appointment directly from the President, while the others are selected by the general manager with the advice of his subordinates. This makes every railroad position a government job, and all appointments from administrator to the brakeman and track layer are more or less affected by pull. I have talked with many people concerning the service. So far I have yet to meet an unprejudiced observer who believes that government ownership is good for the roads or the people. Indeed, the railway question is one of the live issues of public discussion, and the figures show that most of the lines are run at a loss of several millions of dollars annually. The difference between the receipts and the expenditures does not reveal the whole deficit arising from government management. There has been an enormous additional loss in the wear and tear on the roads and rolling stock, owing to carelessness and waste, but in 1914 an act was passed appropriating more than $20 million to re-equip and reorganize the system. A considerable amount of this went into new cars, and large orders were placed in the United States. The rates of travel on the state railways are low for a country like this. First-class fares are about 2 cents a mile, second class 1 1/3 cents, and third class less than 2/3 of a cent a mile. There are additional charges of 50% on the express trains and of about 100% on the Rapidos and trains deluxe. There is a reduction of 10% on return tickets of all classes. The freight rates are high, and more than half of the earnings come from freight. The extra rates for baggage are much above those in the United States, and on the central system, 4% of the total earnings comes from luggage charges. Chile has railways owned by private companies in addition to the government roads. Their trackage is almost as great as that of the national system, and their total capitalization is quite as large. Their freight and passenger rates are higher, but the service is better. Many of them are run in connection with mines and other interests, and the returns do not show the actual receipts or profits. For instance, the nitrate railways, of which there are 7, run from the ports out into the desert and carry little but nitrate of soda. They range in length from 50 to 300 or 400 miles, and their business is in proportion to the output of the nitrate factories, or oficinas, which they serve. The Pisagua Railroad between Pisagua and Iquique has a length of 350 miles and a capitalization of $10 million. It paid over 7% on its common stock for a number of years, and its net receipts are still large. That road is owned in England. The Anglo-Chilean Nitrate Road, running from the port of Tocopilla to several different oficinas, is another profitable line. Its length is 70-odd miles. It is capitalized at $5 million, and in 1 year its dividend was 15%. The road from Mejillones that connects with the Antofagasta Railway for Bolivia is about 80 miles long with a 30-inch gauge. It carries the copper of the Guggenheim Syndicate mines down to the coast and must have an enormous profit therefrom. The Taltal Railway Company, which runs a line from the southern nitrate fields to the port of Taltal on the Pacific, paid dividends of 9% some years ago. All of these railroads are feeders of the longitudinal system, which has been built to connect them as well as to give a line north and south throughout the Republic. A most interesting feature of the Chilean railway situation is the number of lines planned to cross the continent over the Andes and connect up with the Argentine railway systems. One of those already built extends from Valparaiso to Buenos Aires. This is about the distance between New York and Chicago. It crosses the Andes at an altitude of 2,500 feet through a tunnel nearly 2 miles long. It was expensive to build and is so costly to operate that its freight rates will always be high. It has a rack and pinion or cog system of about 25 miles, and the gauges differ so that freight has to be transferred twice during the journey across the continent. Another transcontinental line, nearly completed, will connect the port of Antofagasta with Buenos Aires. This is an extension of a branch of the Antofagasta-Bolivia Railway. I have described my journey over it from Bolivia to the sea. The transcontinental extension leaves the main line at Uyuni, where it has an altitude of 12,600 feet, and thence passes through a rich mineral district, crossing Bolivia to the frontier at La Quiaca, where it connects with Argentine lines. This will never be a general passenger line across South America. The distance is too great. It will, however, be a shortcut from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic. Chile has plans and surveys for several important transcontinental railways south of the present line from Valparaiso to Buenos Aires. Some of them will end at Bahia Blanca, the Argentine port on the Atlantic Ocean, a day's ride south of Buenos Aires, and one will connect Talcahuana, the great commercial and naval station near Concepcion, with Antuco, and thence go into the Argentine, there to meet the roads having their termini in Bahia Blanca. This trans-Andean road would be about 200 miles shorter than the road now in operation between Valparaiso and Buenos Aires via Juncal. It will be easier to build and will cross the Andes through a tunnel less than a mile long. The government has granted a subsidy of $1 million to be paid at the rate of $5,000 per kilometer as it is open to traffic until $600,000 has been paid. The remaining $400,000 will be held until the line has been joined to the Argentine system. Another road to Bahia Blanca via Donquimay has been decided upon and will have a length of 850 miles. Between these southern transcontinental roads and the Trans-Andean road now in use, several routes to Buenos Aires are being considered and surveyed. One of these from Valparaiso via Maipo is about 1,000 miles long. Another from the port of San Antonio to Buenos Aires is a trifle over 1,000 miles in length. In addition to these, there are 3 others planned to go through the Colorado route, which would connect them with the port of Concepcion. Each of these routes is about 1,000 miles long. One reason for Chile's desire for more transcontinental lines is the fear that use of the Panama Canal will reduce the shipping through the Strait of Magellan. Many of the ships that have come by way of the strait now go through the canal and down the west coast of Chile, and the country will have much less commerce by the strait than it had formerly. The new railroads, however, would effect close connection with the Argentine and tend to route future travel to Europe by way of Argentine ports instead of northward via Panama. Chile was the first country of South America to build railways, and as I have said, they were constructed by United States citizens. The first road on the continent was made to connect the silver mines of Copiapo with the port of Caldera and was built by William Wheelwright. This line was opened July 4, 1851. The first locomotive used is now shown in one of the Chilean museums. It was made by Norris Brothers in Philadelphia in 1850. Wheelwright began the railroad from Valparaiso to Santiago and made surveys over the Andes with the idea of a transcontinental route. His first road was built 4 years before Henry Meigs, another great American constructor, began work on the Central Railroad southward from Santiago. William Wheelwright's name is highly honored in Chile. He did the country great service in aiding her early development. He was born at Newburyport, Massachusetts, and at the age of 26 was made United States Consul at Valparaiso, where he established a line of passenger vessels along the coast. Henry Meigs built the wonderful road that goes up the Andes back of Lima. He also constructed the line from Melendo to Arequipa, which now goes on to Lake Titicaca, and he did much railroad building in Chile. He completed the railway from Valparaiso to Santiago and built some portion of what is now included in the longitudinal system. From Puerto Montt, I shall travel northward back to Santiago, where I shall take the Trans-Andean line for Argentina. But before I leave this part of the world, I want to tell you of the trip through the Strait of Magellan to Tierra del Fuego and to the Falkland Islands, which I made when I was last in the Southern Hemisphere. Fewer and fewer travelers are now taking this route. What they save in time, they lose in other ways, as I found these lands full of interest, while the voyage through the famous Smith's Channel, not often attempted nowadays, gave me sights and thrills not equaled in my travels anywhere else in the world. I give you my notes as I penned them during that journey, modifying them only where changed conditions demand. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Through the Strait of Magellan. I am at the tail end of our hemisphere, at Cape Froward, the lowest continental point of the world, 3,000 miles nearer the South Pole than the foot of the Siamese Peninsula at the end of Asia, more than 1,000 miles below the Cape of Good Hope at the bottom of Africa, with a distance almost equal to the thickness of the earth between myself and the northern parts of the United States. I am on a little steamer in the Strait of Magellan. Just opposite, the black, rocky walls of Cape Froward rise almost straight upward to a height of 1,200 feet, and behind them, glistening in the moonlight, are the glacial snows of Mount Victoria, 2,000 feet higher. I am at the end of the great Andean chain. These hills mark the jumping off place of the mighty ridge that ties the continents together. Rich with copper, silver, and gold, they crawl from here on their sinuous way toward the North Pole. They span the equator, they drop their heads at the Isthmus of Panama, and end only at the Arctic Ocean beyond the gold mines of Alaska and the Klondike. The hills to the southward are a part of the Tierra del Fuego, above Cape Horn, and that great white frozen pyramidal cone rising among them is Mount Sarmiento, which pierces the southern sky more than 1,000 feet above the altitude of Mount Washington. Behind and in front of my ship, here as black as ink under the shadows of the hills, there turned to silver by the full moon's rays, flows the Strait of Magellan, that saltwater river in which, moved by the tides, the two great oceans rush together and clasp their hands to bear up the commerce of the world. The Strait of Magellan makes the passage between the oceans shorter by nearly 1,000 miles. Cape Horn, on an island some 200 miles south, is surrounded by waters which are always tossed about by terrible storms. Tonight the Magellan is almost as quiet as a mill pond, and our ship steams along as smoothly as the boat which carries the hero away in the swan song of Lohengrin. We are now about midway between the Atlantic and the Pacific. We entered the strait by what is known as Smith's Channel, opposite Desolation Island, about 30 miles from Cape Pilar, which marks its western end. We could see the two massive rocks of the cape as we turned to the eastward. Their steep sides tower up for a distance of 1,500 feet, and when the air is clear, they are in sight for many miles. Beginning at Cape Pilar, the strait runs southeast to Cape Froward, then turns to the northeast, widening here and there as it goes until it ends at the Atlantic between Cape Virgin and Cape Holy Ghost. The channel is 365 miles long, and its width varies from 2 to 24 miles. At times our vessel has been within a stone's throw of the shore, and again, in the misty air where the passage widened, the waters seemed almost to bound the horizon. This is so only in eastern parts of the channel, on both sides of which the shores of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego are low. In the west there is little else than mountains, which are now snow-dusted, and in many cases laden with vast glaciers sliding slowly down to the sea. Below the Strait of Magellan there is a group of many islands, of which the smallest are mountain peaks rising above the waves, and the largest is the island of Tierra del Fuego, which is bigger than many of our American states. It has mountains and valleys, great forests, and extensive plains, which have been transformed into some of the biggest sheep farms of the world. North of the strait lies the end of southern Patagonia on the east, and on the west a continuation of the archipelago of Tierra del Fuego. These islands, as well as the strait, and almost all of Tierra del Fuego, belong to Chile. The Chilean government has surveyed the channels and harbors of the passage, and lights and buoys have been erected to aid navigation, but some of the region is almost as unknown as it was when Ferdinand Magellan, the great sailor, discovered the strait for Spain in 1520. The land and the people have been misrepresented by passers-by from Darwin down to within recent years, and it is only lately that opportunities have been offered for careful investigation. Even now the savages I have seen here are less known than the tribes of Central Africa, and not all of the islands have been explored. The sheep farmer, the gold digger, and the government vessels are, however, making headway, and within a few years this great archipelago will be a terra incognita no longer. The generally accepted belief regarding southern Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego is that they are something like the coasts of Greenland or those of the Arctic seas. The geographies represent them as wastes of ice and snow, desolate, forbidding, and terrible to the traveler. During this voyage I have spent several days winding in and out of the channels along the west coast of Lower Patagonia, and have been rewarded by a series of moving pictures that cannot be surpassed. Darwin compared the glaciers of Sarmiento in Tierra del Fuego to 100 frozen Niagaras. The waters along the lower end of western Patagonia present combinations which make one think of 100 Lake Comos, Lake Genevas, and Lake Lucernes linked together in one ever-widening, ever-changing river. Here are the beauties of the thousand islands of the St. Lawrence, heightened by snow-capped mountains kissed by the sun, and mighty glaciers sliding down into masses of dark green vegetation. Here are giant rocks, cathedral-shaped, covered with moss, rising sheer up from the water for 1,000 feet. Mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their feet buried in the sea. Narrow gorges in which the steamer must tack this way and that as it winds about between islands of green and islands of rock resting in lakelets. Fields of floating ice through which the boat crashes. Narrow fjords in which the black water is 3,000 feet deep. And in short, such a variety of scenic wonders of clouds, mountains, and sea that I doubt whether their like can be found in the world. Suppose you could take the most picturesque parts of the Andes, the Himalayas, and the Alps, sink them up to their necks in dark blue water, pull the cloud masses down with them into the sea, and wrap their rugged sides far up from the water's edge with a wonderful mantle of green, now brilliant in the sunlight, now frosted with snow, and again so filled with ice that it lies in terraces up their sides, and you will have some idea of these lands at the southern end of our hemisphere. But I despair of giving a vivid picture of our voyage through this archipelago. It lasted 3 days and was a series of wonders. All I shall attempt is to take you with me through some few places by a transcript of my notes made upon the ground. We start in the evening in the Bay of Coronel, near Concepcion, on the west coast of Chile. When we are awake next morning, we are far out in the Pacific. The steamer is rolling, the whitecaps are dancing over the waves, and away off to the eastward we can make out the faint blue outline of South Chile. A day later, in storm and rain, we steam past the long, narrow island of Chiloe, which the government is trying to colonize, and on the evening of the 3rd day we enter the wide Gulf of Peñas and come to anchor at the entrance of Smith's Channel. The water is still, the steamer moves slowly, and we seem to be in a great river rather than in the ocean. We are sailing among the clouds through the water-filled ravines of some of the greatest of the world's mountains. On our right are grass-clad islands. On our left are rugged, jagged peaks rising in all shapes out of the sea. There is one that reminds me of the Pyramid of Cheops, and there is another that is a fair likeness of the smashed-nosed Sphinx. In front of the hills are climbing over one another like a troop of giants playing leapfrog, and farther on they rise upward in fort-like walls of green 1,000 feet high, losing themselves in that misty white cloud which rests upon them. As we proceed, the passage narrows and widens. Now we are in a lake surrounded by snow-capped mountains, now in a canyon, and now we sail by a break in the mountain walls, a deep fjord with moss-green sides snow-flecked 1,000 feet up and filled with black water 1,000 feet deep. As we look, the sun breaks its way into the gorge and turns the water to silver. It scatters diamonds in the snow. Over there is a glacier, a great green mass shining out upon the ragged sides of a snowy mountain. The sun strikes it, and it is a bed of emeralds in a silver setting. Before us is an ever-varying panorama of sky and sea and land. We sail out of the sunlight into snowstorms, then out of the snow into sun again. Now the sky is almost blue overhead, sprinkled with fleecy clouds. Cloud masses nestle in the velvety laps of the hills. They wrap themselves about the snowy peaks as though to hide them, and there they stoop down and press tantalizing kisses upon their icy lips. Upon the snow-dotted hills and dark water are dashes of silver where the rays of the sun have penetrated the clouds. The changing light makes the channel on one side of the ship black, on the other side it is a beautiful yellowish green, and behind, the ship has left a path of molten silver shining in the sun. The hills change even as the water. Now they are dark. Now the sun brushes them with its rays, and the ferns and moss and trees brighten. The ragged volcanic rocks stand out, and through the green and the black, falling hundreds and sometimes thousands of feet, are silvery cascades. These waterfalls are to be seen all along these inland channels. They come from the glaciers and the mountain snows. On our third day in the channel, I saw one of the strangest atmospheric effects I have ever beheld. The mountain-walled river had widened, and we were again coming to narrows, when over our pathway in front of us a great rainbow bridge flung from the snowy summit of a low mountain in the south to the top of another mountain almost opposite on the north of the channel. It was a splendid opal arch of the gods founded on pedestals of frosted silver. As we approached, the rainbow faded, the sky was blue overhead, but a curtain of clouds had risen up from the water. When I first saw it I thought it was a field of icebergs. It was as white as snow, and it extended upward to what seemed a height of several hundred feet, stretching across the channel from mountain to mountain. Above, the sky was still clear, and the only other clouds to be seen were those hovering over the mountain peaks. We sailed out of the light right into this cloud wall, out of the dry air into a mist so thick that we could almost wash our hands in it. A half hour later we were again under a clear sky. At times the masts of the steamer were in the clouds, and the deck clear and dry. Again the clouds would form a roof over the channel, and again the bases of the hills would be hidden, and we could look over the clouds at the green and snow above. It seemed strange to think of green moss, green trees, and a matted mass of green vegetation amid the snows and glaciers. That is what we have here. The glaciers slide down into the green, and the snow falls and melts upon it all winter long. Even in the jungles of India I have not seen so thick a growth of trees and plants as along the west coast of Patagonia. We have a chance to go on shore every afternoon when we anchor for the night. Pushing our way into the country is, however, impossible. The trees are evergreens, generally small, but so dense that one could walk on their tops on snowshoes. A bed of moss covers the ground waist deep about them, and great ferns, with leaves as long as a man's arm, extend in every open or rocky spot. The earth is saturated with moisture. The mold and rotting wood of centuries cover it, and one sinks in and stumbles about more than in an Irish bog. It is only on the higher parts of the mountains that vegetation ceases, and only there the climate is such as to produce glaciers and perpetual snow. The icebergs that we see in the channel came from these glaciers. They are among the great glaciers of the world, many of them surpassing, it is said, the largest in the Alps. In Tierra del Fuego they line the waterways in places with walls of ice 1,000 feet high, and ships must sail carefully not to be struck by the icebergs, which in chunks of 1,000 tons and upward break off with a noise like thunder and fall into the sea. Icebergs often fill Smith's Channel, so that it is impossible to get through. This was the case last year when one of the steamers was forced to go back, and when the ship upon which I now am had its bow crushed in by the icebergs. This glacial ice is not like that in our rivers and lakes. It is as hard as a rock and of a crystalline green. On our second day in the archipelago, we stopped the steamer, lassoed an iceberg, and towed it up to the ship. It was a little berg, not bigger than a city lot, but it was of a beautiful opalescent green with a frosted silver top. It had many angles and projections. The steward and a boatload of sailors attacked it with crowbars and broke off enough ice to last for the rest of the voyage. One of the great log chains used for hoisting heavy cargo was first coupled about the corner of one of these ice masses. Then a lever in the engine room was pulled, and a section of the iceberg was broken off and raised by a derrick to the deck of the vessel. We must have taken on 100 tons of ice. During our voyage through these strange islands, we have seen but few animals and birds. Now and then we have passed a small school of seals which pop their heads out of the water and take a peep at the steamer as it goes by. We have seen half a dozen whales and occasionally an albatross or a gull. We have had, however, a number of visits from the wild savages of the Magellans, the naked Indians of the Patagonian channels, who are among the least known wild men of the world. They are different from the Onas and Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, with whom missionaries have worked, and several of whom years ago were carried to England. These Indians are known as the Araucanians. There are only about 500 of them. They have no chiefs or tribal relations. Each family lives to itself. The Araucanians are strictly canoe Indians, living almost entirely upon the sea. They are found only in these straits and off the coasts of southern Patagonia. They sleep sometimes on land in little wigwams 3 feet high, made by bending over the branches of trees and tying them together. They build a fire in front and crawl into them for the night. Their canoes are well constructed. They are about 15 feet long, 3 or 4 feet wide, and perhaps 2 feet deep. They are made of bark sewn together with sinew. They are cross-ribbed and can be easily paddled. In the center of each boat is a fire built on some earth, about which sit much of the family as are not paddling the boat. Queer-looking people they are. Most of them wear no clothes whatever, and are apparently comfortable amid the snows of winter with only a coat of seal or fish oil upon their skins. They are glad to get such clothing as they can beg from white men, and they come about the ship and ask for cast-off garments, food, and tobacco. Some we have seen were as naked as Adam and Eve before the fall. Others wore bits of old clothes. One man, who brought his family alongside in a canoe, had on a short vest open at the front and a tiny apron as big as a lady's handkerchief tied to a string about his waist. His favorite wife, clad in a string of beads, sat in the boat near the fire, with a naked boy of 2 sucking his fingers as he leaned against her bare legs. His other wife, a buxom girl in her teens, held an unswaddled baby to her breast with one hand while she paddled the boat with the other. I was shivering in my overcoat as I looked at these people, but they did not seem cold or miserable. The children were fat. The young mother at the end of the boat had on nothing but a cast-off sack coat, which she had thrown over her shoulders, partially to cover herself and her baby. As she paddled, this kept falling off, exposing her person and that of the infant. The men and women were rather under than oversized. They had faces somewhat like those of our Indians. The men's faces were dirty, evidently from paint, and the naked brave in the vest had a thin black mustache. They had black hair. That of the women hung long, and that of the men were cut off so that it just covered the ears and fell down in a thick black fringe, or bang, over their eyes. Their skins were of a coffee brown color, and all had very white teeth, which they showed again and again as they laughed. Their voices were not unpleasant, and they mimicked us as we called out to them. The man in the vest had 2 or 3 otter skins, which one of the officers of the ship tried to buy. As he would not come on board, the officer crawled down the side of the ship above the boat and held on there by a rope while he tried to make the trade. He had a big butcher knife in one hand while he held on to the rope with the other. He wanted the savage to give him 2 skins for the knife, but the Alacaluf thought 1 was enough. He would not give up the skin until he had the knife in his hand, and in the trade he displayed a wonderful shrewdness and ability to bargain. Of course, neither party could understand the other, and neither would trust the other. The only things that can be used in trading with these people are bright cloth, beads, tobacco, and knives. They do not know the use of money, and would rather have a jackknife or a hatchet than a genuine gold brick. They were evidently afraid to come on board, and I am told they are by no means friendly to strangers, and will kill them if they can attack them with safety. They use slings to defend themselves, but do not hunt. The food for the family is usually obtained by the women, of whom each man has one or more, as he can get them. They bring in fish, mussels, and now and then a fox, seal, or otter. The women fish with lines, but without hooks. A little chunk of meat is tied to the end of the line, and when the fish has swallowed this, it is jerked into the canoe. The Alacalufes are also fond of whale meat. A dead whale is cut in pieces and buried, to be eaten in its various stages of decomposition as long as it lasts. They understand what tobacco is, and those we have met have been as anxious to get it as food. They had but a few foreign words, one of which was Frau Lehmann, the term by which they designate all other people, and the other two, Galeta, the Spanish word for sweet cakes, and Tabak, the German for tobacco. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The southernmost city of the world. Punta Arenas is distinguished as the southernmost city of the world. It is at the tip of the South American continent on the northern coast of the Strait of Magellan, midway between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, and more than 100 miles north of Cape Horn. The city is the commercial capital of a vast region of sea and land that is but little known to the rest of the world. From where I am writing, I can see the blue forests of Tierra del Fuego on the opposite side of the strait, and behind me, stretching away for hundreds of miles to the north, are the mountains of Patagonia, with myriad flocks of sheep grazing on their slopes. There is no city of any size within 1,000 miles of Punta Arenas, and its only connection with the rest of the world is its radio station, which daily receives wireless messages from Santiago, Buenos Aires, and even more distant points. The radio stations of Chile are rapidly increasing. I have seen their towers at every important port on the long coast from Arica on the edge of Peru to the Strait of Magellan. One has even been erected on Juan Fernandez Island, and the home of Robinson Crusoe now has ears for the voices of all the world. All of the supplies for Punta Arenas are brought in by the steamers passing through the Strait of Magellan. The Chilean government has proposed to extend its railroad down here, but it will be a long time before the longitudinal system can be pushed through the Andes to the strait, and during this generation, at least, Punta Arenas will have to rely upon ships. The city has a big business as a coaling and supply station for the vessels passing through. She charges all that the traffic will bear for every kind of goods, and when our battleship, the Oregon, coaled here on her long way around the hemisphere from San Francisco at the outbreak of the Spanish-American War, she had to pay a fancy price for coal. The port is free, and there is much interchange of goods by the steamers and sailing vessels that pass through the strait. Just now there are English and United States steamers in the harbor loading and discharging freight, and a ship from New Zealand with a cargo of frozen sheep for London has just come to anchor. There are regular steamers that ply between Buenos Aires and Valparaiso through the strait, and ships of 2 large British lines call here fortnightly. There are 10 villages in the country about which can be reached by automobile or by coast steamers, and something like 1,000 miles of roads have been built or are under construction. Punta Arenas is the capital of the territory of the Magellans, the southernmost political division of Chile. This territory consists of the southern end of the range of the Andes, running from a little below Valdivia to the Strait of Magellan. The islands are at the western end of the strait and most of Tierra del Fuego. It comprises about 1/4 of all Chile, having a land area nearly equal to that of our state of Missouri and a population about equal to that of Alaska. The Magellans might be called the Alaska of Chile, although they are only 1/9 the size of our great land of the north. Their climate is like that of southeastern Alaska. Punta Arenas is an up-to-date municipality. 20 years ago, the greater part of it was still in the woods. Stumps stood in the principal streets, and in the rainy season the roads were rivers of mud. Today the town is well paved, and it has a plaza surrounded by good houses and stores. The streets are lighted by electricity, and there are churches, schools, and clubs. It is the home of the farthest south newspaper in the world, the Magellan Times, a thoroughly up-to-date sheet in every way. The value of the city property is now estimated at more than $10 million. The people of Punta Arenas are of a dozen different nations and come from all parts of the world. There are English and Germans, as well as many Danes, Norwegians, and Swedes, who have a large share in the navigation of the strait. There are Australians and Italians, Chileans, and Indians. Some of the most successful businessmen are Scotchmen, and the Scotch also have large interests in the sheep industry. Until within recent years, the territory of the Magellans was supposed to be worthless. It was so near the South Pole that many thought it all ice and snow, and its mountainous character was such that no one imagined the land could ever be of any value. Today, this region has developed a livestock raising industry that bulks large in the assets of Chile. It has one sheep raising company, capitalized at more than 7 millions, which is now producing 9 or 10 million pounds of wool every year. This company owns 2 million acres of land, and its sheep number more than 1,200,000. It has also 25,000 cattle and more than 9,000 horses. It sheared more than 1 million sheep last year, and the average fleece weighed almost 8 pounds. It has more than 500,000 lambs and ships vast quantities of frozen mutton to England. La Sociedad Explotadora de Tierra del Fuego, or the Tierra del Fuego Exploration Society, owns 1,600,000 sheep besides cattle and horses. It has its own meat canning factory and a plant for producing tallow by boiling down sheep fat. A freezing plant has recently been installed there, and there is another freezer at the Rio Seco, to which 150,000 sheep are annually shipped. The yearly output of these two plants is almost 400,000 carcasses, and the tallow works connected with them have marketed more than 750,000 pounds of that article. Sheep were first brought to the Strait region in 1878. They were imported from the Falkland Islands, which lie about 200 miles to the east, opposite the entrance to this great ocean passage. Within 7 years the flocks numbered 40,000 head. As the value of the lands for sheep raising became known, farmers and stockmen came from Australia and Europe and developed what is now an enormous and profitable business. Sheep are pastured not only on the mainland north of the strait, but also on Tierra del Fuego on the southern side of the passage. This great island belongs partly to Chile and partly to Argentina. The greater part of Tierra del Fuego is made up of plains and wide stretches of moorland covered with grass, which is green in the summer and turns reddish brown as winter comes on. This grass furnishes good grazing all the year round. In the winter the sheep sometimes dig down through the snow, which as a rule melts soon after falling. The grasses of the strait are noted for their richness and sweetness. They are excellent for the production of both mutton and wool, and would feed far more stock than they do were it not for the rats. As it is, this pest is so prevalent that it now takes 3 or more acres to support one sheep. The rats not only eat the grass, but they tunnel the earth to such an extent that it is impossible to drive over the plains with a wagon, and on horseback one has to ride very carefully. Cattle are used as rat exterminators. They are driven over the ground and trample the rats in their burrows. Among the other enemies of the sheep farmer in Tierra del Fuego are vultures, foxes, wild dogs, panthers, and the Ona Indians. The sheep are so fat that if one of them falls down and rolls upon its back, it cannot turn over of itself and simply lies there and kicks. The vultures are always watching the sheep, and when such an accident happens, they attack the helpless animal and pick out its eyes. After this it may live some days, but as soon as it is dead, the vultures finish their work by tearing its flesh from the bones. The foxes of Tierra del Fuego are much like wolves. They are as big as dogs. They attack the sheep and drive them into the streams where they drown. There are wild dogs in the forests of this region which come out in packs of from 10 to 30 and worry the sheep. Then there are the panthers, one of which often kills 100 sheep in a night. The owners will steal and drive off 500 sheep at a time. These Indians will cut a bunch of sheep out of a flock and drive them off into the woods. Many of the sheep are lost as they are run over bogs and through streams, and when they reach their stopping place, it may be that only 2/3 of the number remain. Of these, the savages kill what they can eat and drown the rest. They bury the dead sheep in the bed of a creek or pond. After a week or so, when the flesh is pretty well decomposed, they come back, dig it up, and eat it. The sheep farms of Tierra del Fuego are much like those of Australia. They are fenced with wire, and the sheep are kept in large paddocks, some of which are as big as an average American township. The ordinary flock contains about 2,000 head, and each flock has its own shepherd, aided by dogs. The dogs are Scotch collies, so intelligent that they seem almost human. They will pick any sheep from a flock at the command of their master, who directs them by a motion of his hand which way to go. If he waves to the front, they know they are to go ahead. If he throws his hand to the rear, they come back, and the shepherd's hand held up in the air brings them to a standstill. Most of the shepherds are Scotchmen, who come to the Strait of Magellan on 5-year contracts. They receive from $30 to $40 a month and have in addition house rent, fuel, and meat. Their houses are 2 or 3 room shacks scattered over the farms. The fuel comes from the woods, and their meat is mutton from the flocks they herd. The most important part of the year at the Strait of Magellan is when the shearing is done. This season begins in January, and on the big ranches may last for 2 months. Much of the work is done by professional shearers, although the shepherd comes in to help handle the animals. On some of the farms this work is paid for by the fleece. When a man begins to shear, he is given a book in which are recorded the number of animals he shears during the week and the amount to his credit. If any dispute arises, it is to be settled by a committee composed equally of the owners and employees. The company furnishes the shears, of which every man gets 3 pairs at the start and an additional pair for each 1,000 animals. Latterly, flocks in Tierra del Fuego have been sheared by machines. A set of knives or clippers, like those used by barbers, is attached to a cord running on an overhead pulley, and the shearer moves these clippers over the skin of the sheep, cutting off the wool. This is said to make a cleaner and closer job and does not cut the skin. After shearing, the fleeces are carefully spread out, being laid one on top of the other, and packed in bales of 500 pounds each. Most of the wool goes to the English markets. The average fleece now produced in Tierra del Fuego weighs 7½ pounds and upward, which is much above the average in the United States. The wool is of good quality, having a staple of 3 or 4 inches and selling at the same price as the wool of New Zealand. The sheep are not washed, and the wool is exported in its greasy state. Tierra del Fuego wool is especially valued for its snowy whiteness when washed, and because it will take the most delicate dyes. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tierra del Fuego. The archipelago of Tierra del Fuego contains as much land as Kansas. It is wider from east to west than from Cleveland to Chicago, and from north to south it is longer than from New York to Boston. Most of the hundreds of islands are wooded and mountainous, but a few of them have valleys and plains covered with rich grass on which sheep and cattle rapidly grow fat. The largest islands are Onisan, or King Charles Southland, or Tierra del Fuego proper; Desolation Island, which lies near the western entrance to the strait, and along which I coasted for miles on my way to Punta Arenas; the Isle of St. Ives, Clarence Island, and Dawson Island, a little farther to the eastward, and the large islands of Host and Navarino on the south. Cape Horn itself is on one of the small islands on the southernmost part of the archipelago. The chief island is Tierra del Fuego, which is half as big as Ohio. Chile owns nearly all of the islands of the archipelago and most of the sheeplands of Tierra del Fuego. The lands of the Chilean part have been taken up within the past few years under leases from the Chilean government. The Argentine portion is not so well settled, owing to the difficulty of access and uncertainty as to the boundary. Nearly all the southern and eastern portions of the island are plains, wide stretches of moorland covered with grass. Around the west and south coast is a rim of mountains, many of which rise steeply from the water, and which probably gave Darwin the basis for his statement that there was not a level acre of ground upon the whole island. The plains are in the interior, running midway between north and south and extending across the country. There is an elevated tableland, and beyond this to the north is a second elevated plain. It seems strange to think of dense vegetation in Tierra del Fuego. One might almost as soon believe that grass could be raised on an iceberg. The truth is, however, that the winter climate of Tierra del Fuego is milder than that of Canada. The lowlands are seldom covered with snow for more than a few days at a time, though one is in sight of snow and glaciers on the mountains all the year round. The climate varies, but it is generally cool, cloudy, and windy. The most objectionable feature is the wind, which at times blows for days at a stretch and sends the chilly air through one's bones in penetrating blasts. Tierra del Fuego is in the latitude corresponding to that of Labrador, but so are a large part of England and a big slice of Holland, and I imagine that barring these winds, Tierra del, as they have nicknamed the island, has winters more like those of northern Europe than those of Labrador. The vegetation is that of the temperate rather than of the frigid zone. The mountain slopes, up to about 1,000 feet, are walled with a growth of trees, ferns, and mosses so dense that it is almost impossible to get through the entanglement. On the sides of the steeper mountains, the trees, instead of growing straight up, hug the earth, so that a tree with a trunk as thick as a man's waist may be only 3 feet high, but spreads over a large piece of ground. This is probably due to the mountain snow, which presses down the trees and at the same time keeps them warm enough so that they can grow. The most common tree here at the tail end of creation is the beech. There are vast forests of Antarctic beeches in Chilean Tierra del Fuego, the trees of which are 80 feet tall and 6 feet thick. They make excellent lumber, and some are now being cut down and shipped to Buenos Aires. One species of the beech tree is of our evergreen variety. Another is a common beech like that of our central states. There are also trees of the magnolia species. There are 25 different kinds of shrubs and bushes besides many wild berries. Wild strawberries of great size and delicious flavor are found in their season, and there are also wild grapes and celery. Ferns are to be seen almost everywhere. The sheep farmers raise cabbages, potatoes, turnips, and peas in their gardens, and they tell me that in the spring and summer the pastures are dotted with wildflowers. Tierra del Fuego has been called the Klondike of South America. So far, however, there is no justification for the term. There is much gold, no doubt, but as yet no large quantities have been discovered, and that found is difficult to mine. The gold is all placer gold. Some of it is in the shape of nuggets as large as marrow-fat peas, but the greater part is in leaflets or scales. Most of the mines are in the southern part of Tierra del Fuego and the islands adjacent. The gold is found on the shores, the clay containing it running down under the water and being exposed only at low tide. The beaches are covered with shingle and sand, which must be removed before the bedrock is reached. At the Sloggett Bay diggings, for instance, there is 6 feet of sand and gravel above the bedrock. This has to be shoveled off, and at the next tide the gold-bearing clay is again covered. Almost similar conditions exist at the washings on the island of Navarino and elsewhere. From what I have been able to learn, there are, I should judge, only a few places where gold has been found in profitable deposits, and these are nothing in comparison with the great gold mines of our western states. Sluice boxes with machinery pumping the water from the sea and gathering the gold dust with mercury and copper plates have been used by those who have worked these deposits. Most of the mining, however, is spasmodic and uncertain. The territory is exceedingly difficult to reach, and prospecting is coupled with such hardships and expense in the way of getting supplies that the American miner had better stay at home. But let us look at the savages who live at the lower end of our hemisphere. I have already described the Alacalufes, or canoe Indians, found on the waterways of the western part of the archipelago. Tierra del Fuego and the larger islands are inhabited by two tribes, each of which is different from any other Indian tribe of South America. The Onas are found chiefly in northern and central Tierra del Fuego. They are very savage and wage war on the whites. Once 2 Chilean naval officers were killed by them while surveying one of the smaller islands. When found, the Chilenos were naked, their clothing having been stripped off, and in one of the bodies were 25 arrows with glass heads. The shepherds are said to shoot the Ona Indians at sight when they become especially troublesome, for they say it is cheaper to kill than to civilize them or break them of their sheep stealing. But the Roman Catholics have a mission station on Dawson Island, not far from Tierra del Fuego, on which are some Onas, and are doing what they can for these primitive people. In their natural state, the Onas, as a rule, go naked. In some instances, however, the missionaries have been able to induce them to wear some clothes. The Onas sometimes wear a strip of guanaco skin over the shoulders. The adults have breechcloths, but the children wear nothing save the coating of fish oil with which they are liberally smeared. The oil serves to keep out the cold, and so far I have yet to see one of these Indians shiver, although in my winter flannels and overcoat I myself have been none too warm. The Tierra del Fuegians have been painted by travelers as wretched and miserable in the extreme. They appear to be sleek, fat, and well fed, and are generally good natured. The Alacalufes I saw wore a perpetual grin, and the Onas and Yangans are, when among themselves, full of good humor. An Ona house is merely a hole in the ground with a windbreak of branches or trees bent down and tied together over it. The hole is about 3 feet deep and just big enough to contain the Indian and his family. They use it chiefly at night, crawling in and cuddling up together, with their dogs lying about and over them for warmth. Such fires as they make are for cooking and are in front of and outside the dugout sleeping place. They do not like to stay more than a night or so in the same place, as they have an idea that the devil or evil spirit is after them and that they must move on or he will catch them. The Onas are of a good size, though not such giants as travelers have pictured them. The men are usually about 6 feet tall and the women about 5 feet 5 inches. The Yangans, who are all short-legged men from living in canoes, are much smaller. Were it not for their stomachs, the Onas might be said to be well formed. They are straight, deep-chested, and muscular. The women, when young, are plump and well-rounded, with fine necks and breasts. They are, however, great gluttons, and sometimes gorge themselves so that their stomachs are stretched tight like drumheads and stick out from their bodies. They have lighter skins than our Indians, and high cheekbones, flat noses, straight, dark eyes, and rather full, sensuous lips. Their hair is straight and black, and among the men the fashion is to have it singed at the crown to form a sort of tonsure. The women let their hair grow and it hangs down over their shoulders. The men do not have beards until late in life, and as they do not like to appear old, they usually pull out the stray hairs on their faces. An Ona seldom has a beard before he is 35 or 40. The Onas apparently do not care whether their food is fresh or not. Before the advent of sheep farming in Tierra del Fuego, they lived on fish, fungi, and guanacos. Guanacos are wild animals of the same genus as the llama. They seem to be a cross between the deer and the camel and are about the size of a very large sheep. The Onas run them down with their dogs and follow them also on foot. They are fast runners and take 6-foot strides, so an Argentine man who lived on the islands has told me. They eat the decayed flesh of stranded whales which they find on the shore, but as a rule do not go out in canoes to fish as do the Yangans and the Alacalufes. They also make traps to catch game. They use only bows and arrows in war and for hunting. The arrows used to be tipped with flint, but now they are pointed with pieces of glass made out of the bottles thrown from the steamers passing through the Strait of Magellan. The Ono women weave very pretty rush baskets of a bowl shape. They cure the skins which their husbands bring in from the hunt and sew them together with sinews into robes or rugs. The Onas, I am told, have no great spirit or god as our Indians have. They practice polygamy, one man having several wives, whom he buys of their fathers at as low prices as he can. As for the Yangan Indians, before the whites came there were something like 3,000 of them. They were described by sea captains as a healthy, hardy, naked, savage race. The English early established a mission in South Tierra del Fuego and persuaded them to put on clothes. It is claimed that with the wearing of clothes came consumption and pneumonia, and that these ailments have reduced their number to less than 500. Both Onas and Yagans are fast dying out. They live in groups of about 30 families. They are not cannibals, as has been charged. Their principal food consists of mollusks, fish, seals, birds, strawberries, and fungi. Their women cook these things in different ways. They roast birds on the coals by putting red-hot stones inside of them. They bake eggs by breaking a small hole in one end and then standing them upright in the embers before the fire, turning them round and round to make them cook evenly. They bake the blood of animals, but as a rule eat their vegetables raw. The women are both fishers and hunters. The men make the canoes, but the women paddle them. The latter are good at the oars and usually are better and more fearless swimmers than the men. One of the wonderful things about the Yagans is their language. With no written language, they yet have a vocabulary of about 40,000 words. Mr. Bridges, a missionary who made a Yagan English dictionary, gives this as the number. Shakespeare's vocabulary, it is known, contained only 24,000 words. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Falkland Islands. The Falklands are among the little-known islands of the Atlantic Ocean, but their name was on the lips of everyone early in the World War when the British destroyed along their shores the German squadron which had wiped out Cradock and his command off the coast of Chile. The Falklands lie about 300 miles east of Cape Vergennes, at the Atlantic entrance to the Strait of Magellan, less than a day's steaming for one of England's great war vessels. They are even nearer the track of ships going round Cape Horn. With the exception of Punta Arenas, which belongs to Chile, and which by the neutrality laws may not furnish coal except in times of peace, the only coaling port near the islands is at Montevideo, 1,000 miles to the northward, the next nearest perhaps being the Cape of Good Hope, at the lower extremity of the African continent, more than 4,000 miles away. The islands were discovered by an English commander named Davis in 1592, and 2 years later were sighted by Sir Richard Hawkins, who named them the Maiden Islands in honor of Queen Elizabeth. Later on the Spanish government claimed them, and the Argentine Republic, as the heir of Spain, looked upon them as her property. In 1833, England again took possession of in the world are feeding, and from them upward of $1 million worth of wool is exported every year. One company alone owns 240,000 sheep, and the man who owns less than 25,000 is considered a small farmer indeed. Outside of sheep raising there are no other industries. I was told there were not 100 pigs in all the islands together, and although the grass is good for cattle, there are but few in the Falklands. Not enough wheat is raised to make a Maryland biscuit, and the only signs of agriculture are the little garden patches of cabbages, potatoes, and turnips grown in patches back of the houses of the shepherds on the moors, at the capital, and at the other small settlements scattered here and there over the two chief islands. The Falklands are a veritable cave of Aeolus. The cold winds blow almost all day long and every day. It is said they sometimes blow the vegetables out of the ground. They blow so hard that not a tree can live, and there are not enough bushes to furnish switches for a country school. The governor told me that it was his ambition to raise at least one tree, and that he had already made several attempts, but in vain. The pasturage, however, grows luxuriantly, and the sheep keep fat if the land is not overstocked. When they can find it, the sheep feed on a curious grass, which is a tonic as well as a food for the animals eating it. It is in fact a sort of a vegetable cocktail. It is called tussock grass, and has a stalk from 4 to 6 feet high and blades about 7 feet long. The plants grow close together in bunches, as many as 250 roots springing from one plant. Animals eat the roots as well as the leaves, and feeding upon them fatten rapidly. The roots are even eaten by men, and it is said that 2 Americans once lived upon them for 14 months on one of the smaller islands. The roots of the old plants decay and raise the grass upward, so that it grows upon a sort of cushion of manure. Some of these cushions are 6 feet high and 5 feet in diameter, so that the grass springing from them makes them look from a distance like a grove of low palm trees. The tussock grass grows along the coast even down to high water mark. It is fast disappearing, however, as the sheep are so fond of it that they eat it far down into the roots. Another odd plant which grows in the bogs looks like a stone. It forms bunches from 3 to 8 feet tall, and is hard as a rock. Indeed, it is so hard that one cannot cut it with a knife. On hot days a pale yellow gum comes out on its surface, and a rich aromatic odor fills the surrounding air. It is known as the balsam bog. It is always cloudy in the Falklands. The air is moist, and the outlook is dreary in the extreme. Imagine a dull, leaden sky hanging low over reddish brown moors, out of which, here and there, jut the ragged teeth of white rock masses. The land is gently rolling, with here and there a ragged hill. The soil is black and full of peat. In places it is streaked with little streams and spotted with treacherous bogs, in which horses and men are sometimes lost. The ground is so soggy, in fact, that wagons cannot be used. There is not a four-wheeled vehicle in the whole country. Carts can be used only in Port Stanley. All travel is on horseback, and a stranger dare not go from one sheep farm to another without a guide. Such hauling as is done by the shepherds is on sledges, dragged over the wet but snowless ground by horses. All herding of sheep is done upon horses and with dogs, which are raised and trained for the purpose. Notwithstanding all this, the Falklands are excellent for the raising of both cattle and sheep. The latitude is, roughly speaking, the equivalent in the southern hemisphere of that of Holland in the northern hemisphere, and the animals feed out all the year round. Before sheep were introduced, the regions fairly swarmed with wild cattle and wild horses. It is estimated that there were once 800,000 of these wild cattle. Now these have all disappeared, though almost as many sheep have taken their places. The wild cattle occasioned the first settlement. In 1844, a rich cattle and hide dealer of Montevideo, named Lafone, bought the right to the southern portion of East Falkland, together with all the wild cattle on the islands, for $50,000 down, and the promise to pay $100,000 additional in 10 years from 1852. In this deal he got over 600,000 acres of land, besides the skins of the wild cattle. In 1852 he sold this property to a company for $150,000, and since then this company has been the leading power in the Falklands. It has bought more land until it now owns above 1,000,000 acres, with about 300,000 sheep. Its boats periodically make the round of the islands, carrying to the farmers such goods as they order, and bringing their wool to Stanley for shipment to Europe. The wool is put up in bales, just as we bale cotton. Much of it goes to the markets by the regular steamers. The ship on which I came took on 1,200 bales of 650 pounds each. It does not take many shepherds to care for the large flocks. The farms are divided up into fields of several thousand acres each and fenced with wire, so that all the shepherd has to do is to ride about among the sheep and take them out of the bogs when they fall in, or turn them over if they fall down. They have to be dipped to keep off the scab, and at shearing time they are driven to the wool shed and shorn. The wool is not washed, but is carefully cut off, packed in bales, covered with bagging, hooped with iron, and shipped thus to London for sale. Most of the sheep are of the Cheviot and Australian breeds. They have heavy fleeces, the average being from 8 to 10 pounds. Sometimes they run as high as 21 pounds, the actual weight of a fleece recently sheared. The life of the shepherds on the Falklands is a lonely one. Like the shepherds of Tierra del Fuego, they are Scotchmen. Most of them are married and have large families. Their houses are scattered over the farms from 15 to 20 miles apart. They are usually built near peat beds and near little inlets where the company's boat can bring supplies. Besides his wages, the shepherd gets allowances of meat. The meat, of course, is mutton. His fuel is peat, which, while it costs nothing, he must dig for himself. In addition to this, he has a garden patch, and with mutton and vegetables he does very well. Flour and other staples he must buy. His home is usually a little cottage of 2 rooms and a lean-to roofed with corrugated iron. One room serves as a kitchen and living room, and in the other the family sleep. If there is an overflow, or a guest arrives, the loft or attic is used as a bedroom. The cooking is done in a curious oven-like pot, which is shelved over a grate set in the stone wall of a chimney or fireplace. The hot ashes from the burning peat fall down upon the pot and around it. The pot, which is tightly closed at the top, serves alike for boiling, baking, and stewing. The shepherd has mutton as a steady diet. He has mutton chops for breakfast, roast mutton for dinner, and a slice of cold mutton for lunch or supper. The herders seldom leave their farms, and the women often remain upon them for years at a time. I heard of one woman who had not been to town for 18 years. Her last visit was when she came to Port Stanley to be married. Think of living away out on the dreariest moorland, under the dreariest sky, in a 2-room cottage, with no neighbor within 15 miles, and coming into town only once in 18 years. One would think that the children brought up under such circumstances would be wild and uneducated. They are not. They are as intelligent and well-mannered children as you will find in any country community. There is a peculiar institution in the Falklands known as the traveling schoolmaster. He is paid by the government, receiving about $400 a year, to go from one shepherd's house to another and teach the children. The time allotted to each family is a fortnight, and if 3 families can bring their children together, they thus get 6 weeks of schooling. The schoolmaster lives 2 weeks with each family, at the end of which, having laid out a plan of home study for the children, he is sent on horseback by the shepherd to the next family, which may be 20 miles away. In the course of time he gets back to his old pupils, examines them in what they have gone over with their parents and sisters, and then takes them as much farther on the road to learning as his 2 weeks' stay will permit. The bishop and the parson of Port Stanley, who are also paid by the government, make a tour of the island once or twice a year to examine the children, not only in their catechism, but in their secular studies. These children are descended from the best stock of the Highlands of Scotland. Their ancestors are among the thriftiest people in the world. Indeed, many of the shepherds save money, and not a few have taken their savings to Patagonia, where they become sheep owners themselves. There are no beggars in the Falkland Islands. Let us take a look at Port Stanley, the capital. It has but 700 inhabitants, including the governor and his officials, but it has more business than many towns 5 times its size. It is perhaps in its way the richest capital city in the world, for every one of its inhabitants has all he can eat and to spare. Port Stanley is situated on Stanley Harbor, just beyond Cape Pembroke, at the eastern end of East Falkland. Its roadstead is a safe, landlocked bay, about half a mile wide and 5 miles long, with an entrance so narrow that a large vessel could hardly turn about in it. On the south side of the harbor, climbing a gently sloping hill, are 100 or so neat, 1- and 2-story cottages of wood or stone, with ridge roofs of corrugated iron. Viewed from the steamer, Port Stanley resembles a German village, and a closer look shows that every little house has its front yard and garden, and that the front doors of even the poorest of the cottages have vestibules. These are to shield the visitors and the families from the cold wind. In nearly every window are potted plants and flowers, for they cannot grow out of doors, and I venture to say that there is not a town of its size in the world that has so many greenhouses and conservatories. There is a plant on the islands called the tea plant, whose leaves are used for brewing a home drink. It has berries of a rose red color. Celery grows wild. Penguin eggs as big as goose eggs are plentiful in season. They are delicious eating and cheap. Penguins themselves are such a drug on the market that they sometimes sell for $1.50 per hundred. Beside each house is the peat pile. The black cubes come from the bog on the top of the hill, at the foot of which lies Port Stanley. Everyone here can get his fuel for the digging, and nearly every householder in Port Stanley goes to the moor and chops out his peat blocks for the winter. Some of the houses are quite pretentious. The manager of the Falkland Island Company has a house containing a dozen rooms, and the cottages of the governor cover perhaps a quarter of an acre, all of the rooms being on one floor. There are 3 churches, one of which is called the Cathedral. This is presided over by the Bishop of the Falklands. Another church is the Roman Catholic, and a third is that of the Baptist denomination. There are 2 hotels, or public houses, where one can get a bed or a drink. Port Stanley has a post office at which the monthly newspaper mail averages £5 per family. It has a postal savings bank, and though there are only 3,000 people in the Falklands, yet the depositors in this bank number 800. The colony has a governor appointed by the Crown who gets a salary of $7,500 a year. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Over the Andes by Rail. Across the Andes by railroad, climbing by rack and pinion over the highest range of our hemisphere, shooting through the darkness of the 2-mile tunnel from Chile into Argentina, ascending almost straight up from the Pacific Ocean to peaks lost in the clouds, and coasting from the snows down into the broad lands that extend to the Atlantic. This is the story of my trip over the transcontinental railroad that ties the coast together. It is less than 28 days by steamer direct from New York to Buenos Aires, but we can go from New York to Valparaiso in about 20 and be in Buenos Aires in 22 days if we choose the trans-Andean route. The time across the continent can be greatly reduced. The continuous trip now takes about 38 hours, whereas we travel from New York to Chicago in less than 20 hours. The chief delay here is in crossing the mountains, but the journey from port to port will someday be made in 30 hours, or by express trains of the future within 1 day. I left Santiago at about 6 o'clock in the evening, and 4 hours later had passed out of the great central valley of Chile and climbed to the station of Los Andes, where the narrow gauge track begins. Los Andes is a tiny railroad town consisting of little more than a hotel, but the hotel affords some unexpected comforts. It has several hundred large rooms, each of which has hot and cold water, an uncommon thing in this part of the world. The rates are $2.20 for lodging, including coffee and bread in the morning, and the coffee is good. We left Los Andes about 8 o'clock next morning and wound our way through a narrow valley walled by steep, rocky mountains. The journey was a steady climb with an average grade of 3%, and when the rack and pinion sections were reached, a maximum grade of 8%. The road goes up the valley of the Aconcagua River, which rises in Mount Aconcagua. The stream is the color of putty and reminded me of the glacial streams of the Alps. It is fed by the glaciers of Aconcagua and is loaded with the earth washings of the Andes. In places where the valley widens, there are irrigated patches with little fields of alfalfa, barley, and beans. Now and then we passed a straw-thatched mud hut. Wherever there was room a handful of such huts formed a village. The people generally live by tilling the small patches of land near their homes. Some of the fields are not bigger than city lots; nevertheless, there are often horses and cattle feeding upon them, and on single farms I saw crops of corn and barley besides the pastures. I saw a grain field where the farmers were preparing for threshing. They had spread the sheaves of wheat inside a ring of hard ground, and near by stood a half dozen horses waiting to be driven over the straw to tread out the grain. A little farther on I saw another threshing floor surrounded by posts and wire fencing. One cowboy stood in the center of the ring and two others at the side, each with a long whip in his hand. They kept 20 horses on a dead gallop round and round the ring. After a time the horses were driven out and the straw and chaff were thrown up against the wind to be blown away. The grain fell to the ground and was scooped into bags for the market. Then another carpet of sheaves was laid on the threshing floor and the process repeated. Some of our manufacturers of harvesting machines have made small threshers for use in the mountains, which are being introduced in these highlands. As we climbed up the Andes we could see the old trail, still used for crossing the continent. We passed trains of donkeys loaded with freight, pack mules taking merchandise from one side of the range to the other, and drovers with cattle and horses making their slow way over the heights. The mountain road is longer than the railway route, but freight rates are so high that the mule trains still handle much of the traffic. The highest point on the trail is 12,605 feet, or a little higher than the top of Fujiyama, Japan. It goes over the Upsalata Pass 2,000 feet above the railroad tunnel, the altitude of which is over 10,000 feet, or nearly 2 miles above the level of the sea. The boundary line between Chile and Argentina crosses the tunnel, so I went from one republic to the other in darkness. The scenery on this route over the Andes is similar to that of the Rockies along the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. The rock formations are strange and varied and at some points have as many colors as the Colorado Canyon. One goes through mighty gorges or passes under rocks hanging mountain high overhead, and suddenly comes out upon beautiful lakes sparkling like polished silver in the clear mountain air. There is little vegetation on the Pacific side of the slope. The chief plants are the cacti peculiar to this region. Among them is the giant cactus brandishing its spines from 10 to 12 feet in length. These plants resemble somewhat the Oregon cactus of Mexico and Arizona. On many of them I saw what I thought were their bright red blossoms, but I found they were flowering parasites common to the highlands of this part of the world. A little farther up the mountains the cacti disappeared. The earth showed that it had some moisture, and we saw low bushes bearing yellow and blue flowers. Higher still it was again dry, the bushes vanished, and we came into canyons and hills of volcanic rock, changing color with the sun and the shade. On one side of the canyon the rocks were bright yellow, on the other they were gray, turning to opal tints in the shadows. At Rio Blanco, on the Chilean side, we reached the cog railroad, and went on by a series of jerks, a jerk for each cog in the track. The steepest part of the road over the mountains is a narrow gauge line 111 miles long, with 25 miles of cog system. The rails weigh about 50 pounds to the yard, and the ties are of quebracho, from a tree native to Lower South America, the wood of which is one of the hardest and toughest known. The powerful engines made by Kitson and Company of Leeds, England, were built especially for climbing the mountains. The locomotives are double, with a rack and pinion device at the front. All the trans-Andean trains have first and second class cars. My fellow passengers of the first class were chiefly businessmen and clerks. Nearly everyone wore a duster, but this was to avoid the dirt of the lowlands rather than that of the mountains. A large part of the Argentine Pampas is covered with sand, and the trip across them is one of the dustiest in the world. In the second-class cars were chiefly Chilean peasants. I saw constant evidence of the enormous cost of the construction and maintenance of the Trans-Andean Railway. We passed many gangs repairing the roadbed, and everywhere the track has to be watched for dirt slides such as cause so much trouble at Panama. In winter there is also danger from avalanches, although the higher sections are protected by snow sheds. In some years as much as $50,000 has been spent for snow protection. Chile and Argentina jointly furnish the laborers, each for its own part of the lines. The high officials of the road and the engineers are Englishmen. The conductors are natives. Our first station in the Argentine Republic was Las Cuevas, at the eastern end of the tunnel, and the first official I met was the guard of the Argentine frontier. The next was the customs officer, who came into the cars to examine our baggage. He was lenient and gave us no trouble whatsoever. The scenery of the Argentine Andes is less rugged than that on the Chilean side. The way at first is through a desert, and the tops of the mountains are rocky and barren. Soon after leaving Las Cuevas, I caught sight of Mount Aconcagua about 15 miles away. Its peak is an irregular mass of snow, with jagged black rock reaching from the snow line down to the rocky valley. The summit is almost 23,000 feet above the sea, the highest peak of the New World. Some distance to the southward in plain sight is Mount Tupungato, 22,000 feet high, far higher than any mountain on our continent. All the way down the Andes we were in sight of magnificent peaks. We passed the famous Inca Bridge, a natural bridge of limestone, and crossed the narrow pass of Upsalata. On the Chilean side we had followed the valley of the swift-flowing Aconcagua River. On the Argentine side we descended toward the Atlantic along another glacial stream that raged and foamed over the rocks. This river, the Mendoza, waters the fruit-growing oasis in the desert at the foot of the Argentine Andes. It carries down great masses of silk, which feed tens of millions of grapevines and countless fruit trees and gardens. It is the mother of the city of Mendoza, having built up about that town some of the most valuable soil in the world. William Wheelwright planned a railway to cross the mountains from Caldera on the Pacific to Rosario on the Rio de la Plata, several hundred miles from its mouth, but it never reached the mountains. The present road originated with two brothers, Juan and Mateo Clark. They began building on both the Chilean and Argentine sides about 1889. The work went slowly until about 1899, when construction stopped. The track had been laid as far as the beginning of the tunnel on each side of the Andes. The engineers seemed afraid of the tunnel, and money could not be raised to continue the work until W. R. Grace & Company of New York took the contract and began to bore in from both sides of the mountain. Late in 1910, the two gangs of workmen came together. The engineers had planned so accurately that for some time the workmen in Chile could hear the workmen in Argentina digging at the thin veil of rock that was left. Then a final charge of dynamite was set off, the two tunnels were joined, and the mountains were conquered. The tunnel is practically 2 miles long, and all the way lies through rock. At the very top of the pass, 2,000 feet above the tunnel, stands the famous Christ of the Andes. One of the beautiful statues of the world, there is none that compares with it in the nobility of the sentiment it stands for. The Christ of the Andes is a greater monument of civilization than the famous Peace Palace at The Hague, or that other Peace Palace erected by Mr. Carnegie in Costa Rica and thrown down by an earthquake. The statue is a bronze figure of the Christ cast from old Argentine cannon. It was placed on the boundary between Chile and Argentina to commemorate the treaty made between the two republics in 1903. It marks the settlement of a dispute that involved a territory as large as our state of Kansas, or more than 1/3 as large as either Germany or France. The figure is 26 feet high and stands on a granite pedestal. One hand of the Christ is outstretched in blessing, and the other upholds the cross. On the pedestal are engraved in Spanish these words: Sooner shall these mountains crumble into dust than the people of Argentina and Chile break the peace which they have sworn to maintain at the feet of Christ the Redeemer. Many Europeans and Americans, too, are inclined to regard the countries of Lower South America as a part of the backwoods of the world, and are prone to sneer at their lack of culture and morals. After the horrors of the World War, when organized murder became a national virtue, and written obligations between governments merely scraps of paper, it revives one's faith to recall the Christ of the Andes. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Vineyard Oasis. The city of Mendoza is an oasis of vineyards in the heart of a desert. Lying here at the foot of the lofty Andes Mountains, on the railway that crosses the continent from the Pacific to the Atlantic, it is the center of the great valley of the Mendoza River. The river is not beautiful, although here and there willow trees line its course. It narrows and widens, passing in and out among mighty boulders, always carrying the silt that is like so much gold dust to the Mendoza fruit grower. The water is the color of chocolate and as thick as pea soup. It is so loaded with silt that whenever it meets an obstruction it builds up a sandbar or an island, and if one can find a patch of stones over which the current can be turned, he can soon have a covering of the richest soil. There are many such islands in the river, and they frequently change the course of the stream. The eastern foothills of the Andes have so little rain that most of the land is a desert. For this reason, all of the available water of the Mendoza is used for irrigation. There are frequent dams to divert the stream over the fields, while now and then there are canals with many laterals. The water gives life to all the land that it touches. It regenerates the valley year after year, as the Nile does Egypt, permitting enormous crops to be produced without nitrates or phosphates. The river-built land is so well suited to grapes that the whole valley has been turned into vineyards. Farther back in the country are hundreds of thousands of acres devoted to grazing, but here every square yard is in grapes, producing something like 75 million gallons of wine every year. As vineyards in Bering are worth 3,000 gold dollars and upward an acre, the bare lands with the water rights will bring as much as $1,000 per acre. I saw one little vineyard of 70 acres that nets $8,000 a year. The owner told me the average vineyard pays all expenses and gives 15% of clear profit year in and year out. When the season is good and grapes are high, it yields more, but when the bad seasons come, the profits are still sufficient to make the average 15%. Vast quantities of grapes are turned into wine. The town-dwelling Argentinians are a wine-drinking people, though the country people drink more mate, which is much like tea. The natives of Spanish descent habitually take wine with their meals. The immigrants, who have come in by the millions and form perhaps one half of the population, are mainly Italians and Spaniards, and they also drink wine every day. All the small Italian farmers have their own wine supply, and everyone who can afford it lays in a stock for his use each season. Most of these farmers buy upon credit, as is the custom in our southern states, paying their bills when the crops are sold. If the yield promises to be good, they have little difficulty in getting all the food, seeds, and farm implements they want. But for one thing the merchants will not give credit. That is wine. The wine is bought and sold only for cash, even at retail. Whenever times are hard in the cities, the wine sales fall off, and the price of grapes in the vineyard provinces drops, sometimes to 1 cent a pound. And just here I would say that this little valley promises to become, like the Central Valley of Chile, another winter fruit garden for our North American cities. Mendoza is already sending grapes to the Atlantic seaboard and thence to New York. The fruit goes in refrigerator cars and steamers. It is carried from here to Buenos Aires, a distance as far from New York to Detroit, or it might be shipped over the mountains to Valparaiso, and thence go north in the fast ships through the Panama Canal. The grapes here are equal to the finest from Spain or California. They can be landed in perfect condition and delivered in the chief cities of the United States in the very heart of our winter. For while blizzards are raging among the skyscrapers of New York, the orchards of Mendoza are loaded with fruit. But let me give some idea of this wonderful valley of which I am writing. In Mendoza I am in the center of 1,000,000 acres of vineyards. The vines grow close to the city, and enormous vineyards are separated from its buildings only by mud walls 4 or 5 feet in height. We can take a belt line and ride around the town, going all the way through vineyards and nothing but vineyards. This morning I spent 2 hours riding through this enormous fruit garden. The grapevines lining both sides of the track are set out in orderly rows, sometimes half a mile long, with black earth and irrigation ditches between the rows. The vines are cut back every year, as in France, and their tops are only waist high from the ground. They are trained upon wires tacked to rough posts, and the grapes hang down in great clusters. I saw vineyards of 1,000 acres entirely filled with white grapes, and other tracts equally large where all the grapes were blue or purple. They are quite as big as damson plums, single branches weighing 4 or 5 pounds. The trimming of these vineyards is so carefully done that the whole area looks like an ornamental garden, and the ground is so thoroughly cultivated that not a weed is to be seen. The laborers are mainly Chileans and Argentinians, although many Italians and Spaniards come in to help harvest the crop. The wine grapes are left on the vines until they are dead ripe, when they are at their sweetest and just ready to be turned into wine. I saw many of the large bodegas, or wine-making establishments. Nearly all of them have their own vineyards, but they also buy grapes of the growers near them. Some of the bodegas are of vast extent, with buildings that cover acres. Others are small. The presses of Mendoza province alone make about 300 million quarts of wine a year, and the adjoining province of San Juan produces about 1/5 as much. These two provinces spell wine to every Argentinian, and one of the common sayings describes a person manifestly under the influence of alcohol as entre San Juan y Mendoza, between San Juan and Mendoza. The capital invested in vineyards and bodegas runs high into the millions of dollars, and is spread over an area of more than 250,000 acres of land. I have just visited a bodega said to be the largest wine press of the world. In its cellars are 41 compartments for storing and aging wine. In its fermenting rooms there are 20 vats, each holding 100,000 gallons, and smaller vats with a total capacity of more than 1,000,000. In addition to the 400 to 500 vats, there are even more tanks, the whole forming reservoirs that could hold more than 2,000,000 gallons at one time. This bodega has 182 cars for bringing the grapes from the vineyards to the winery, and 93 tank cars of 2,500 gallons each to transport the wine and the grape juice from other bodegas. The capital of this institution is $3,000,000, on which it is said to pay dividends of 12%, besides laying away a big surplus. The grapes come in by the carload and first pass through crushing machines. The pulp is then run through 4-inch pipes to the fermenting vats, and the juice goes through cellar after cellar and from vat to vat in its fermentation. It is stored in tuns as tall as a 3-story house, and also in tanks, each big enough to form a swimming pool for an elephant. The staves are several inches thick and bound with heavy hoops of steel. The tanks were all made in France. Everything is of the most modern make. The machinery is operated by electricity, and the barrels in which the wine is shipped are manufactured on the premises. As I went out I passed a tank mounted on a motor truck used for carrying wine from the farm to the press. This tank on wheels held 1,000 gallons. The Mendoza River has created a forest in the midst of its garden of vineyards. The trees grow in the heart of the city itself. Water runs through all the streets of Mendoza, each of which is lined with poplars and other shade trees. The city has 5 large plazas filled with palms and tropical vegetation. In the heart of the town is the Plaza of San Martin. This park consists of sunken gardens, triangular in shape, with raised walks running around and through them, on which the people take their evening promenade. But the citizens' chief pride is in West Park, which covers 1,500 acres on a shelf of land a little higher than that on which the city stands. It contains a sheet of water almost a mile long, where regattas are held. Electric lighted avenues are lined with magnificent trees, and at frequent intervals are gardens of shrubs and plants. It has also a botanical garden and a zoological exhibit. From the hills 2 miles away there looks down over the park and the city the Army of the Andes, one of the world's most imposing memorials. This is the colossal, heroic group carved from the granite of the mountain top to commemorate one of the great feats of military history, the passage of the Andes by the Army of San Martin during the wars for South American independence. The 4,000 men he had been drilling for 5 years in Mendoza were divided into two detachments. One of these went up the Upsalata Pass over the Cumbre, 12,800 feet above the sea, and the other took the much longer and colder, though not so lofty route, over the Pass of Los Putos, north of Aconcagua. The daring maneuver succeeded with the loss of only a few men, and resulted in a brilliant victory that broke the power of Spain in Chile and Peru. I am delighted with Mendoza. It is one of the prettiest of South American cities and one of the newest and freshest in appearance, despite the fact that it is one of the oldest cities of the continent. It was founded 75 years before Boston and was a thriving municipality when New York was born. It was over 300 years old when an earthquake destroyed it in 1861. The convulsion occurred while a large number of people were in the churches, and more than 10,000 were buried in the ruins of the falling buildings. This reduced the population to 8,000, but Mendoza rapidly grew upon its ruins, and now it has 65 or 70,000 inhabitants. The present-day city is made largely of materials taken from the ruins. On account of the earthquakes, the buildings are nearly all of one story, but they are large and their exteriors are decorated. Mendoza is noted for its colleges and normal schools. It has also a model kindergarten, which stands in beautiful gardens with the Andes for a panoramic background. The city is lighted by electricity and has electric cars. There are fine stores in the chief business section, but the smaller establishments make one think of the shops of southern Europe. Many of them are open at the front, the walls being used as showcases. The outside of one hat store is covered with hats, and a great tin hat with an incandescent light globe hanging from the bottom of it forms the sign over the front door. Many of the hat shops are not more than 5 or 6 feet wide. Some of the stores have realistic picture signs. A barber shop has over the door a painting of a barber at work, while a toy store has a picture of children buying doll babies, Noah's Arks, and miniature automobiles. Following a visitor's invariable custom, I went to the market. It was filled with vegetables and fruit. I saw onions 5 inches in diameter, green peas as big as marbles, tomatoes the size of a pint cup, also roasting ears and lima beans. I found plums and apples and figs, both blue and white. I saw grapes in bunches as big as my head, and watermelons and muskmelons. Among the muskmelons is one like our cassava, with a white pulp that is especially delicious, which weighs 20 or 30 pounds. As this melon is said to keep well, it may someday be among the fruits exported for our winter use. Another delicious fruit is the nectarine, with a skin as smooth as that of a plum, but like a peach in its pulp and flavor. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Across the Pampas. From Mendoza in the foothills of the Andes to Buenos Aires on the east coast, I traveled for a day and a night over the Pampas. My train, a fast express, carried me into the most thickly settled part of this mighty country. Passing first through a region of vineyards, with grapevines extending on each side of the track as far as the eye could see, we soon came to the edge of the desert as indicated by the scrubby brush. Beyond the desert, which it took several hours to cross, we looked out upon vast plains covered with alfalfa knee-high. Herds of fat cattle were feeding in it. Bales of it, covered with canvas to keep off the rain, were piled high at the railroad stations. The western part of the Argentine Republic is thinly settled, with villages far apart. The people we saw at the stations were like those of our western frontier. Many of them looked as though they had just come from the immigrant ships. I saw Spaniards and Italians by the score, and mixed with them gauchos, or Argentine cowboys. The men wore cotton caps and jackets and full trousers held up by belts or strings at the waist, with the legs tied in at the ankles. Some of the men of the better class had on leggings or boots. The women wore bright colored calico dresses with skirts that reached only to the tops of their shoes. Their heads were bare or covered with shawls. They reminded me of the peasants of southeastern Europe. Between stations we saw little but vast fields fenced with wire and spotted with large droves of stock. We often rode for miles without seeing any dwellings of the great landowners. Most of the farmhouses are low mud huts not more than 20 feet square. Some of the huts are roofed with galvanized iron and others with thatch. Among the newer homes many are of galvanized iron, not as good as the ordinary tin garage of our country. In most cases 2 or 3 rooms make up the whole house. None of the poorer huts have gardens. They are the homes of the Italian colonists who have come here to make money, and though some of them own large tracts of land, they live little better than hogs. Passing out of the alfalfa country, we entered a region of pastures interspersed with fields of Indian corn. Some of the fields seemed almost boundless, the green reaching out like a mighty sea from each side of the track. As I rode across the Republic, I was impressed with its immensity. Often I could see nothing but the sky and the grass and the crops extending to the horizon. The sky hangs low. It is of a hot blue with a few silvery floating clouds. The fields stretch into hundreds of acres, and the rows of corn seem to merge with the sky. The corn is as luxuriant as that of Illinois or Missouri, and yields so lavishly that Argentina exports more corn than any other land in the world. And then the great pasture lands. There are thousands of acres of pasture to every acre of corn. The grass goes on in all directions. At times I rode for an hour, seeing nothing but grass, with vast flocks and herds feeding upon it, and now and then some huts of the farmers, or perhaps on the skyline the skeleton tower of a windmill of galvanized iron. Windmills are universal. They are needed to provide for watering the stock, and sometimes they are so numerous that you can see the curvature of the earth from the graduated heights of the mills rising over the land. They have a saucy look as they stand out so prominently on the Pampas, making one think of a little girl's head, the wheel forming the face, and the rudder the little tail of tightly braided hair sticking out behind. Indeed, I am told that American agricultural machinery is supreme in Argentine markets. After riding for hours through these pastures, we entered a region of wheat and corn. The immensity was just as impressive. I saw many American threshers at work. They stood beside stacks often several hundred feet long, which look like mighty yellow windrows. The grain is bagged as it comes from the threshing machine. On the roads I saw long teams of oxen bringing the fat bags to the train. At some of the stations were warehouses of galvanized iron for storing the grain, and at others canvas-covered mountains of bags standing near the tracks. As we entered eastern Argentina, the signs of careful cultivation increased. There were many fine buildings, the homes of rich estancieros, but the homes of the common people were just as mean and squalid as those farther west. Some of the landed estates are enormous and may contain tens of thousands of acres. One of the most noted is La Pastoral, which covers 37,000 acres. 15,000 head of Durhams and Herefords feed upon it. Another farm has 75,000 acres, with 25,000 head of stock, and the San Jacinto farm includes within its fences 60,000 acres, of which only 700 are devoted to grain. The rest is in pasture. Argentina, the richest and most enterprising of the South American republics, is fast taking its place among the great powers of the world. Besides its average good lands, it has some of the finest soils upon earth. It has long been feeding John Bull and is now reaching up along our side of the Atlantic to feed Uncle Sam. The Britisher has Argentine steaks and chops every morning, while already steamers leave Buenos Aires loaded with beef and mutton for the tables of New York. The country is sending butter abroad and may soon be adding to our supplies of flour and Indian corn. Indeed, the food lands of the Argentine are enormous almost beyond conception, rivaling our own in agricultural production. Argentina is much smaller than the United States, but it has fewer wastelands and better climatic conditions. Cattle and horses can feed out of doors all the year round, while the summers are hot enough to raise corn. Corn and hogs form the greatest possibilities of the future. Though the grain lands are annually producing exports to the value of more than $250 million, they are only at the beginning of their development. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Argentina and the United States compared. We have often seen Argentina on the map, but maps are lifeless things and it takes a geographer to show just what they mean. Let us see if we cannot make this country more real by comparing it with ours. In the first place, Argentina is about 1/3 as large as the United States, but it has no great mountain chains to eat up its good lands, and its desert area is small in comparison with ours. If you could cut the Argentine into patchwork and fit the pieces upon our territory, they would cover every inch of land east of the Mississippi, and the remainder would be larger than a number of the states west of that river. Argentina is 12 times as big as Great Britain and 5 times as large as either Germany or France. It is greater than Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Utah, Colorado, and Kansas combined. It would make 20 states as big as Illinois, and the greater part of them would be equally as rich. Argentina and the United States both lie in the temperate zone, although one is farther north and the other far south of the equator. At noon in America one's shadow falls toward the north. Here it falls toward the south. Our cold lands are in the far north. The cold lands of Argentina are in the far south. We go to Florida and the West Indies in January to warm our chilled bones. For the same reason, the Argentinian goes to Paraguay and Brazil in July. In Buenos Aires, January is midsummer and August midwinter. In the United States, you must have a southern exposure to get the sun during the cold weather. In the Argentine Republic, you want windows facing the north. Both Argentina and the United States are agricultural empires, with their chief crops about the same. Each has some of the best breadlands of the globe. Both raise millions of livestock. These two countries produce enormous quantities of grain. Both export food to the rest of the world. They are already competitors in the selling of meat, wheat, flour, and wool. We, however, have been growing so fast that we are turning from farming to manufacturing. As most of our good land is already under cultivation, in the future we may have to look to Argentina to fill our bread baskets. Argentina already stands 6th among the world's wheat producers. Its annual crop is well over 100 million bushels, but this comes from only 1/5 of the territory upon which wheat can be grown. If all its wheat lands were in use, even with the present poor methods of farming, it would yield from 800 million to 1 billion bushels of wheat every year. Then it could supply all the flour we use and have several 100 million bushels to spare. As I have said, Argentina is already the chief corn exporting country of the world. It produces something like 200 million bushels a year and exports at least 80% of it. Our corn is nearly all used at home. The Argentine has hardly begun to develop its corn lands. The whole northern part of the republic will raise maize, and the pork industry could also be tremendously increased. An expert in that business has given the opinion that Argentina and Uruguay should become the greatest pig producers of the world, but so long as cereals continue profitable, Argentine farmers will take no pains to develop a new industry. In addition to wheat and corn, Argentina is exporting oats. She also raises vast quantities of flax for linseed. In fact, she practically supplies the world with linseed. She ranks second among the sheep countries of the world, falling only a little behind Australia, is fourth in the number of her cattle, and has more horses in proportion to her area than any other land on earth. The horses bred here are among the finest known. The crops come from the central and northern parts of the republic and are grown in the beds of rich soil built up by the wonderful system of streams emptying into the Rio de la Plata. In South America, four great rivers form the chief drainage system for much of the land south of the Amazon Valley. These are the Parana and Paraguay, which cover a great part of Brazil, the Pilcomayo, which drains the slopes of the Bolivian Andes, and the Uruguay, which drains the state of that name and much of southern Brazil. Each of these rivers is rich with silt, and for ages has been carrying down the plant food from the highlands. These streams drain a country larger than the basin of the Mississippi, in fact half as large as the United States. It is this drainage that has made fat the Argentine Pampas. The best lands lie along the rivers, but the soil is rich all the way to the Andes, and so free from rocks that there are tracks over which one can travel for 100 miles without finding pebbles enough for a game of jackstones. Many sections of Argentina have their counterpart in the United States. In general, the basin of the Rio de la Plata is like that of the Mississippi. One must, however, cut out the great fields of maize in our corn belt and cover the land with pastures and grain. He must take away 49 farmhouses out of every 50 and tear down the barns. He must replace our neat country homes with mean huts of mud thatched with straw or sheds of galvanized iron, and erect here and there groups of large, low buildings surrounded by flowers and trees for the homes of the rich. Add then sheep and cattle feeding on the vast fields in flocks of thousands, and one will have some idea of the broad lands of the Argentine. In the northern part of the republic the scenery changes. There are more cornfields and great plantations of sugar cane. This region is warmer, like Florida or other parts of our far south. The province of Tucuman has soil which produces 100 bushels of corn to the acre and yields all the sugar consumed in the Argentine Republic. It has tropical trees and plants and pastures devoted to cattle and horses. Still farther north is a region called the Chaco, which is covered with forests interspersed with pastures. This is the tropic frontier of the Argentine. Much of it is still unexplored and little of it has been developed. To the south of the great Pampas, which fill central Argentina, lies what was long known as Patagonia, a tableland much like northern Nebraska. This country is semi-arid with a great deal of sand. The streams cut their way through the crumbling soil, and the plains are covered only with brush and a thin growth of grass. Still, the vegetation is sufficient for sheep, and wherever water can be provided for the land, it produces like the irrigated sections of our far west. All of the river valleys are being settled, and the government is encouraging colonization, especially in the valleys of the Colorado and Negro rivers. With these pictures in mind, we can more readily, perhaps, understand the reasons for much that we shall see in the great capital city and elsewhere in Argentina. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is Argentina much more completely than Paris is France. Paris is by no means France industrially, but Buenos Aires is not only the political, financial, social, and intellectual capital of the Argentine, but also her commercial and industrial capital. There is a saying that when Buenos Aires takes snuff, all Argentina sneezes. Argentinians, in fact, know only two places, Buenos Aires and the Campo. Buenos Aires is the capital city. The Campo is all outside of the capital. The literal meaning of Buenos Aires is good airs. Yet in early days, the death rate of this town belied it. Though modern sanitation has changed all that, there was a time when lockjaw was so prevalent that it was caught merely by taking a breath of air. That picturesque cutthroat, Mendoza, was the city's sponsor and named it for his patron saint, the Virgin Maria de Buenos Aires. The Virgin City is now growing faster than any city on the globe. In 1898, its population was 800,000. It has now more than doubled this number and is increasing at the rate of 100,000 a year. Already, Buenos Aires is neck and neck with Philadelphia. It will eventually surpass Chicago and become second only to New York among the great cities of the world. It is wonderful how the town is increasing its area. It is spread out till it covers twice that of Paris and 3 times that of Berlin. The houses are low and cover much ground. The city is 15 miles wide and 25 miles long. A motor trip around town is likely to eat up as much gasoline as the ride from Washington to Baltimore. In the early days of the city's existence, everyone, even the beggars, went about on horseback. Each beggar was required to carry a placard tied to his saddle giving his number. One traveler records that he counted 85 such mounted and placarded beggars in one trip through the streets. On my first visit, the town swarmed with carriages. Now the chug-chug of the motorcycle is heard day and night, while the motor cars double in number every 2 years. There are something like 7,000 motor taxicabs, which charge about half the rates of New York or Chicago. Many of the taxis are of French makes, but more and more American cars are being used. They go like the wind and seem to know no speed limit. They all keep to the left instead of the right and appear to fly around corners without regard to the traffic. Buenos Aires has a good streetcar system. Its surface tracks, joined end to end, would reach as far as from Washington to New York, and its subways are the finest ever constructed. Take, for instance, the tube railway under the Avenida de Mayo from the Great Western Station to the Capitol building. It makes the underground roads of old London look like dungeon tunnels. The cars, wider than those of New York, are walled on each side with plate glass and artistically lighted. The stations have walls of tile with a different color for each station. The advertisements are so framed that they give no offense to the eye. The fare is 4.5 cents. The subways belong to a British corporation. They were built by excavating the streets from above and shutting off the traffic for 2 blocks at a time while the concrete construction was put in. The first subway cost $30 million. Since then, others have been built, including freight subways by which cargoes are carried under the chief business sections to the docks. The city cuts new streets just as, many years ago, Alexander, the Tsar of the Russians, laid out the trunk line from Moscow to Petrograd. His civil engineers showed him a snake track taking in all the towns. Alexander laid a ruler on the map and drew a straight line from one city to the other. "There is the route for my road," he said. It is just so that Buenos Aires was rebuilt. The old streets were widened and the new ones cut right through the heart of the costliest properties. The only question was, what was better for the city, the extra cost being a mere matter of bonded indebtedness to be paid in the future. Before opening a new street, the city bought property on both sides, so that the increased values made some of the biggest improvements pay for themselves. This was especially true on the Avenida de Mayo, the land for which cost $5 million, although the street is not more than 1 mile long. The plans were based on faith in a great future city. The waterworks were designed for a city of 5 or 6 millions and involved an expenditure close upon 50 millions in gold. The plant covers more than 50 acres and the water passes through 7 filters before reaching the houses. The main artery of the city is the Avenida de Mayo, with the Plaza de Mayo at one end and the national Capitol at the other. Besides the streets, the town has 97 plazas, promenades, and parks. Palermo Park is one of the fine parks of the world, and the automobile throng which goes through its principal roads upon Sundays compares with that of the Prater on the edge of Vienna. Many streets are paved with asphalt or with wooden blocks laid in cement. The Avenida de Mayo was nothing a few years ago. It has now an almost even skyline of six-story palaces with bay windows running from pavement to roof. At one end is the Plaza de Mayo, upon which face the house of the president, the stock exchange, and the famous cathedral. At the other end are the marble halls of the Congress, which have cost so much that the people have dubbed them the Palace of Gold. The avenue is more than 100 feet wide. It is lined with trees, so that one looks down between rows of green to the great buildings at each end. Along this street are magnificent hotels and stores, the peer of those of New York and Paris. There is a great variety in architecture. Much of the decoration is Grecian, and the skill of the Italian craftsmen is shown in the carvings. The designing of new buildings has been greatly encouraged by the municipality. All plans have to be submitted to the city authorities. Those accepted enter a competitive class, the best plan of each year receiving a gold medal. The successful architect is thereby put at the head of his profession for the year to come. In addition, the municipality places a bronze plaque on the front of the prize building when erected and exempts it from the construction taxes that all others must pay. The building regulations are strict. As no structure can be higher than the width of the street upon which it stands, the average business block is of 5 or 6 stories. The even skylines of the new streets give a most pleasing effect. These vast municipal expenditures have transformed Buenos Aires. Instead of seeming Spanish, it is now like Berlin or Paris, and old landmarks have disappeared. This is one of the oldest cities of the New World. It was begun 200 years before there was a house on the site of Boston, and only 43 years after Columbus discovered America. The first buildings were mud huts thatched with straw. Then a brick kiln was made, and later tiles and bricks were imported from Spain. The early town was of Spanish architecture, which style prevailed for more than 300 years. The buildings were chiefly of one story, built close to the sidewalk and around patios and courts. Behind their iron-barred windows facing the streets, the señoritas sat and watched their lovers playing the bear act, or as it is sometimes called, eating iron. The girls could admire their suitors and make eyes at them, but the bars were always between. Now the patios are fast disappearing, plate glass windows have driven out the iron bars, and the señorita has become an up-to-date 20th century maiden. Nevertheless, 4/5 of the homes are still of one story, although there are streets lined with 6-story palaces, and skyscrapers are going up facing some of the parks. Many people now live in apartments, while there are an increasing number of buildings with shops on the ground floor and apartments above. The old city was crowded together without breathing spaces. The new has as large lungs as any municipality in Europe, and everything has been done to add to its healthfulness. As a result, the death rate has decreased. 95% of the factories of the country are in Buenos Aires, and the large volume of foreign trade passes through it. Its wholesale houses supply the entire republic. One of the great sights is the harbor, where there is more shipping business than at any place on our hemisphere outside New York. About 50,000 vessels enter and leave Buenos Aires each year. There are more than 30,000 coasting boats. The city lies about 200 miles from the open Atlantic, on the right bank of the Rio de la Plata, which is here over 30 miles wide. The great mass of silt brought down to the ocean by this river has required the building of docks and the deepening of the channel at a cost of many millions of dollars. A generation ago there was a great mud bar before Buenos Aires, and the anchorage was almost 12 miles away. All goods had to be transferred to lighters or barges. Since then a channel has been excavated, great dock basins have been built at enormous expense, and ships can anchor almost in the heart of the metropolis. The port has the finest cargo handling facilities. There are single grain elevators with a capacity of 1,000,000 bushels each, and granaries which will hold twice that much in sacks. There are huge flour mills, one of which costs $3.5 millions. Along the Riachuelo River are the mammoth meat packing plants, where thousands of cattle and sheep are frozen each day and shipped to the world's markets. The harbor machinery is operated by electricity, and electric lights enable the work to go on all night. The lighting system is excellent. For years the city relied upon street lamps burning mare's grease. The chief avenues have now great brush lights artistically hung, and in places the posts are set along the center of the streets to form islands of safety from the fast-flying automobiles. Most of the electricity is furnished by a company that pays dividends of 25% a year. It costs something to run Buenos Aires. The annual municipal budget totals $25 million, and more, notwithstanding the fact that the national government pays for the police, fire brigade, schools, water supply, and drainage, as well as for the hospitals, workhouses, and some other charitable institutions. The city is governed by a council and mayor. It has a city hall facing the Plaza de Mayo, whose surroundings are just about the same as those of the municipal buildings of New York and Chicago. I found people of every class hanging around, and saw no end of contractors and jobbers and men with axes to grind. I don't know about graft, but I am told it prevails here to as great an extent as in the worst of our American cities. Some of the public buildings have cost so much that they ought to be plated with gold. The mayor is appointed by the President of the Argentine Republic for a term of 3 years. The council is elected by such taxpayers as pay $100 or more per annum, while the only qualification for a councilman is the payment of municipal taxes to the amount of $500 per year. The 22 councilmen, each elected for a term of 4 years, receive no pay. The council makes all the tax laws and passes upon all appropriations for city expense. Taxes and license fees are heavier and more numerous than those of the United States, even during the war period. Everything has to be stamped, and business documents must be written upon stamped paper. Every business pays a license, that of the banks running all the way up to $30,000 a year. Each profession pays a tax. Licenses of architects and surveyors cost $50 each. Dentists pay $50 per annum, and photographers $15 and upward. Pawnbrokers pay $2,500 or more, and all wholesale and retail business houses are assessed from $75 to $1,500. There are also internal revenue taxes, import and export taxes. In fact, taxes upon everything and for everything under the sun. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. High Life in the Capital. I know all the great capitals of the world. I have walked the boulevards of Paris and mingled with the fashionable crowds along the Champs-Élysées. I have made my way through Fleet Street to the Strand and feasted my eyes on the windows of Bond Street and Piccadilly. I have ridden in a jinrickshaw through the Ginza in Tokyo, have been jolted in a cart along the ruts of the Tartar and Chinese parts of Peking, and made my way on a donkey through the mosque in Cairo. I have shopped in Christian Street in Jerusalem, in the street called Strait in Damascus, in the dimly lighted avenues of Constantinople, and in the vaults of old Tunis. I am acquainted with the Corso in Rome, the Rialto of Venice, and Friedrichstrasse and Unter den Linden in Berlin. They are all full of interest, but each has its rival in Florida Street in Buenos Aires. The Florida, as it is called, is the chief promenade, the chief shopping and gossiping place in this Paris of South America, and its scenes between 5 and 6 in the afternoon are different from those of any other great street of the world. At that hour the thoroughfare is filled with a moving mass of promenaders, making up all classes and conditions of men. While New York's Fifth Avenue shops are displaying the latest fall modes in furs and new creations in winter hats, Miss Argentina's cheeks are rosy with the warmth of spring sunshine, and the shops of the Florida are showing the latest confections in spring millinery and the smartest designs in summer gowns. Miss Argentina arrives in the shopping district in a luxurious automobile, and, like her northern sister, proceeds from store to store, her chauffeur following his mistress as she progresses. The fashions here, so American residents of Buenos Aires declare, are just 2 seasons ahead of New York. In the spring in Buenos Aires, they say, American women can buy hats, gowns, and shoes which they will find, on returning to the States 6 months later, just being displayed in the New York shops. Argentine women refuse to be behind anyone in dress, and the Parisian-style dictators, recognizing the opposition of the seasons, give them a 6 months advantage. The Florida is only 35 feet wide and less than a mile long. It leads from the Plaza de Mayo, where are the Government Palace, the Stock Exchange, and the Cathedral, to the Plaza San Martin, where are the most magnificent palaces, the Plaza Hotel, and the Jockey Club. It is lined with fine buildings all the way, and its shops make one think of a mighty museum or a display of the treasure vaults of the world. The roadway is paved with asphalt. The sidewalks are of tiles like the floor of a bathroom. Everything is kept as clean as a new pin, and the crowd fits the surroundings. The Argentinians are a well-dressed people. Everyone spends as much on his clothes as his purse can afford. Many of the men are clad in the extreme of style, and young dandies stand on the sidewalks or stroll back and forth. The women are of all classes. Beautiful girls and somber old maidens move along arm in arm. There are crowds of men. The young fellows are out to see the girls, and the girls are out to be seen. There are many blondes, although brunettes are in the majority, and there are brunettes who would be blondes if the white powder they dust so freely over their faces could accomplish the feat. Where are the carriages and automobiles? The Florida has none at this hour. Between 5 and 8 o'clock, the police shut off all wheeled traffic, and the narrow street is given up to the promenaders. Many of the people are shopping, and the stores are filled with customers. As I look at the signs, I see that the big houses of London and Paris have branches here. Some of the shops are immense. Here is a jewelry store covering half an acre, and on the opposite side is a department store that would be large in New York. There are shops for women and shops for men, and great shops for children and babies. Stop and listen to the people as they go by. The crowd is leisurely, and all have plenty of time. The language is polyglot. It makes you think of Babel at the time of the confusion of tongues, or of Pentecost, when the apostles preached to men of different languages from all parts of the world. The bulk of this Babel is Spanish, but mixed with it are Italian, French, German, and English. In the throng are faces from every country of Europe. The mere number of people is enormous. The crowd is always on the move, and it goes on and on. It will keep going until about 8 o'clock, then everybody will disappear, the shops will be shut, iron curtains will be drawn over the windows, and Florida Street will become only a well-lighted alley. It will be like a city of the dead until morning. Money making by day and display by night seems to be the motto of the people. The nightlife of Buenos Aires is confined to the avenues. The Great White Way is the Avenida de Mayo. This avenue is more than 100 feet wide, with broad sidewalks, which from 9 until midnight are covered with tables like those on the boulevards of Paris. Men, women, and children are walking about or sitting at tables listening to the bands playing within the cafes. Here is a beer garden, there is a restaurant, farther on a vaudeville show, and there are moving picture palaces without number. In the plazas at the ends of the street, one may see children of 3 and 4 years out with their fathers and mothers as late as 11 o'clock at night. The whole city seems to move more rapidly as midnight approaches. Everything opens late, and the moving picture shows do not close until midnight. The hotel dinner hours hardly begin until 8, and the theaters are not opened until 9 o'clock. The street noises are many and multiply as nightfall comes on. In the older parts of the city, the roadways are so narrow that automobiles have just room to pass. The regulation that each vehicle must blow a horn at every street crossing keeps the air vibrating with a continual honking. Added to this is the sing-song cry of the newsboys, while in the early morning the peddlers and hucksters add to the din. So far, however, my sleeping has not been disturbed by the crowing of roosters, as in Lima, La Paz, and Santiago de Chile. These people do not keep their chicken coops on their roofs. Buenos Aires is a city of clubs. The Jockey Club and its world-famous clubhouse I shall describe later. In addition to the Jockey Club, there are many others. The Golf Club has grounds granted by the municipality. The 18-hole course covers many acres and measures over 3 miles. Both men and women play golf, and many of the girls can swing a club lustily. There are also football teams. The Football Association has a membership of nearly 30,000 players, of whom 80% are Argentinians. Football, introduced by the British, is played English fashion. At some of the matches, as many as 50,000 are present, and considerable betting goes on. In the suburb of Buenos Aires, known as the Tigre, there are canoe and yachting clubs, and boats representing 7 or 8 clubs compete in yacht races. The Tigre is one of the most interesting parts of Buenos Aires. It is built upon islands of the Rio de la Plata and accessible by train or by boat. The place is a combination of Bangkok and Venice, being full of winding canals lined with clubhouses and villas. Gardens border the edges of the canals, and weeping willows bend over and trail their leaves in the water. There are scores of steam launches going in every direction, motorboats filled with children flying to and fro, and canoes gliding along, paddled by young men and women. The canoes are of brightly varnished hardwood, shining like gold under the sun. There are also many fruit vessels. Some of the islands are covered with orchards, and barges and boats loaded with peaches, vegetables, and green things creep through the waterways. There is much gambling in the Tigre. At all the large clubs there are roulette tables, and there are clubs devoted to gambling where the guests pay to be fleeced. Buenos Aires has all sorts of theaters, from the Cologne Opera House, one of the largest in the world, to cinematographs or moving picture shows. The Cologne seats 3,700 and has a stage 50 feet wide and 60 feet from floor to roof. At this theater, which during the season is attended by the President of the Republic and the high officials, evening dress is obligatory. The Odeon is devoted largely to comic operas, the Coliseo to lyric operas and operettas, while the San Martin has comedies and acrobatic shows. There are a dozen other theaters, including some where the plays are given in Italian. There are 5 or 6 circuses and a vast number of moving picture shows. At one of the theaters, which has a stage that can be turned into a circus ring, there are dances, prize fights, and popular songs. There are also concerts of classical music, and in the winter there is skating in the ice palaces day and evening. On the roof of the casino is a popular roller skating rink. Buenos Aires spends millions of dollars a year upon her amusements. The boxes at the Opera House cost 1,000 pesos and upward a season, and a seat in the orchestra at a good show may cost from $15 to $20 in gold. The scenes at an opera night are as brilliant as those of any theater in Europe. Every person in the boxes and orchestra is in full dress, and the gowns of the ladies are more costly than those at a White House reception. The dresses come chiefly from Paris, and as for jewels, I venture to say there is a good half-peck of diamonds scattered over the feminine part of the audience. So much for entertainment. The city has its serious aspect as well. There are churches, charities, museums, libraries, schools, and newspapers. There is a great cathedral, which covers more than an acre and will hold 9,000 people. Buenos Aires is the largest Catholic city of the world. 96% of the Argentinians are Roman Catholics. Protestants are freely tolerated, however, and there is a live, up-to-date Young Men's Christian Association. There's an American Methodist Church attended by more English people than Americans, I regret to say, and also a Church of England congregation. The city has a library of 200,000 volumes, a National Museum of Fine Arts, a Natural History Museum, an Historical Museum, and many private collections of paintings. There are hospitals of various kinds, including one for lunatics that has 2,000 inmates, and another for infants, where mothers can bring their unwanted offspring and have them taken care of with no questions asked. In this foundling asylum, foster mothers nurse the children, and the little ones are carefully reared. An interesting feature of Buenos Aires is its great city of the dead, situated in the heart of the town. This is the Recoleta Cemetery, where the departed sleep in palaces. The place is divided into streets paved with cement blocks and faced with the homes of the dead, a house and a lot for each family. The houses are little marble structures entered by doors of iron network through which can be seen the vaults and coffins within. The main vaults are above, but there are other vaults below. In the center at the back there is usually an altar decorated with lace and flowers. I spent an hour in the cemetery, walking through street after street. Some had crosses over the entrances, and many had wonderful statues on each side of their doors. The Recoleta Cemetery is beautifully planned. The streets radiate from a circular path like the spokes of a wheel. As I stood at the hub of this wheel, I saw black-clad women walking up and down the avenues. Nearly all had flowers in their hands, or servants with them carrying baskets of flowers. They were decorating the houses. In addition to these private dwellings of the dead, there are others which might be called apartment houses. These are large structures, each of which will hold from a dozen to 15 bodies. There are also chapels as big as churches with 2 stories of vaults beneath. A single chapel may have room for 1,500 bodies. The vaults are finished in marble and are entered by wide marble steps from the interior of the chapel. For those who are so poor that they can command neither a private burial house nor a place in the chapel, there are tenement vaults equipped with pigeonholes which can be rented as homes for the dead. Each pigeonhole is about 2 feet square and deep enough to take in a coffin. These are arranged in blocks of 500. When a niche is filled, it is walled up with a slab upon which may be placed a photograph of the deceased covered with glass. Below this is a little shelf on which flowers or a burning oil lamp may stand. The funeral processions differ from ours. At funerals of the well-to-do, a landau with glass sides goes in advance of the hearse. In this are piled the floral offerings. The hearse is drawn by 4 or 6 black horses, and on the box sit 2 men clad in liveries of black and silver and wearing cocked hats. It is open at the sides and consists of a canopy supported by 4 life-size figures of Ethiopians carved out of ebony. It is decorated with 6 huge plumes made of black ostrich feathers. The coffin lies on a black cloth in which the initials of the dead are worked in silver. According to law, the funeral must be within 24 hours after death and is generally announced by newspaper advertisements such as the following. Guillermo Armadero, QFPD, died February 16, 1915. His wife, Mariana V., his children, Manuel, Benedicta, and Amanda, his mother, Francisca G. Lavelle, his father-in-law, Antonio P. Valdez, his brothers, Luis and Carlo, his sister Maria, his brother-in-law, Jose, his grandchildren, uncles, nephews, cousins, and other relatives invite you to accompany the remains of the deceased to the Recoleta Cemetery, Friday the 17th at 2:30 p.m. In the Church of the Holy Cross, a Mass for the eternal repose of his soul will be sung from 7 to 10 a.m., the body being present. The family will take part in the one at 10 a.m. The leave-taking of the deceased will be by card. Invitation only. The words leave-taking will be by card mean that the friends are not expected to condole with the family at the funeral, but that their cards will be taken by the servant in black livery who may stand near the grave, or that they can be left at the house or at the church. An acknowledgment of such a card is usually made by the family, often expressed by the single word agradecido, which means I thank you for your sympathy. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With the workers. It is a mistake to suppose that the Argentine population is wholly made up of land barons and cattle kings. It has also tens of thousands of laborers, thousands of small farmers, and millions who have never had a silver spoon in their mouths. The people are largely of foreign birth, fully 1/4 of the whole population being composed of Italian peasants who have come here to settle, or as swallow immigrants. In addition, there are hundreds of thousands of Spaniards, Russians, Austrians, and Syrians. Then there is the large class of poor Argentinians serving as cowboys on great estates and living from hand to mouth. They dwell in mud huts, cook their mutton and beef over the coals, and, like as not, sleep on the floor, which in many a home is the bare ground. Buenos Aires contains some of the most sumptuous palaces of this hemisphere. It has a costly capital and long avenues lined with magnificent buildings. Upon its streets one sees the best dressed men and women on earth. But there is another side to the picture. The city of palaces is also a city of hovels, a city of warrens. The outskirts are peppered with sheet iron shacks and mushroom one-story boxes standing out on the plain without regard to order or sightliness. The suburbs are the meanest I have seen anywhere, and the city has places where people are crowded together as in the slums of New York and London. The tenement sections are made up largely of conventillos, immense buildings of 1 or 2 stories set up along narrow passages or around small courts. Each conventillo contains scores upon scores of tiny, one-roomed homes. A single room may be the dwelling place of 1 or more families, and in some cases it is so small that the washing and cooking have to be done outside in the court. Many of them have but one bed, occupied perhaps by the parents, while the rest of the family sleep on the floor. There are no means of heating such dwellings, which look more like caves than homes of 20th century human beings. Many buildings of this character were wiped out by the new street improvements, but others still lie in the shadows of the great stores and fine public buildings. I visited one the other day. It was not far from the Grand Opera House, where the charge for a seat in the pit is enough to feed a poor family 2 weeks. The conventillo was a 2-story building surrounding a court about 6 feet in width and 200 feet long. The walls, running the length of the court, were so close together that the stone flagging was perceptibly wet, and I could feel the dampness through the soles of my shoes. Galleries along the outside of the second stories half shaded the court, projecting over the apartments below. I peered into some of the rooms, each of which held a family. They were about 12 feet square, and their only light and ventilation came from a door in the center. Just outside each room, in the court, was a bowl or box of charcoal, the cook stove of the family within. Some of the bowls were alight, and pots of steaming soup rested upon them. Here they were broiling meat over the coals, there they were cooking macaroni, farther on they were stewing or boiling. The people were mostly Italians. Many of the women were young, and there were girl mothers of 14 and 15 washing and cooking while their babies sprawled on the stones. The families in the second stories did their cooking on the galleries about the court. There were swarms of children of all ages and sizes, from infants in arms to half-grown men and women. Notwithstanding their surroundings, they seemed happy and healthy. The climate here is good, and the mortality rate of Buenos Aires compares favorably with that of other great cities. When I first came here it was 33 for every 1,000 people. Now it is less than that of Liverpool or Manchester, and much lower than that of Madrid. The death rate is about 15 per 1,000, whereas that of London is 18, of Paris the same, and of Madrid more than 27. New York is the healthiest of the large cities, having had a death rate as low as 11 per 1,000 in recent years. In this court big families were the rule. Some had as many as 10 children. Children and babies and parents and grown-up sons and daughters may all sleep together in one of these tiny hovels. The birth rate is large, that of the Italians being about 50% higher than the average birth rate of Europe. Food prices are high, but the markets are good, and vegetables and fruit cost less than in the United States. Most families buy their bread, which the poor have no facilities for baking. Bakers are licensed and carry the bread from house to house. But little cornmeal is used. Many onions are eaten, and a frequent sight is the onion peddler going about with long strings of onions over his shoulders. Beef is sold by the kilo of 2 1/5 pounds, and many other things are sold the same way. Milk is sold by the liter, as are wine and kerosene oil. The people live simply, the average Argentine family either in the cities or out on the farm spending much less for its food than a family of the same class in the United States. Many people eat but one hearty meal a day, and that in the evening after they have stopped work. They have only a cup of tea, or tea and a piece of dry bread upon rising, with perhaps another cup of tea and bread at noon. If they are Italians or Spaniards, they may take wine instead of tea, but if they are Argentinians, they will begin in the morning with a cup of mate, the Paraguayan tea. The Italians are welcomed as immigrants when they come to stay. Most of them come from the farms of Lombardy, and are good agriculturists, not afraid to work, and thrifty. Many of them send a large proportion of their savings back to Italy. When they rent farms they live meanly, saving their money to buy land and adding to their possessions until they finally accumulate considerable holdings. The large numbers who come without expecting to stay, the swallow immigrants, whom I have mentioned, are usually good workers, but they carry home to Italy nearly all they earn. The poor Argentinians restrict their labor largely to the ranches and to the livestock industry, serving as cowboys or gauchos. They like to work with cattle, and before the era of fences began they herded the stock on horseback. They are poor mechanics, leaving most of such work and hard manual labor to be done by foreigners. The Italians and Spaniards have built the railroads and are the masons, carpenters, and mechanics of Buenos Aires. They are good workmen, and their wages are less than those for similar labor in the United States. Of late years, labor organizations have grown in number and power, but they are still political machines rather than trades unions proper. They have no sick funds or benevolent features, and strikes are generally short. Most employers prefer to have work done by contract, particularly in harbor improvements and public works, generally where excavations can be done by the yard. The contractor hires his gang of men and is responsible for the work. Such contractors often have stores and furnish food for the men. There are also stores on the large estancias where goods are furnished to the hands and their value deducted from the pay envelopes. The wages of farm hands change with the season. A man may pay 50 cents a day for seeding and 3 times as much for harvesting and thrashing. The pay is higher on the farms near the cities, but in the back provinces they have been sometimes as low as 25 cents a day. They always go up at harvest time. Every large estate has lodging places for its hired men and a common eating house. Tenant houses and also mud huts and iron sheds are scattered over the farms. The chief food furnished on the big estancias is meat. I know of a man who has 100 employees. He kills 1 steer and 2 young sheep a day. The steer usually weighs about 600 pounds and the 2 sheep 150 pounds. This means that he furnishes meat to the amount of 750 pounds live weight per day for 100 people. The gauchos have grown up on it. When one of them takes a trip, he usually carries his food with him in the shape of raw meat. When he grows hungry, he makes a fire and cooks some, keeping the balance for the next meal. As to women's work in Argentina, sentiment is beginning to change. A few years ago a woman could hardly go alone through the streets of Buenos Aires without running the risk of insult. A girl was not supposed to go out without a companion, and it was thought improper for girls to hold clerical positions or to act as typists, stenographers, or clerks. Today, many of the best business establishments of Buenos Aires employ women. The largest department store here does a business of over $17 million a year and pays out several $1,000,000 in salaries, and of its 3,000 employees, 650 are women. It has 17 women among its commercial travelers. There are a number of women operators employed by the telephone company, but they are not "hello girls." The Argentinian does not understand the word "hello." When he calls up Central, he shouts "Hola" to get the operator's attention, and then asks her to have the courtesy to connect him with his butcher, baker, or candlestick maker. The most respectable profession for young women in Argentina is school teaching. This is due to the introduction of American school marms. A generation or more ago, during the presidency of Sarmiento, the first female school teacher was appointed. Sarmiento had been minister to the United States, and while there he met Horace Mann, who interested him in our system of education. After Sarmiento became president of the Republic, he introduced our educational system. He sent to the United States for a large number of American women teachers and established normal schools and other schools throughout the Republic. They did so well that other Yankee girls came, with the result that school teaching became popular with the native women. Many girls of good families have made teaching their profession, and there are now in the Republic 17 normal schools for women alone. There is also a vocational school where girls are taught glove making, embroidery, needlework, and artistic decoration. There are 2 cooking schools for women in Buenos Aires, one of them supported by the city. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Government of the Republic. During my stay here, I have met the President of the Argentine Republic. The ruling powers of Argentina are splendidly housed. The great government palace facing the waterfront at the lower end of the Plaza de Mayo covers more than 2 acres. It is 400 feet long and 250 feet wide, one of the largest buildings on the South American continent. The Pink House, as it is called, is of brick covered with stucco, and its old rose color reminds one of the great winter palace at Petrograd on the banks of the Neva. In size as well as in color, it is in striking contrast to our White House in Washington. It has 3 stories, and its surroundings, including the many attendants in uniform, are more elaborate and ornate than those about our president. I have had interviews with the leading officials of the government from the president down, discussing with them the present and future conditions of their country and its relations with the United States. As might be expected, their hope and pride in the land are unbounded, and the most casual visitor sees grounds for their great expectations. On the question of rivalry with the United States, the men in official life are very diplomatic and declare that the feeling between the 2 nations is of the friendliest possible nature. They say that Argentina has enormous resources and is growing so fast that it has no time to be jealous of anyone. It is well satisfied with its place in the sun, as well as with what the good Lord has given it in the way of resources. My next inquiry brought up a question often asked by North Americans. Will there ever be a United States of South America or a union of the South American republics? The men in public life generally answer no, and appear to think such a union not only improbable but undesirable. As they say, Argentina is just beginning to grow, and will continue to multiply in population and wealth for generations to come. The country could easily support 10 times its present population, and would then have fewer people than the United States has now. I asked whether the country might not be Italianized by the great immigration from Europe, but the heads of the state insisted that the Argentinian of the future will be much the same as the citizens of today. They say that there is so much land that the Republic can assimilate immigrants for a long time to come. After my interview at the Pink House, I took a taxicab, and for about 35 cents of our money motored through the wide Avenida de Mayo, the Pennsylvania Avenue of Buenos Aires, to the Capitol, where Congress meets. This building is one of the world's most imposing structures. It stands facing a magnificent plaza which was carved out of the business part of the city. For this park, 4 blocks of buildings were torn down, and the ground was built up and covered with grass, trees, and shrubs. Fine statues were erected, fountains were placed, and other decorative work was done at a total cost of $5 million. The great marble building facing this plaza reminds one a little of our Capitol at Washington. It has 4 stories, and from its center rises a dome which weighs 30,000 pounds. This rests upon pillars of white granite, but it was necessary also to construct an inverted dome beneath in order to provide adequate support. The architecture is Greco-Roman in style. The center is semicircular, with a wing on each side and a projecting pavilion at each corner. The Capitol contains the national halls of the House of Deputies and the Senate, the Secretary's offices, the committee rooms, and a library. The furnishings are magnificent. This building is like the State House of Pennsylvania and the Capitol building at Albany in its scandalous extravagance. The original estimates were 6 million pesos, but the cost was more than 5 times that sum. Over and above this, fabulous sums were spent for decoration and furniture. No one knows where much of the money went. The Congress of the Argentine Republic sits from May 1st to September 30th. The House sits Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the Senate on the other days of the week. The Congress is similar to ours in its organization. The Senate has 30 members, 2 from the capital and 2 from each province, elected by a special body of electors in the capital and by the legislatures in the provinces. The House of Representatives consists of 120 deputies elected by the people. By the Constitution, there must be 1 deputy for every 33,000 inhabitants. The deputies are elected for 4 years, but 1/2 go out every 2 years. A deputy must be at least 25 years of age and have been for 4 years a citizen. The senators must not be under 30 years of age and must have been citizens for 6 years. They are elected for terms of 9 instead of 6 years, as with us. Both senators and deputies receive salaries of $7,500 a year. The president gets an annual salary of about $42,000 of our money and has in addition about $13,000 for his official expenses. The vice president has a salary of about $16,000 with $10,500 for official expenses. Each of the 8 cabinet officers gets about $16,000 per annum. There are property qualifications for all congressmen, and a senator must have an income of at least $800 a year. All money appropriations must originate in the House of Deputies, and only the deputies have a voice in fixing taxation. In addition to the national government, the Republic has state governments and legislatures such as we have. Each of the 14 provinces elects its own governor, parliament, and judges, and each has its own constitution, courts, and laws, but such laws must not conflict with the national laws. As far as individual rights are concerned, there are liberty and equality, and before the law the foreigner has the same rights as a citizen. There are no titles of nobility, property is inviolable, and the state sees that the father provides for all his children. In our country a man can make a will giving his possessions to whomsoever or whatsoever he pleases, and cut off his daughter or son with a nickel. In Argentina, the laws provide that a father must leave his children at least 4/5 of his fortune, while a husband, if he has no children, has to leave at least half of his property to his wife. An unmarried son is compelled to leave his parents 2/3 of his property, and only unmarried persons without parents or other legal heirs can make wills disposing of their possessions wholly as they see fit. The government has a National Council of Education. Primary education is free and compulsory for all children of from 6 to 14 years of age. About 2/3 of those of school age are in attendance. There are 25,000 teachers in the primary and secondary schools, with 1 million or more pupils attending them. There are 42 national colleges with some 10,000 students. There are national universities at Cordoba, Buenos Aires, La Plata, Rosario, Corrientes, and Tucumán. The university at Cordoba is one of the oldest in the New World. It was founded in 1613, antedating Harvard by 23 years, and the first charter of William and Mary by 80 years. There are also schools and colleges for women, and a large number of the teachers are women. The country has 520 newspapers, of which more than 400 are in the Spanish language. There are 4 newspapers published in Italian, 5 in English, 5 in German, and others in Scandinavian. Buenos Aires has an up-to-date press. There are humorous papers with striking cartoons and illustrated journals that compare favorably with those of the United States. There are also great dailies with telegraphic dispatches from all parts of the world. La Prensa and La Nación published regularly for more than half a century, have always held high rank for their independent criticisms and their excellent news service. Buenos Aires has two English dailies. One is the Standard, founded in 1861 by the Mulhalls, the well-known statisticians, and the other is the Buenos Aires Herald. Both are enterprising, the Herald being especially noted for its agricultural and stock breeding news. I have gone through several of the newspaper offices. That of La Prensa is famous the world over. It stands on the Avenida de Mayo in the very heart of the city. The building is of white stone, 5 stories high, with a golden bronze figure of Fame rising 18 feet above the top of its tower. The interior is palatial. There are a festival hall, 4 halls for public gatherings, and quarters for the entertainment of distinguished visitors to Buenos Aires, consisting of a drawing room, dining room, and smoking and billiard rooms, with dressing rooms attached. The paper maintains a free public library and has a medical department where doctors and specialists treat without charge all who will come. There is also a legal department where anyone who wishes may have the advice of a reputable lawyer as to his business or personal rights, as well as a chemical laboratory devoted to experimental, agricultural, and industrial uses. The paper issues daily weather reports from its own observatory. It has a school of music where the best vocal and instrumental instructors train without charge those who show signs of talent. The Prensa is beyond doubt one of the great newspapers of today. It is at the head of its class in all South America. Its circulation often runs to several 100,000 copies daily, and it consumes white paper amounting to 35 tons every 24 hours. Its plant is run by electricity generated in its own building. I have been interested in the advertisements of this paper and in its charges, which vary according to the character and purse of the advertiser. For instance, an employer advertising for a servant pays 30 cents a line, while the servant advertising for a situation is charged only 10 cents a line. A doctor who wants patients must pay $2 a line, while the poor girl out of a job gets the same space for her situation wanted female notice for 10 cents. The Prensa contains each month about 60,000 small advertisements, and every day there are from 16 to 20 pages of official, professional, or auction advertisements and other announcements. Its telegraphic tolls are close to $1,000 a day, while its annual fees to correspondents run high into the thousands. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Settlers and Swallows. Immigration into Argentina was greatly changed by the World War. There has been an increase in the number of Germans and Poles and natives of every class from Austria, Hungary, and the Balkan states. Until 1914, the bulk of the immigration was Latin. The Italians began to arrive about 60 years ago, and for a long time came at the rate of from 50 to 100,000 per annum. The Spanish immigrants have been numerous, and the Italians and Spaniards furnished about 2/3 of the new blood into the nation. Even now 1/5 of the population is Italian, and after them come the Spaniards. There are many Russians, as well as Syrians and Armenians. The immigrants from North America total only a few hundred a year. The government has erected big hotels at Buenos Aires, Rosario, and at Bahia Blanca, where the immigrants are lodged until they can be sent to their new homes. The Immigrant Hotel at Buenos Aires is one of the sights of the city. Standing on the banks of the Rio de la Plata, within a stone's throw of the docks where the immigrants step off the steamer, its surroundings must make them think they have dropped down into fairyland. The buildings face a beautiful park filled with flowers, tropical trees, and playing fountains. The hotel covers an acre or more and is a big brick building of 4 stories. Adjoining are other buildings containing hospitals and offices. The ground floor is paved with tiles, and its walls are paneled with glazed tiles to the height of your head. Everything is as white as fresh snow. The second floor has dormitories so large that they can accommodate 8,000 nightly. The beds are mattresses of canvas slung in berths like those of a sleeping car, and so arranged that they can be cleaned every day. The rooms are disinfected and absolutely free from vermin. I went through the great dining room and watched about 800 men and women eating their dinner. The tables for the men were at one end of the room, those for the women at the other. The men kept their hats on, and many of the women had shawls wrapped around their heads. Their clothes were as motley as those of a market crowd in some out-of-the-way corner of Europe. Not a few of the immigrants were fine-looking, and all seemed to be happy. From the dining room I went to the kitchen, a huge room walled and floored with tiles. The cooking is done by electricity, mainly in great round boilers, each of which holds over 100 gallons. The boilers have nickel-plated lids and are of snow-white enamel like a bathtub. They are kept at just the right temperature by steam pipes. I tasted some of the soup and liked it. Later I attended a lecture and moving picture show given for the immigrants to help them to choose their homes. The pictures were farming scenes displaying the resources of Argentina and showing how the various crops are raised. Activities in many different provinces were shown on the screen, and we had views of grape growing in Mendoza, sugar planting in Tucumán, and corn harvesting in Entre Rios. The immigrants were intensely interested. The hotel has a large employment bureau for the hiring out of immigrants under contracts that fix their wages and terms of service. Any infringement of contract by the employer is prosecuted by the government without expense to the laborer. An interesting section of this employment bureau is that devoted to placing the women as house servants. The housekeeper in need of a servant comes to the immigrant hotel to look over the women and girls ready to go out into service. She picks out the one whom she likes, and if the two parties agree, the contract is made out. A ticket is then given which permits the servant to leave the building with her employer. But the contract is kept at the hotel, and in case of trouble, the matter can be brought into court. Connected with this department are 3 policemen detailed to follow the girls and inspect the houses to which they are taken. There is every protection against white slavery, for the government tries to act as the guardian of its new children. Complete records are kept of the newcomers. Their photographs, measurements, and thumbprints are taken, and one copy of each record is filed in the hotel, while another is sent to the police station nearest to the immigrant's place of settlement. No one is allowed to land if he is more than 60 years of age and has no relative who will be responsible for his care. All are examined as to possible disease, and the physically defective are returned to the port whence they came. The immigrants have the right to remain 5 days in the hotel, and some of the interior cities have arrangements for keeping them pending employment. Many foreigners who come to Argentina have no idea of making this country their permanent home. They come to work for a year or so, expecting to go back with what they have saved. Some stay only for a season. This is true of thousands from northern Italy and northern Spain, country whose seasons are just the opposite of those of Argentina. When it is winter in northern Italy, the men can aid in harvesting the crops here in Argentina and go back home for their spring plowing. The wages are so much higher than they can pay their steamer fares and still make money on the trip. There are something like 40 or 50,000 immigrants who return every year. Some have saved enough to buy land at home. The Italian's great desire is to own a little farm in Italy. The result is that he begrudges every penny spent away from his native land, cuts his expenses to the bare necessities of life, and returns in about the same clothing that he wore upon his arrival. When he has saved $200 or $300, he is ready to go back and take the money with him. These men carry millions of dollars out of the country. They are known as swallow immigrants, for they flit back and forth like migratory birds. They do not confine themselves to Argentina. Some stop first in Brazil to aid in harvesting the coffee crop, and thence move on to Uruguay and Argentina. These swallows are so numerous that the steamship companies make a great deal carrying them back and forth. The total fares from these passengers amount to something like $35 million per annum, and this traffic is said to give the steamship owners a profit of about $25 million. In spite of the swallows, the bulk of the immigrants become permanent residents. The population of Argentina, which is over 8.5 million, has been largely built up by immigration. But it is a fact regretted by many Argentinians that the paternal care extended to the immigrant is limited to the poorest class of day laborers. They may be called colonists, but the real colonist, who becomes at once a part of the country by taking up land of his own, is rare. It is the fault of the large owners, who, in turning to agriculture, have tried to be farmers without doing any work, or absentee landlords, who do not allow their tenants any sure tenure or proper equipment to make the land profitable. The native well-to-do Argentinian secretly despises the man who works with his hands. He wishes to own a great estate and buys on a cash or credit basis all the land he can get, depending on the foreigners to do the labor and build up the country. He is willing to trust to the unearned increment or rise in the value of land for his profit. I do not believe that Argentina is a good place for the American farmer. If a number of our people would club together and bring their families, establishing large colonies, they might make congenial social conditions for themselves. But the domestic and social life of the Italians and Spaniards is not suited to Americans, and the difficulties of mastering the language are a great drawback. The Italian or Spaniard will put up with all sorts of hardships. His ordinary home is a mud hut, and his whole family is crowded into 1 or 2 rooms. Often the house has no windows, and a small opening in the side walls with a board shutter gives the only light. The lamp may be a bottle of oil with a hole through the cork and a few threads of cotton for a wick. Frequently the cooking is done over an open fire on the ground, with a kettle hung from a tripod made from 3 sticks of wood. The European immigrant expects his whole family to help him. Men, women, and children go out together to plow and to reap, working from daylight till dark, and later still when the moon shines. Many settlers start with farms on shares, but some rent lands for a fixed sum. A few work for wages, which, as I have said, are far lower than in the United States, except in harvesting time. One of the chief troubles of the settler is the land holding system. There are over 100 men, each of whom owns nearly 200,000 acres or more. There are nearly 200 who possess from 50 to 100,000 each, while 1,000 and more hold from 12 to 24,000 acres. At least 50,000 persons own from 200 to 800 acres, and the holdings are so close together that it is almost impossible to build up a population of small farmers. Only by dividing the big estates could satisfactory social conditions be created, and the pride and conservatism of the owners make that possibility remote. The government is doing what it can to encourage subdivision, and a few estancieros have sold lands to the immigrants, but the majority of the great estates remain intact. The best of the lands have gone into the hands of rich Argentinians and foreigners. The total area of the republic is about 730 million acres, of which perhaps half is fitted for agriculture and grazing. The rest is mountain and desert, a great deal of which can never be used. The greater part of this belongs to the government, the public lands including altogether about 200 million acres, 3/4 of which are in Patagonia. These lands are mainly arid, but there are some rivers running through them that may be used for irrigation. There are also public lands in the north, but they are covered with woods and must be cleared before being farmed. Some of the government lands have been granted to colonies, which are being encouraged. Land is allotted to companies that undertake to bring in settlers. Grazing tracts are sold at low prices in parcels of 6,000 acres. Government lands may also be leased, and certain provisions are made for stocking them. There are a large number of colonies in Argentina, some of which are very old. There are German, Russian, Swiss, Austrian, Italian, and Spanish settlements. In Chubut there are several Welsh colonies, and there is one of Finns. There is also a colony made up of Boers from South Africa. Among the most interesting of such settlements are those belonging to Hebrews. Baron Hirsch, who gave $10 million to assist the Jews to leave Russia, sent agents to Argentina, where they bought a tract of good bottom land comprising about 30 million acres. For this they paid something like $12,000 or $15,000 per square league, the total sum expended amounting to more than $2 million. The Jewish Colonization Fund has aided this work, and there are now about 40,000 Jews in Argentina. Some of them are settled in villages and own large areas of farming lands nearby. They have built up communities from which they go out to work on the farms. Many of them own their lands in severalty, and some of the villages have 3,000 or 4,000 population. Not a few have established stores in different parts of Argentina, so that there are now Jewish merchants everywhere. The grain trade is largely controlled by them. They have shown the same business shrewdness that is common to their race the world over. My inquiries concerning lands and their values led me to conclude that the prices vary quite as much as they do in the United States, and are subject to the same fluctuations. In 1885, one could buy real estate in the heart of Buenos Aires for less than $1 a square yard, while in the same locality, 30 years later, one would have to pay $1,000 a square yard. Farming lands to be had for a song a half-century ago bring $500,000 a square league today. This is especially true in the province of Buenos Aires. Land here is usually sold by the hectare, equal to 2½ acres. The price depends largely on the character of the land and upon its location. The soil varies as much as it does in the United States, and some public lands sold at auction bring as low as 16 cents an acre, whereas if near streams or railroad stations, they may sell for several dollars per acre. Argentina's first need is the growth of a class of small farmers who own the land they work and realize that their success and their country's progress are bound up together. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our Opportunity in Argentina. The Argentine markets offer great opportunities to the capitalists, manufacturers, and businessmen of the United States. The World War threw it wide open and offered us advantages that may not come again in a century. Until that time, the big things of this part of the world went into European hands. The foreign trade of Argentina, exports and imports, now amounts to some $2 billion per annum, and she ranks second in our hemisphere as the best market for foreign goods. Her purchases far surpass those of any other South American country, for her people are among the most lavish spenders of the whole world. Figures give but little idea of the wealth of this great republic, and what it offers to our foreign trade. The Argentine stands 10th among all the countries on earth in the average possessions of its inhabitants. Family for family, it has a purchasing power far greater than that of Norway or France, and 10 times that of Japan. There are 60 million acres of land in cultivation. The implements for planting and harvesting them all come from abroad. Argentina is not a manufacturing country. The land is generally flat, the streams are sluggish, and there is little water power. Most of the coal is imported. These conditions are all obstacles to industrial growth. With the rapid development of her natural resources, which have already produced enormous wealth, Argentina has been and will long continue to be one of the very best markets for the United States and other industrial nations. European countries have been the largest buyers of her products, and she has likewise bought most of her manufactured goods from the other side of the Atlantic. Even though American manufacturers find the Argentine their best South American customer, they have had only a small slice of her trade. During the war, of course, American goods had the advantage, but with the resumption of European production and the rise of unfavorable conditions of exchange, American exporters encountered again the keenest kind of competition. South American specialties such as agricultural implements and machinery. The Chicago windmills I saw scattered over the plains, for instance, have long had a strong hold on the Argentine market. American moving picture films are very popular in all the cities. American goods generally are well liked in Argentina, but we have been lacking here, as elsewhere, in the faculty of accommodation. We have not catered to customers with tastes differing from our own, nor adapted our business ways to their forms of procedure. But there is no reason why we should not successfully compete with other nations in almost any branch of trade. Argentine businessmen are as keen and as bustling as ourselves, though they still cover those qualities with more polite forms of speech and manner, and will not permit their establishments to be used as mere dumping grounds for the excess production of our manufacturing plants. We have made a good beginning in selling coal to Argentina, and the long-standing prejudice against the output of our mines seems to have been overcome. The price of fuel from abroad rose to exorbitant levels during the war, when there was such a scarcity that some of the factories and mills stopped running, and the railroads reduced their passenger service. The coal used here is bituminous, and has been coming largely from England and Australia. Argentina will always be a customer for coal or some other kind of fuel, and in the future the United States ought to have a larger share of this trade. Some oil has been found and production is increasing, but the country as a whole is still largely dependent upon imported coal. Nature seems to have fixed her field of activity in agriculture and stock raising, and so lavishly is she endowed in these directions that she has no need to seek other sources of profit. With the high cost of fuel and lack of skilled artisans, she cannot produce shoes of good quality, though she has a superabundance of leather. She is a great wool grower, but she cannot manufacture woolen goods as well or as cheaply as she can import them. Her immigrants are nearly all farm laborers and not trained in industry. Though the country affords a big opportunity for the sale of motor cars and all sorts of vehicles, there are local reasons why the motor trade will probably grow slowly. The roads are poor and unlike ours in many ways. They are usually 4 to 5 times as wide as our roads because the huge grain wagons carrying 8 or 10 tons often have 2 or even 3 dozen horses hitched to them, sometimes 10 abreast. A country road is more like a narrow plowed field than anything else. Few road scrapers are used, and such heavy loads produce holes deeper than those in our worst highways. So long as the huge carts are used, the roads must be wide, and so long as they are wide, it is almost impossible to improve them up to the standards necessary for motor car use. The large land holdings, which are a disadvantage to the country in a general sense, are also a drawback in the special development of motor sales. The rich estancieros are good customers, but their number is limited, while their tenants or colonists cannot afford the luxury of automobiles. They continue to live by the standards of the ox cart period. There are sections around some of the larger cities which have improved highways, but each is isolated from the others, and the Argentinian of wealth never thinks of touring through his country. These conditions produce some unusual factors in the demand for American cars. The Argentinian living in the country wants a special model. To suit him, its tread must be several inches broader than the American standard, and he wants the steering wheel on the right side because the rules of driving are the opposite of those in the United States. The American manufacturer can produce special models only at much higher costs because such specialized production throws his factory arrangements out of gear. Hence, it would seem necessary for American dealers to stimulate educational campaigns for improved roads on which the standard tread would be satisfactory. On the other hand, the American method of establishing service stations in connection with sales agencies and the availability of standardized parts are proving a great help in the sale of our cars. Another hindrance to increased use of automobiles is the excessive price of gasoline. The crude native oils do not furnish good gasoline, so practically all of it has to be imported. Here the American motor engines compare unfavorably with the European. The latter is of small capacity but high efficiency, developed to meet the limited supply of gasoline with which Europe has long contended. Though the introduction of motor trucks and tractors has lagged far behind touring cars, it will surely increase in the future. Argentina is improving its roads, and Buenos Aires has plans for new streets that will cost $200 million before they are completed. At present, Buenos Aires does not use as many motor trucks as any American city 1/10 its size. Argentina offers a rich field for planting American dollars. The British, Germans, French, Spaniards, and Italians have long known this and invested their money at the capital and throughout the Republic. The British are said to own about $2,000 million worth of property of one kind or another in Argentina, including most of the railroads. They have taken the bulk of the private loans and look with jealous eyes upon the public loans placed in the United States. Argentina is rich in resources, but she needs money from the outside. She is in about the same position that we were a generation ago, in that she needs millions for public works of all kinds. Among the big things underway are the paving of Buenos Aires and the improvement of the harbor and docks, while the extension of all sorts of public utilities creates a constant demand for machinery and supplies. There is much land improvement going on. Irrigation schemes are projected which require a great deal of capital. In the valley of the Rio Negro is a project for the redemption of 300,000 acres of desert, while there are other plans for diking and draining the lowlands along the Parana River that require the expenditure of millions. This is not a cheap man's country. No one with but a few $100s should come here expecting to reap thousands. In fact, one's expense account is higher in Argentina than in the United States. The better class hotels are exceedingly costly. At the Plaza, one of the chief hotels of Buenos Aires, I find the lowest charge for a room without bath is $5 per day, and the lowest price for meals is $5. There are, however, a number of good hotels where the charges are lower. I pay $13 a day at the Grand for myself and my secretary, for accommodations that would cost me at least twice as much at the Plaza. We are on the American plan and have 2 rooms and bath with excellent beds and good cooking. We have a breakfast of coffee and rolls in our room, a table d'hôte luncheon, and an excellent table d'hôte dinner. Wines and liquors are high, while my mineral water orders come to almost as much as the average charges of Rome or Paris. The commercial traveler coming to Argentina should bear in mind that he will require a license for selling, and also that there is a tariff on importations. A different license is charged for each province. Here in Buenos Aires, the annual fee for selling goods varies from $200 to $2,000. This annoying and expensive restriction is frequently avoided by assigning commercial travelers to some large importing house in Buenos Aires under whose auspices they work. These houses often have agencies in other provinces and attach the foreign agent to their local agent so that he need pay no license fees at all. There are also laws requiring all contracts to be written on stamped paper, the value of the stamps being regulated by the amount of the contracts and ranging from 5 cents to $50. All bills of exchange and promissory notes have to have stamps, and certain of the provinces have their own special stamp taxes besides. In the big customs houses at Buenos Aires and the long line of brick warehouses on the banks of the Rio de la Plata, goods are stored in bond and kept until the duties are paid. During the hard times of the post-war period, several hundred automobiles were kept in the warehouses because the men who ordered them had no money to pay the tariff upon them. Many of the machines became a dead loss. All woven stuffs, ready-made underclothing, boots, shoes, and hats pay 50 cents ad valorem, and there is a similar tariff on carriages, harness, and furniture. The tariff on dressed leather, blankets, and unbleached linens is 40%, that on wool and woolen stuffs 35%. In addition, there are specific articles subject to special taxes, and there are reciprocal tariffs gauged according to the amount of business done. No one should expect to do much business in Argentina or Chile without understanding the Spanish language. The man who comes here should have money to spend and time to build up trade properly. Furthermore, he should be well educated, well dressed, and polite. There is no place in the world where good manners mean more, or where they pay quite so well. One of the great handicaps to development of American trade in Argentina, as in all other South American countries, was the lack of American banking facilities. Amendment of our national banking laws permitting the establishment of branch banks abroad finally remedied this situation, with the result that several American financial institutions are now active in this field. In Argentina, the National City Bank of New York has branches in Buenos Aires and Rosario, and 8 more elsewhere in South America. The First National Bank of Boston, the American Foreign Banking Corporation, and the Guaranty Trust Company of New York also have established South American branches. Through a combination of American and Argentine interests, the American Bank of the River Plata was formed to take over the Banco Mercantil y Agrícola de Buenos Aires. The Bank of Central and South America, organized under United States laws, is also represented in Argentina. These American institutions do a general banking business dealing in exchange, letters of credit, collections, and deposits. They do business in American dollars and Argentine pesos, and one can buy drafts on the United States without having to translate the local currency into pounds, shillings, and pence, and then translate the pounds, shillings, and pence into American dollars. On my earlier journeys in South American countries, I always had to carry a letter of credit on London, thus paying a tribute of about 1% to the old lady of Threadneedle Street. The big English, French, German, and Italian banks here are trade agencies of their respective countries. They devote themselves to developing that trade and are reservoirs of information for their nationals engaged in business. An American capitalist told me that it is impossible for us to get our share of the business in South America without American banks. He was interested in contracts involving millions of dollars, and as long as his money and commercial paper had to pass through the English or German banks, his competitors knew just what he was doing. Our American banks are preventing such leaks and serving as strong agencies for pushing American trade. They collect information as to the credits of the various companies and merchants and keep files of such credits in Buenos Aires and Rio Janeiro and duplicate files in New York. Banking in Argentina is done on a scale as big proportionately as the wheat farming and stock raising. One native bank in Buenos Aires has a capital of over $50 million and deposits of more than $400 million in paper, or close upon $200 million in gold. This is the National Bank of Argentina, which has several hundred branches scattered over the republic. There are many other banks organized by Argentine capital besides the great foreign banking institutions, which have their headquarters in Europe. One of the most important of the native banks is the Banco Hipotecaria Nacional, which lends money on real estate mortgages, issuing therefore bonds payable to bearer. These bonds pass from hand to hand. They are known as cédulas and are guaranteed by the government. They bear 5 or 6% interest, and special provisions are made for their redemption. The law requires this bank to place 50% of its profits in a reserve fund, and its safety is carefully guarded. Its loans are made on farmlands at a low valuation and on lots in the cities at 60% of their assessment. The rate of interest on the bonds may not exceed 6%, and all loans are subject to annual reductions of 1%. This bank, which has been in operation for more than a generation, is said to have been a great factor in the rapid development of the republics. There are 3 big Italian banks, and there is one Spanish bank with a large capital and surplus. This is the Banco Español del Rio de la Plata, with 16 branches in the capital and many others in different parts of Argentina and Uruguay. Its capital is larger than that of the National City Bank of New York, and it has long been paying big dividends. The French and Italian banks are strong and successful. In ordinary times, the interest rates are from 8 to 10%, but in hard times, 1% a month is easily had, and the loan brokers charge more. The country is financially sound, but our American investors and exporters are learning that it is subject to ups and downs. It is rather like old Egypt, with its 7 years of plenty and its 7 years of famine. On my first visit, the people were still suffering from the panic following the failure of Baring Brothers. They had had a boom for 10 years, during which more than $600 million worth of stock was floated, $500 million of which was totally lost. The country quickly recovered from that trouble, however, and developed at dynamic speed up to the time of the stringency due to the World War. The emergency demand for wheat, corn, and meat raised the prices so high that the country profited from the extraordinary foreign business created by the troubles abroad. At the same time, the problem of unemployment became acute, and there followed a long period of readjustment and deflation, just as happened in almost all the other countries of the civilized world. The well-to-do Argentinians are somewhat spoiled children of nature. They are so used to bumper crops and increasing values in land, livestock, and everything they own, that when reverses come, through rainy harvest seasons, or late frosts, or the reflex of world troubles, they are likely to become panic-stricken. But they recover quickly, and few countries promise more as a permanent market for American goods and a field for sound investments than the Argentine Republic. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Day on an Estancia. I have visited today San Juan, the famous estancia belonging to the sons of Leonardo Pereira, and typical of the great cattle farms which have made millionaires in Argentina. There was bred the shorthorn bull, Americus, that sold at auction in Buenos Aires for $35,000 in gold, at the time the highest price ever paid for any bull anywhere. The estancia lies on the Rio de la Plata, almost on the edge of the city of La Plata and within an hour's ride of Buenos Aires. Extending 9 miles along the river and far back into the country, it embraces 30,000 acres of as good pasture land as any in Kentucky, divided up into fields of 100 acres or more. In these fields feed some of the finest bred cattle in the world. The founder, Señor Pereira, was the first Argentinian to realize the importance of high-class pedigreed stock, and began his herd of Durhams in 1857, when he imported the bull Defiance and the cow Coral. The next year he bought the famous bull Don Juan and the cow Dahlia, and later on other shorthorns which stand high in stock breeding history. On the San Juan estancia today are Herefords with pedigrees dating back 50 years, and Lincoln and Rambouillet sheep that have won silver cups at fairs all over Argentina. This vast farm has more than 6,000 cows of fine blood and hundreds of pedigreed bulls. It is used as the chief breeding establishment to supply the other great ranches belonging to the family, where there are something like 100,000 cows, and from which are sold every year many thousand fat steers. The amount of land the Pereira family owns runs into tens of thousands of acres, while their stock exceeds the wildest ambitions of any Job, past or present. 40 of the family were on the farm at the time of my visit. San Juan is one of the most beautiful estates in this land of millionaire farmers. I have spent the greater part of the day going over it. The railroad station lies almost at the gates, and the house is approached through wide avenues of magnificent trees. I was driven in a carriage drawn by 2 blooded horses for an hour or more through a mighty park planted by the family. It is a eucalyptus forest, the trees of which are 100 feet tall and as big around at the base as a hogshead. Here a stream winds about through the forest, and there one glimpses a lake about which stand great clumps of bamboos. Some of the avenues are lined with palms of many varieties. There are rustic bridges and islands covered with tropical verdure. At times I was reminded of some of the forests of Japan, and again of the wonderful gardens on the edge of Biskra in the Sahara, the scene of Hitchin's Garden of Allah. In places, this part of the estate looks like a great English park. There are nearly 800 acres in trees alone, all of them planted by Señor Pereira. I saw one pine tree with a spread of fully 50 feet. When Signor Perea came from Europe, he brought this tree as a tiny sprig. It was one of the first trees planted upon the estate, for before that time the country was nothing but a plain covered with grass. Now there are trees everywhere. They are planted in the fields as shade for the animals, 20,000 being set out every year. I saw a herd of deer feeding in the forest, all the offspring of a male and 2 females brought here some 40 years ago. As we rode over the estate, we now and then scared up a wild ostrich. There are hundreds of them running through the fields, and the major domo told me that in galloping after the cattle he often hears a splash, and finds that his horse has dashed into a nest of ostrich eggs. I despair of describing the fine stock of this estancia. I am not a cattle breeder, and do not speak in technical terms. The first herd I looked at consisted of 50 pedigreed Herefords, ranging in age from 3 to 8 years. Their average weight was about a ton, and they had never been fed on anything but grass. Several of them were prize cows, and others were destined to win blue ribbons. One weighed 2,500 pounds, although she was only 4 years old. She seemed to be all meat, and when I pressed my thumb into her back it made hardly a dent. This cow's name was Lady Clare. 2 of her calves have sold for $12,000 each. I photographed a 2-year-old Durham cow, which weighed almost 2,000 pounds and was perfect of its kind. Signor Perea has refused 15,000 in gold for her. My next visit was to the stables where the fine bulls are kept. There are 5 stables, each covering perhaps half an acre. They are long, low buildings, divided up into great box stalls. The floors are of brick, but the animals stand upon boards covered with bedding about a foot thick. The doors to the stalls slide on rollers, and everything is in the most modern style. There are 30 bulls in each stable, but the ventilation is perfect and there was no stable smell. The stock is washed and scrubbed every morning, while before they enter the shows they are treated to a special lotion that makes their coats shine like satin. They are cared for like so many kings, each bull having his own private stall 15 or 20 feet square. At my request some of the bulls were let out that I might photograph them. None weighed much less than a ton, and every one was of royal blood. Although there are about 200 bulls, each with a pedigree longer than some of the genealogies in the historical collections of Boston. Going through the stables, I saw a 10-day-old bull calf sucking a cow. It was not as big as a Newfoundland dog, but it was a perfect Durham in shape. When I asked as to its value, I was told that it was worth at least $2,000. It was so small that I could have lifted it up in my arms. I venture to say that it is one of the most valuable pieces of veal on record. As I rode from herd to herd through the great fields and looked at these animals, I was surprised at their gentleness. Both bulls and cows could be approached and petted with perfect safety. These cattle are never sworn at or roughly treated in any way. A child can go into the stall of any one of the bulls without danger. Later, I saw the dairy. It contained scores of cows which had been bred by crossing the Holsteins with other breeds. In this way, Signor Perea made a milking strain of his own. It is said to be superior to any other for Argentine use. Then I was shown some of the sheep. There are thousands of them, including the finest Lincolns, Rambouillets, and Blackfaces. All the sheep are pedigreed, and in the sheep stables we saw some of the prize animals. They are kept in great pens under roofs, each pen being 15 feet square, and there are about 20 sheep to the pen. Thoroughbred Angora goats are another product of the farm. I drove over the fields in which the fine breeding animals are kept. These fields are in squares, some of them 170 acres in extent. They are so arranged that there is a well and a windmill for every 4 fields. The windmill is inside a ring, and the gates from each field open into the ring, so that the stock from each field can be kept separate when driven in for water. Despite its great size, the estate employs only 200 men, the larger number of whom are used about the stables, the park, and the gardens, and in the service of the family. On some of Signor Perea's other estancias, where there are from 20 to 80,000 cattle, Only one-third as many men are needed. The cattle are allowed to run as they please, and the only thing to be done is to keep up the fences and see that nothing happens to the stock. On this estate the peons and headmen have their homes rent-free in addition to their wages. Each family receives also from 7 to 10 acres of land for its own use, besides grain and corn for a few pigs and cows. 2 cows for milking and an allowance of meat according to its size are also allotted to every household. In a large family the meat ration may be 10 or 12 pounds per day, and in a small one only 3 or 4 pounds. 2 animals are killed every day for the use of the estancia alone. When the agents of the great packing companies come out periodically, the stock is shown to them in large herds. There may be 1,000 in a single herd, and the buyer may take the whole 1,000, or he may select only 700 or 800. He buys what will make the best chilled beef, paying by weight. The average steer on the hoof will bring from 1 to 200 pesos, or from $80 to $160 of United States money. For fine stock, this estate of San Juan is one of the best in the Republic. It is devoted rather to breeding than to raising beef, and many of the animals born here are shipped to the other estancias of the owner to improve the stock. Some of the Perea farms are composed entirely of alfalfa fields. There's one used for stock raising which has 27 square miles of alfalfa. None of the beef here is corn-fed, and until lately most of the cattle were raised on native grasses. Now they are brought up on grass and fattened on alfalfa. The latter crop is sown by the tens of thousands of acres. There are single fields of alfalfa of more than 1,000 acres, and I know men who have 10 and 20,000 acres in single tracts. Coming to Buenos Aires from the foothills of the Andes, I rode through a stretch of country which a few years ago was regarded as desert. Some Italian wheat farmers from the east moved out and broke ground for grain, but the soil was found to be so light that it could not be farmed. Then alfalfa was tried. Its deep roots went down to the water, and now that region is one of the best alfalfa lands on the globe. The cattle of Argentina feed out of doors all the year round. When the stock is taken off the native grasses and put on alfalfa to fatten, it is turned into a great fenced enclosure and allowed to feed at an alfalfa stack, as our cattle are fed upon straw. In this way a large number can be cared for by few men. The cost of stock farming is reduced to the minimum, for the cattle feed in those great fields without need of barns or sheds, and the winters are so mild that there is plenty of grass the year round. The Argentine stockmen realize the value of alfalfa in making beef, and have enormously increased its acreage. As soon as the land is in that grass, it rises in value. Steers raised on it can be marketed a year younger than if grown on the native grasses, while its use doubles the carrying capacity of the estancia. In southern Cordoba and Santa Fe, 3,000 cattle are fed all the year round to every square league of alfalfa. It is said that another 1,000 head could be added if all were breeding cattle. Since finely bred stock does not thrive on the native grasses, there are many millions of acres in Argentina that will have to be put into alfalfa to yield full value. Lands which have been carrying 3,000 sheep to the league, that is, 1 sheep to 2 acres, can now carry double the number. It is estimated that one animal feeding on native grass requires as much as 8 acres. Moreover, alfalfa keeps on producing hay year after year for fattening or for piecing out the other crops in case of a drought. Grown for hay, it gives 100% profit. It is easy to raise and enriches the land, each ton of hay containing 50 pounds of nitrogen. 3 or 4 crops of dry fodder may be grown a year, with a yield of 7 or 8 tons of hay to the acre. The alfalfa farmers are the best stock farmers, and nearly all who have gone into the business have made money. Much of the wheat land, after being used for a short time, is now turned to alfalfa, for upon this crop the great meat supply of the future depends. Besides the pedigreed animals used for improving the stock on the San Juan farm, there are those sold at the stock shows. The Perea herd acquired a great reputation when it produced Americus. He was the son of Centennial Victor and Ravenswood III, and had a pedigree running back to the 15th generation, his 15th great-grandfather being named Julius Caesar. Since his day, the Pareja herd is often the leader at the shows. There is great rivalry among the breeders, and the stock show in the suburbs of Buenos Aires is a national event. The Argentinians are so keen to secure the coveted blue ribbons that they will trust none of their countrymen to act as judges at these shows. The judges come from England and are recognized authorities. They are guests of the Argentine Agricultural Society during their stay. Their traveling expenses are paid, as well as their living expenses, for 3 weeks at the best hotels in the city. At the shows it is not uncommon to have 1,000 cattle and as many sheep on exhibit. A stock sale brings in occasionally as much as $1 million, while net sales of $500,000 are common. The pedigrees of the famous bulls are known everywhere, and each man keeps his stock book and stock register. At the sales the most popular cattle are the Shorthorns, with next to them the Herefords, while Durhams have been much used for crossing with native stock. On one 4-year period, Argentina imported 3,000 fine bulls from England at a cost of $3 million. Importations of foreign stock are rapidly raising the standard of Argentine beef. A generation ago, 50% of the cattle here were native bred, of the class known as Criollas, the offspring of the Spanish stock, which was determined by inbreeding. Only about 8% of the stock is now native bred. Indeed, the Argentine cattle industry has come a long way since those early days when the greater part of the stock ran wild and was killed merely for hides and tallow. It is related that more than 100 years before our Declaration of Independence was signed, a traveler found at Buenos Aires 22 Dutch and English vessels laden with bulls' hides. Each had aboard 15 or 16,000 hides, and in all 300,000 cattle had been slaughtered to procure the hides shipped by that fleet. These hides netted the exporters about $1 each, while the ship's owners made a profit of some 600%. It is even said that the cattle increased so fast that they would have devastated the country had it not been for the wild dogs, which devoured the calves. A priest, writing of the abundance of the cattle, said the country was so covered with them that anyone could take all he wanted, up to 10 or 12,000 head. If he needed more than that, he only had to get a license from the government. In the middle of the 18th century, it was estimated that the Argentine had 48 million cattle, which were still killed chiefly for their hides. The animals were then worth $1 a head, though in times of drought the price rose to $2. In addition to the hides, the tallow was sold, but it was not until early in the 19th century that beef was cut away from the bones and salted and sun-dried as jerked beef. Today there are 35 million cattle in Argentina, or almost half as many as we have in the United States. Argentina is surpassed in the number of her cattle only by India, the United States, and Brazil. But it is probable that she will take second place, and that in no distant future. It is estimated that she has about 500 million acres of good land, taking out half to be used for grain raising, diversified farming, and town sites. There would remain 250 million acres. Properly handled, this would easily support 150 million cattle, or more than 5 times as many as are now raised. This estimate is not at all extravagant, considering the undeveloped resources of the Republic, and with intensive cultivation the number might be further increased, especially on the lands producing alfalfa. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beef and butter for our markets. Do you want a tenderloin steak from south of the equator? You can buy one any day in our great city markets. Every few days steamship loads of beef put off from Buenos Aires for New York. Frigorificos for killing and freezing cattle and sheep are growing in number, and large American companies are engaged in the business. The Armours have a plant at Buenos Aires which is killing 500,000 beeves a year, and another at La Plata of about equal capacity. The Swifts have an establishment at La Plata covering 22 acres. Moreover, there are other companies owned by English and Argentinians which are shipping meat to the United States and to Europe. During my stay in Buenos Aires, I have seen single vessels start for New York with 30,000 quarters of beef in their cold storage chambers. That meat will be 20 odd days on the ocean, but when it arrives in New York, it will look as fresh and taste as sweet as any that comes from Chicago. The purchasers will not know the difference, and it will cost somewhat less. Our Chicago beef is often held in cold storage a fortnight before starting to the markets, and maybe 2 weeks in cold storage cars on the way. Then comes the wholesaler, who may hold it for a week longer, then the icebox of the retailer, and finally the consumer. Provided that the refrigeration is perfect, this does not hurt the meat. Indeed, many think it is the better for keeping. Some of our best hotels prefer beef 40 days old, and have aging rooms where whole quarters are kept at a low temperature for a week or more. Large restaurants often keep their best loin and rib roasts from 35 to 40 days before they are served. But let us visit some of the big meat freezing factories of Buenos Aires. The Frigorifico La Blanca, owned by the Armours, is nominally an Argentine institution, managed independently of any of the great packing establishments of the United States. The management and methods of working are practically the same as those of our Western packing houses. On our way to the plant, we passed the great docks of Buenos Aires and ferried across the river Riachuelo to a group of great two-story buildings made of reinforced concrete and roofed with galvanized iron. Before entering them, we put on white cotton coats to protect our clothes. We started in at the cattle pens, which are all under cover and which must have an area of at least 6 acres. I have never seen better steers outside our stock shows. Most of the animals were shorthorns and Herefords, and I was told that their average weight on the hoof was more than 1,300 pounds. They had small heads, short necks, and the wide, smooth, fat backs and great flanks that mean good beef. An additional 100 pounds average weight of steers means much in profits to an estanciero who sells tens of thousands of head a year. Cattle mature more quickly here than in the United States. Those I saw awaiting slaughter were from 3 to 5 years old. I passed through room after room, watching all the processes of turning the livestock into beef. As the cattle pass through a swimming box on their way to the killing room, they receive a shower bath. They are killed by being knocked on the head at the rate of 2 per minute, and the carcasses are then cleaned and cut up in the same way as in our beef packing plants. The work is all done under careful government inspection. The veterinaries examine the stock before it reaches the killing rooms, and as soon as an animal is killed, it is again tested to see that it has no disease. Then a piece of the meat is cut off, labeled, and sent to the laboratory to be further examined. Every quarter of beef has to bear the government stamp showing that it is fit for human consumption, and the sanitary arrangements are fully equal to those of the United States. After being killed and dressed, the beeves go into cooling chambers, where the temperature is about 30 degrees Fahrenheit. They are hung up in halves, each weighing about 500 pounds. As I stood in the cold rooms, I could look down the long lines of pink and white beef. The walls were white and the floors covered with sawdust, and the combination of white and red flesh was beautiful under the electric lights. I next entered the freezing rooms, where they were preparing the tongues, hearts, tripe, and liver for export. I picked up one of the tongues. It was frozen stiff, as cold as ice and hard as bone. I picked up a frozen oxtail, which had a knob on one end as big as my fist and reminded me of an Irish shillelagh. I struck the board floor of a truck with it and the wood cracked. I was shown also frozen tripe intended for the United States. It looked like a great white coral or sponge. Later on, I saw a 10,000-ton steamer taking on beef for the States. It carried enough to give a pound to every man, woman, and child in New York, and leave an equal allowance for every citizen of Philadelphia. The beef is shipped in quarters clad in white cotton shrouds. By means of trolley conveyors, the quarters pass from the factory right into the hold of the steamer. Frozen mutton is loaded in much the same way. The Argentine plants are as careful as ours in saving the byproducts. Every part of the animal is used for something. The hides are dressed and cleaned, salted and dried, and shipped to Europe or to the United States. The bones are cut up for knife handles and similar articles, and the offal is made into fertilizers, which are largely exported. A great deal of meat is canned, and soups are prepared from the scraps. Of the 2,800 workers in the La Plata plant, 300 are Argentine girls. They are young and quite attractive in their uniforms of caps and aprons furnished by the company. With the single exception of the butchers, the men employed are Italians and Spaniards. The butchers are the native Argentine gauchos or cowboys. Argentina has some items of meat export that we do not find in our government statistics, such as jerked beef and powdered meat. It is an interesting bit of history that in 1602, Philip III of Spain issued a cedula authorizing the export of meat from Buenos Aires, under which edict jerked beef was at first the only kind of meat sent out, chiefly to Havana. From the middle of the 19th century, the export value of chilled beef was small, but since 1900 it has grown till a $50 million export might be considered normal. The oldest meat freezing plant is the Sansanina, established in 1883, which has paid 10% and more on its common stock. There are many others besides the American companies, and while the English are said to be very jealous of the Americans, accusing them of raising the prices of cattle and thus reducing profits, there seems to be abundant business for all. I find much jealousy in Buenos Aires over the advances our American firms are making in the packing house business. Some years ago, all the killing, freezing, and shipping was in the hands of the Argentinians and British. Now, the bulk of the shipments are sent out by the American frigorificos, which are steadily increasing in capacity. American packers have been shipping more meat to Europe than to the United States, while the Argentine and British packing firms send also to our markets. All of the frigorificos look upon us as one of their chief customers of the future. They realize how our meat supply is decreasing, for statements are published showing how our exports have dropped until we have now less meat than we need. Knowing that our cattle are fewer in number than before, they believe that Argentina must come in to supply the deficit. There are several reasons why we are likely to remain a meat-buying country. Our large ranches have been divided into smaller holdings, and more land is given to dairy and grain farming. Hence, our beef production does not keep pace with increasing population. We have also a wasteful habit of killing off calves to supply the demand for veal. The average weight of a yearling is 70 pounds, perhaps, while a 2-year-old will weigh 600 pounds. The United States has frequently killed 8 million calves a year, yielding over 500 million pounds of veal, which, if left to mature, would have become almost 5 billion pounds of beef. Another great source of waste lies in our lavish use of meats. At most public places, a guest is served with a great deal more than he needs. Not so many years ago, the dairy industries hardly existed in Argentina. Even now it is not uncommon to find an estanciero owning tens of thousands of cows using canned milk for his coffee. Butter was for years practically unknown on estates that owned more cows than Job ever dreamed of possessing. Today, more than 400,000 quarts of milk are brought into Buenos Aires every morning, and the annual export of cheese is about 20 millions of pounds, the total production for a year being about 50 million pounds. I have been to see with my own eyes the world's biggest butter farm, La Martona, which supplies most of the butter and milk for Buenos Aires, besides sending its products to all of the other Argentine provinces and the neighboring countries. This great farm was established by Vicente Cesares. The dairy is managed like a great American factory, with experts in charge of the plant, and the work goes on with the best machinery imported from all parts of the world. The plowing is done with American steam plows, the sterilizing machinery comes from Europe, and the patterns of the churns are from far-off Australia. The butter fat is tested by an American device, while the milk is pasteurized upon the basis of conclusions reached by the great scientist of France. I spent a whole morning in going through the dairy and over the farm. My conductor was an Italian expert. He could not speak English, and my Italian and Spanish are lame, like my French, but with all three languages we managed to understand each other. I went through the rooms, filled with shining machinery and immaculately clean. Later we took a look at the cows, driving through field after field where hundreds were grazing. The farm is divided into camps and stations. Each station has a house for the manager, near which is its milking corral. The cows are driven in every morning and are milked once a day, only in the wire-fenced corral, which covers perhaps half an acre. About 100 cows are milked at each station. A strap is tied around the hind legs and tail of each animal to keep it still and to prevent dirt from getting into the milk. The milking stations are so numerous and scattered over so great an area that 500 horses are required to collect the milk and distribute the empty cans. The cans are hauled in carts driven by gauchos and are sterilized by superheated steam after each milking. I watch the milk poured into the centrifugals in which it is cleaned. Each of these machines holds 100 gallons. After the milk goes through them at different temperatures, it passes through a pasteurization plant. I saw great separators out of which the skim milk was pouring in a steady stream through one pipe, while the rich yellow cream was flowing out through another. I watched the churns, each of which will turn out 500 pounds of beef an hour, and then looked at the machines where the butter is rolled over and over and pressed again and again until all the milk is worked out of it and it becomes solid fat. In this process no salt is used, as all the butter is sold unsalted. Afterward I saw the milk for the city being put up in bottles. In another department milk was being bottled for the steamers which leave Buenos Aires every day. This was in pint bottles capped with tin like beer bottles, the milk being so treated that it will keep many days. In a third room they were making an Argentine sweet or conserve of milk and sugar which is very popular. This is called dulce de leche. It is a kind of milk marmalade which is eaten with a spoon. It is sold in cans, the smallest of which holds only a half dozen spoonfuls and the larger cans about half a pint. The Argentinians like it so much that they often send cans of it to Europe as a special treat for their friends. The ingredients are only pure milk and sugar, which are put into great copper kettles and cooked by steam for 12 hours. Compared to our production, Argentina's cheese and butter output is still small. Our dairies produce nearly 800 million pounds of butter a year and over 6 million pounds of cheese. But it must be remembered that in such things we are an old country, while the Argentine is practically new. Moreover, we have more than 110 million people, and the Argentines less than 9 millions. But this country is advancing more rapidly than we are in such fields, and already she has begun to ship us butter at the rate of 4 million pounds a year. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mainly about horses. Argentina is noted as paying the highest prices for fine-blooded stock in horses as well as cattle. Diamond Jubilee, which once belonged to King Edward of England, was sold to the Argentinians for over $150,000. This horse was later sold again for a still larger sum. Another famous horse came from France and cost $60,000. One noted animal brought from England was purchased for 19,000 pounds, or $95,000. He was kept for some time in Argentina and then sent to the United States at a price of more than $100,000. Some of the fine stallions from England have been returned home at increased figures. There have been many mares imported at extraordinary prices. Every spring there is a sale of thoroughbred stock, which brings in more than $1.5 million of dollars for the colts sold. Sometimes the total runs as high as $2 million. The The average price of yearlings at these sales has steadily risen. In 1903, it was $600, and since then it has reached $3,450 per colt. These high-priced thoroughbreds, kept mainly for racing and breeding purposes, are scattered all over the country, greatly to the improvement of the native stock. Racing is the national sport. In fact, the Argentinian of every class is invariably more interested in the turf than is the North American in the baseball diamond. More than 9,000 horses have been run in a single year, competing in over 1,000 races. $350,000 is often handled at a single meeting. No race is run for less than $1,000, while some of the races have purses of from $5,000 to $20,000. In one year, a single stable won more than $200,000 in purses, and the total stakes were over $1 million. I wish I could take you to the Hippodrome near Palermo Park to show you the races. They are held on Sundays and Thursdays and on all holidays. Everyone goes. In the grandstand one may see the president and his cabinet, the chief officers of the Army and Navy, and all the world and his wife besides. The racetrack is 2 miles in length and has an inner track for training purposes. The grandstand will seat many thousands. I was told there were about 20,000 there the day I attended, and that these people paid entrance fees all the way from $1 to $7. The races are managed by the Jockey Club, which owns the track and gets 10% of the receipts, which amount to several $1,000,000 a year. A large part of this sum is given to charity, but enough is left to make the Jockey Club the richest association of its kind in the world. The betting is on the pari-mutuel order, the tickets costing about $1 in gold. They can be bought in lots of from 1 to 100 or more, and there is straight betting and place betting on every race. Rivers of men and women flow to and from the windows of the betting booths. It seemed to me that everyone was putting up some money on every race. All were wildly excited, and as the horses neared the winning post, 20,000 people rose with a yell. The crowd was well dressed, but there were more poor than rich, among them many Italians and Spaniards and thousands of native Argentinians. The Jockey Club of Buenos Aires, founded many years ago, has steadily increased in popularity until it now numbers more than 2,000 members, although its initiation fee is $1,500. The annual dues are $90. The club is not a money-making institution as far as the members are concerned. Its enormous receipts go back into furnishings and charities and to increasing the interest in horses and racing. Vast amounts have been spent on the club properties, the racetrack and buildings having cost over $1 million. The Jockey Clubhouse is one of the handsomest buildings of the city. I have had the good fortune to dine there in company with our ambassador. We sat around a table in a small but splendid dining room, finer, I venture to say, than that of any palace in Europe. Later we looked into the state dining room, which was one of the most beautiful in the world. The walls were covered with costly tapestries and carvings, and the rooms were decorated by famous artists. The club was a treasure house from one end to the other. There was a celebrated statue of Diana by Falguier, while upon the walls were paintings by such artists as Bonnat, Bouguereau, and Roybet. The stairway to the second floor had marble steps and balustrades of onyx. Notwithstanding the beauties of this clubhouse, the members decided to give it over to the Argentine government for the use of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and have built a new clubhouse on the Calle San Martin, not far from the Hotel Plaza. The site alone cost $3,500,000. But the sporting spirit is not confined to the city dweller, nor to men of means. Out in the Campo, or country districts, the gauchos have races every Sunday and holiday. It is a passion with them, not a business. They ride 15 or 20 miles to the meets, prancing in and shouting challenges as they come. The women drive in the carts and make fires among the bushes to prepare food and coffee for their husbands. The excitement is tremendous, the rivalry intense. They shout and gesticulate, cry up the merits of their animals, and ride like centaurs, all to win or lose a trifling sum of less than $1. The origin of the Argentine horse is of special interest to us. Our hemisphere had no horses until after Columbus came, and the first horses of both North and South America were imported from Spain. They were descended from those produced by the Moors from a cross between the Barb and the Arabian. Some were sent to Mexico where they ran wild, and we found their descendants in the wild horses of our western plains. Others were brought to South America in the 16th century. Some of these belonged to Pedro de Mendoza, who had to abandon his settlement on the Pampas when attacked by the Corandi Indians. He left behind him 5 mares and 7 stallions, and it is said that these 12 animals were the progenitors of the great troops of Argentine horses. They increased in such numbers that the wild droves almost covered the plains. There were so many horses that at one time mares and geldings were sold to the government for 2 or 3 shillings each to supply the Indians with horseflesh. Later, tens of thousands were killed for their hides and tallow, bringing from 15 to 20 shillings a head. It was not until rather late in the 19th century that horses became worth $50 or more apiece. The early Argentinians were too proud to ride mares, and during the first quarter of the 19th century, more than 500,000 were butchered for what they would bring in hair, fat, and hides. Now the mare is almost as valuable as the stallion, and horse breeding is exceedingly profitable. The Criolla mare, which served as the base for the native horse stock, today shows some evidences of its Arabian ancestry. It was dwarfed by being born and bred in the open without other food than the native grasses. It is irregular in shape and color, ranging from the slender type to the short and stocky one. The native horses are excellent for breeding, although crossing them with racing blood seems to take away their muscular strength and sturdiness and make them nervous. For working cattle, the lassoers on horseback need brawny, steady mounts. Crossed with the Percheron, Clydesdale, or Shire, the Criolla is a good general animal, fitted for draft or the carriage, while crossed with the thoroughbred, it is especially fitted for cavalry use. In riding over the country, one sees large droves of horses, and there is a regular importation of all kinds of fine animals. The number is steadily increasing, yet it is estimated that there is still room for many times the supply now on hand. I have been interested in the methods of horse breaking here. On the great stud farms where fine stock is kept, the methods are much the same as in the United States, but out on the Pampas, where the gauchos do as they please, the horses are allowed to run free until they are 4 or 5 years old. They are then lassoed and saddled by force. The gaucho mounts the horse and gallops him under a shower of blows until he is conquered, in much the same way as did our cowboys of the far west. The Argentine cowboy, or the native horseman and cattleman of the Pampas, is of mixed Spanish and Indian blood. The Indian seems to predominate without concealing the Spanish. The gaucho is at home upon horseback and is always ready to ride over the plains and watch or drive cattle. He does not like to take care of sheep and considers farm labor beneath him. He looks much like an American Indian, though his cheekbones are not so high and his complexion is lighter. His eyes are coal black, and he usually has a full, black, heavy beard and straight black hair. He ordinarily wears a felt hat and a blanket poncho with stripes, which is draped over his shoulder. The homes of the gauchos are scattered over the Pampas. They are often rude huts with doors so low that one must stoop to enter them. The floor is of earth, and the furniture is a bed, a table, and 1 or 2 seats, the latter often being the skulls of bullocks. Their chief food is meat cooked over the coals and basted with the juice as it cooks. One of the favorite dishes is carne con cuero, which means meat cooked in the skin. The meat is wrapped up tightly in the hide of the animal from which it comes. The skin keeps in the juices, and the result is delicious. The gaucho drinks mate, usually whenever he can get it, but always the first thing in the morning. As mate is both a stimulant and a food, it enables him to go for a long time without other nourishment. Every gaucho carries a knife a foot long, which is used indifferently for eating or fighting. In olden times it was customary for 2 gauchos with a dispute to settle to fight with their left legs tied together, each man kneeling upon the right knee and facing the other. Over one arm of each combatant was a blanket poncho used as a guard, and in the other was his knife. At the drop of a handkerchief, the two began to stab at each other, continuing until one was mortally wounded. Today, as the country grows more and more settled, the typical gaucho is disappearing and becoming a figure of the past or the movies, like our wild Westerner. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Tale of the Hemisphere, Chile and Argentina, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wheatlands of the Parana. The breadlands of the Argentine are in the basin of the Parana River. The heart of this district is the port of Rosario, situated on the river about 200 miles from Buenos Aires. Ocean steamers sail for 200 miles up the Rio de la Plata into the mouth of the Parana, thence winding about for 300 miles to Rosario. The channel is so deep that great ships of 24 feet draft can reach Rosario at any time of the year, and they come from all parts of Europe and from the United States for cargoes of grain. Great elevators have sprung up along the banks of the river, and the city has facilities for loading about 200,000 bushels a day. There is one elevator that takes in 500 tons of grain an hour, and another that fills the hold of a 4,000-ton vessel in less than 5 hours. The biggest elevator is 7 stories high, with 60 silos on either side. The port borders the banks of the Parana River for 2 miles, and the wharves are about a mile long. Under the wharves are warehouses which will hold 10 million bushels of wheat, while on the high banks of the river, 30 feet and more above the water, there are other warehouses from which chutes carry the grain down into the steamers. The city of Rosario stands on a bluff so steep that the grain can be loaded by gravity. The wheat is brought here in bags, and the cars carry it to the edge of the bluff. There the bags are thrown into the chutes by Italian laborers at the rate of 40 or 50 a minute. They make one think of racing white mice, recalling the army of 10,000 rats that attacked and ate up Archbishop Hatto in his castle on the Rhine. But the chutes are giving way to long pipes, and the wheat is being delivered in bulk. A single elevator will have 20 or more such pipes, and a half-dozen ships can be loaded at once. The elevators are steadily increasing in number and size. Many have been built at Buenos Aires. There are also big ones at Bahia Blanca, on the coast, about 10 hours south of Buenos Aires. The government has required the railroads to build warehouses for grain throughout the country, so that the Argentine will soon have a wheat handling system of elevators like those of Canada and the United States. The most needed aid to profitable wheat growing is improved roads, so that motor trucks may be used in place of the slow and clumsy carts. The first cost of these improvements would be enormous, but in the end they would prove a paying investment. The cost of hauling grain is almost prohibitive for farmers remote from a railroad or river. Rosario is the Chicago of the Argentine Republic. It is the second largest city of the country and one of the richest of South America. It has more than 200,000 people and is growing fast. Standing in the midst of the wheatlands in the heart of the Parana Basin, the town is the center of tens of millions of acres of good farming country. It is the head of navigation for the river valley, and grain can be brought here on the Parana and its tributaries from an area covering thousands of square miles. The wheatlands of the Parana Basin were made by the earth washed from the Andes. These plains cover hundreds of millions of acres, which have produced 200 million bushels of wheat in 1 year. About Rosario and in other parts of the valley, the soil is a rich black loam from 6 to 3 feet deep, lying on a clay bed. Although about 18 million acres are in wheat, the yield per acre is much less than it should be, owing to the careless farming. In Great Britain, the average yield is 31 bushels to the acre. In Argentina, it is only 11 bushels. And yet it is safe to say that not 1/20th of the grain area has been developed. Those wide plains across which I rode from the Andes to the Atlantic hold possibilities of cultivation almost as boundless as their extent. A vast, productive region lies northwest of Buenos Aires. 24 hours' ride on a fast express brings one to Tucuman, where the country is much like our southern states. Or one can start at Buenos Aires and go south, riding through pastures and cornfields and wheat fields for a whole day. Or he can go directly north, and crossing the Rio de la Plata, come into the Argentine Mesopotamia, Entre Rios, which lies between the Uruguay and Paraguay rivers. The whole country will produce wheat, and intensively cultivated, could almost feed the globe. Scientific wheat farming is done only on certain large estates managed by the English and Argentinians. Most of the grain lands are in the hands of the Italians, many of whom farm on shares, doing their work in the most slovenly way. A great deal of grain is sown broadcast upon ground which is only half plowed, the wheat being merely dropped upon the clods. Some of the farmers drag bushes over the fields, and others use harrows. On the small farms the plowing is done with bullocks, dragging plows through the furrows by a yoke attached to the horns. Few fertilizers are employed, and the only idea of the Italian seems to be to get the wheat into the ground, after which he sits down and waits for nature to give him the crop. But the Argentine government is fully awake to the need of modern methods, and nowhere in the world is there an agricultural department more energetic in carrying knowledge to the people through regional schools, traveling lecturers, cooperative experiments, and every kind of encouragement to scientific production. Plowing can be done at any time of the year, though the land is usually broken in February, March, or April. To get the best results there should be a second deep plowing, and the soil should be well harrowed before the wheat is sown. The average sowing is about a bushel of grain to the acre. The seeding time is May 15th for the central part of the country, and later as one goes south. In Patagonia the seed is often put in during June or July, and sometimes as late as August. The crops grow so rapidly that about the middle of November or December it is ready to harvest. 4/5 of all the wheat of Argentina is cut and threshed in December, although in the south the harvesting season may continue until the end of January. With the small wheat farmer, the size of the family gauges the profit. When planting and harvesting are going on, the whole family works. The women go into the fields and plow and reap, and boys of 8 and girls of 9 or 10 do their share of the labor. The work goes on from sunrise to sunset, and on a moonlit night one may see them binding and reaping out under the stars. It is the same at planting time. Between seasons there is one long vacation when the people do nothing but loaf, living upon credit or the profits of the last crop. Drought or crop failure from any cause means increase of their debts, while a plague of locusts may bring ruin and famine. Gradually the campaign of public education will change all this. There is no need for a dependence on one crop, for the land is capable of growing a variety of things, so the farmer could raise about everything he uses. Since plowing can be done every month in the year, a succession of products, with proper fertilizing and intelligent rotation of crops, would improve the land as well as ensure something to the farmer, no matter what happened to his wheat. End of chapter 32.